Chapter 1. The Doomsday Fortress System. Dear viewers, welcome back to our live broadcast. The meteorite you are currently observing is designated T30, with a diameter of 170 meters. It has now reached Earth's orbit, and experts predict it will plunge into the Pacific Ocean within 6 days. The 30th meteorite has joined the ranks of those threatening our planet, most likely to fall into the ocean. Coastal nations are advised to issue tsunami warnings. In just 2 months, there have been dozens of meteorite strikes. Is the apocalypse imminent? Experts indicate that the core of the meteorite may contain hazardous substances, which could lead to widespread pollution whether it lands in the ocean or on land. Today, Qin Jian has announced the activation of the 6th meteorite destruction plan. Qin Jian continuously switched through television channels, each broadcasting news related to meteorites. Good gracious, I just crossed over, and now the world is ending? Is this what they call a curtain raiser? Just yesterday, Qin Jian was burning the midnight oil at the office when he succumbed to exhaustion and dozed off at his desk, only to awaken in this parallel world, strikingly similar to Earth. After spending an entire day in a daze, still unable to adapt, he was informed by the news that the apocalypse was upon him. Was he destined to be sent back so soon after arriving? Surely, no novel would dare to write such a thing. Surveying the surrounding worn-out items and the small, cluttered room, Qin Jian's sarcasm abruptly ceased. The owner of this body was an exact replica of his former self. Background, circumstances, and personality, all identical, a quintessential failure. The only distinction was that this body was a decade younger, merely 25 years of age. Some news reports tended to exaggerate, and normal individuals had already exhausted their savings, stockpiling supplies, and constructing various shelters to weather the impending disaster. Yet the owner of this body had not only made no preparations, but had also been intoxicated beyond recognition just yesterday. One could say he had given up entirely. This mess was left for Qin Jian to clean up. Even if he wished to survive, there was no time to retrofit a shelter now. Ding. Host binding complete. Would you like to activate the Doomsday Fortress System? As Qin Jian sat on the sofa, puffing on a cigarette and lamenting his misfortune, a mechanized voice suddenly echoed in his mind. A system? Really? Well, that's just splendid. I thought there'd be no golden finger upon crossing over. Qin Jian felt as if he were ignited, responding excitedly, yes. In an instant, a tremendous crash reverberated overhead. The sound of electricity crackled around Qin Jian, plunging the entire room into darkness. Startled, Qin Jian dropped to the floor, cradling his head with his hands. Although he could not see, he sensed that his house was warping and contorting. Fortunately, this terrifying phenomenon did not last long. 2 minutes later, all fell silent, and the power returned to normal. Qin Jian rose to his feet, stunned by the sight before him. The once cramped and dilapidated room had transformed into a spacious and bright living area, one that could only be described as a villa's living room. This single room seemed larger than the entirety of his previous dwelling. Additionally, brand new items had appeared all around. Genuine leather sofas, a 50-inch LCD television, a classic coffee table. Everything was astonishingly surreal. Dumbfounded, Qin Jian wandered through the room, feeling almost weightless with disbelief. And there's a second floor? Noticing the staircase in the corner, Qin Jian instinctively approached. However, upon reaching the stairs, he discovered something unusual. What is this? Before him, a thin veil of white mist suddenly materialized, obstructing his path. He attempted to reach out and touch the mist, only to be repelled by an invisible force. Soon, a vivid red cross gradually emerged within the mist, as if warning him against entering. The Doomsday Fortress System has been successfully activated. Would you like to claim your starter pack? The system's voice resonated once more. Yes, Qin Jian replied immediately, instinctively retreating a few steps from the invisible barrier. 1,000 points have been awarded. Points can be used for upgrades, crafting, and all facilities within the fortress. The host will earn points for each day survived, with the amount proportional to the host's level of activity. Furthermore, defeating enemies will also grant points. Points will be settled at midnight. Points reward? Defeating enemies? Qin Jian grasped only part of the information and decided to explore further, opening the system panel. Doomsday Fortress Level 1. Fortress Master, Qin Jian. Attributes: camouflage, seismic resistance. Common facilities: living room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, refrigerator. Major facilities: equipment crafting table, food production table, prophecy crystal ball. Locked facilities: light weapon crafting table, taskboard, outdoor facilities, archives, recreation area, medicine crafting table. Reminder: all facilities on Level 1 must be unlocked before Level 2 will automatically unlock. It seems this staircase blocked by the air wall leads to the locked second floor, Qin Jian deduced from the reminder. However, he had no time to speculate about what lay on the second floor, especially since he had yet to fully comprehend the first level. Thus, he resolved to make the best of the situation, especially now that he possessed a system. With minimal effort, he had instantly acquired a luxurious refuge. Moreover, there were so many advanced technological projects at his disposal. Chapter 2. Food and Weapons. In Qin Jian's view, nearly every object could be opened to reveal its attribute panel. He casually opened one panel. Living room. Upgrade path. Advanced living room. Branches. Expansion 1000, double the space. Cold resistance 500. Adds air conditioning, heating, fireplace, etc., which automatically activate when indoor temperatures drop too low. Ventilation 400. Introduces an automatic ventilation system to effectively reduce indoor temperatures. Drainage 500. Implements a drainage system to prevent dampness and flooding, eliminating moisture indoors. Kitchen. Upgrade path. Advanced kitchen. Branches. Expansion 500. Increases by 50 square meters. Smoke extraction 500. Improves smoke extraction efficiency by 100. Utensils 200. Adds more usable kitchen utensils. Cleanliness 800. Installs a disinfection and cleaning system on the ceiling, keeping the kitchen spotless. Simply expanding the living room would deplete all his points. Though exhilarated, Qin Jian remained rational. The living room was already spacious enough. He had only seen such grand rooms on television in his past life. Even if he amassed thousands of points in the future, he would not choose to expand the living room. After all, as it stood, he was the sole occupant. Gazing at the kitchen, Qin Jian recalled a pressing matter. His home was almost devoid of food. The refrigerator appeared to be empty, as if it had been stripped bare before his arrival. Although safety had been enhanced, without sustenance, merely existing here would lead to starvation, which would be utterly frustrating. Nay, it would be downright absurd. Yet another dilemma arose. The owner's cash balance stood at 0, and the account balance was in the negative. It was hard to fathom what he had endured prior to this. Fortunately, with the system now in place, Qin Jian could at least clean up the aftermath. Since he had no money to purchase food, he could only explore the food production table that came with the shelter. Qin Jian approached the food production table and opened its panel. Food production table. Upgrade path. Level 2 food production table 2000. Available productions: worm cake 50, cockroach cake 80, rat cake 100. Can this be eaten? Just the sight of those 3 similarly named food items made Qin Jian feel queasy. He had intended to spend some points to procure a bit of rations while figuring out a food source himself. But upon seeing this, it was clear these were not legitimate food items, merely the kinds of sustenance humans resort to in dire circumstances. System, is there any normal food available? Qin Jian couldn't help but inquire. Unless he were on the brink of starvation, he would never consume any of these 3 items. Apologies, host. Currently, these are the only available food items. If you wish to obtain different foods, please seek out blueprints or upgrade the food production table. Upgrade, but I can't afford it. And how does one obtain blueprints? Blueprints may be obtained based on daily activity levels or by unlocking the task board and completing its tasks. Qin Jian hurried to the locked task board, only to find it also required 2,000 points to unlock. Disaster. It seemed he could only sell furniture for some cash. Of course, Qin Jian had no intention of selling the pristine new furniture that came with the shelter. Instead, he aimed to sell the old furniture shoved aside by the new pieces. The new items were substantial and merely looking at them made it evident they were too heavy for his frail frame to move. Otherwise, in his current predicament, he might have resorted to some opportunistic tactics. The old furniture, on the other hand, was comprised of smaller, lighter components and was rich in iron. Iron, in any world, must still hold some value, right? Without hesitation, Qin Jian seized an old table and stepped out the door. Outside, he glanced back at his shelter, and his eyes lit up. The exterior of the shelter remained the same dilapidated tin structure. However, the interior presented an entirely different visage. Qin Jian deliberately toggled the door repeatedly, contrasting the scenes inside and outside. It was as if he had stepped into two disparate realms. Perhaps this was the inherent camouflage attribute of the refuge. Indeed, it seemed almost too good to be true. During the cataclysmic upheaval, order was bound to be tumultuous, potentially collapsing entirely. How could such an opulent sanctuary, standing amidst this impoverished district, not attract the attention of those with nefarious intentions? At this moment, the camouflage feature effectively mitigated such crises, significantly enhancing safety. Nevertheless, it was prudent not to let one's guard down entirely. At the very least, the door needed to be securely locked. After extricating all his belongings, Qin Jian was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He locked the door tightly and, clutching his possessions, made his way to the nearest hardware store. The proprietor of the shop, a portly middle-aged man, was currently bent over, engrossed in some task beneath the counter. "Do you buy scrap metal?" Qin Jian inquired. "Indeed," the owner exclaimed, rising with palpable excitement as he glanced at the iron chair in Qin Jian's hands. "Do you have more? I offer a high-priced 20 yuan per kilogram." 20 yuan? Qin Jian responded, astonished, instinctively questioning, is there such a scarcity of iron in this world? Not exactly, but the situation is tense. People are crafting makeshift weapons from iron, hoping to make a quick profit before the calamity strikes, the owner whispered, producing a welded iron rod from beneath the counter. "Take one. My friend Fengsheng has been rather unsettled lately. You cannot venture out at night without some means of protection." Chapter 3. The Crystal Ball of Prophecy. Anything is possible, and the boss's words ring true. The only weapon for self-defense I possess at home is a kitchen knife or a fruit knife, items that are hardly practical. Qin Jian would never resort to using something so ineffective unless absolutely necessary. He is not a professional and would undoubtedly cause harm if societal order has not yet collapsed. Any incident of excessive self-defense could lead to dire consequences. He weighed the iron rod in his hand. Its weight was satisfactory, and its length was appropriate. If one could overlook its awkwardness, it could easily fit into his pocket. "Boss, I have no money on me. Could I trade these 2 iron chairs for a rod?" Qin Jian stated matter-of-factly. The boss scratched his head, clearly hesitant. Qin Jian remained unruffled, pointing toward the entrance. "There are many more outside my door, both large and small, all made of iron, just across the street." "Yes, that's so. May I take a look?" The boss's eyes brightened instantly as he rubbed his hands together and leaned out to peer through the door. Qin Jian led him to his doorstep, where the boss eagerly began counting the items, not requiring Qin Jian's assistance in moving them, as he took matters into his own hands. 20 minutes later, the items at the entrance had been completely cleared away. The transaction concluded. The boss meticulously counted out the money owed to Qin Jian and generously provided him with an iron rod, expressing hopes for continued business relations in the future. Qin Jian was satisfied as he slipped the iron rod into his pocket. After ensuring that walking was not impeded, he made his way to the supermarket. The supermarket was teeming with people, but fortunately, the staff were continually restocking the shelves, and items had not yet run out. Qin Jian swiftly spent all his money, purchasing a batch of supplies before making his exit. He acquired instant noodles and water, along with a pack of ham sausages. Only these few items, as he did not indiscriminately grab whatever he SW in his previous life. These were the staples of his diet. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to them, as his expectations for food were quite modest. Sufficiency was all he desired. Moreover, the crowd around him evoked a profound discomfort. It was not due to social anxiety, but stemmed from the chaotic scene of people frantically snatching up supplies, which instilled in him a sense of impending calamity. In short, During times of disaster, he preferred to minimize contact with others unless there was a tangible benefit. Upon returning to his doorstep, Qin Jian encountered a familiar face, someone truly familiar. Etched vividly in his past memories, the young man before him, with dyed yellow hair, was named Lu Lang, his only friend with whom he shared a bond of life and death. Both were orphans. But after a decade of camaraderie, their paths diverged. Lu Lang found camaraderie within a repair shop, while Qin Jian secluded himself at home, engaging in freelance work. "You startled me. I thought you were dead at home," Lu Lang exclaimed with a laugh, approaching Qin Jian with an arm slung over his shoulder. Qin Jian felt somewhat uneasy with this gesture, yet he feigned a smile to avoid raising suspicion. "So, you've come. Indeed. I'm here to discuss something important." "What is it?" Qin Jian inquired, noticing the growing concern on Lu Lang's face. Don't linger in this dilapidated place. Come with us to the repair shop. It has been transformed into a refuge for everyone. The facilities are complete, there's food and drink, and your favorite single-player games await. Countless backup generators are available. We can play until dawn, Lu Lang animatedly urged, playfully nudging Qin Jian with his elbow. "Let us talk about it later," Qin Jian replied, pausing for a moment before declining the offer. Although they had been childhood friends, their connection was rooted in memories of a past life. Long-term interaction would inevitably reveal discrepancies. Furthermore, he had already established his own high-tech refuge, ensuring his safety and alleviating concerns about food. Ultimately, he preferred solitude. With the system support, he could thrive independently as for Lu Lang and the others. He could afford to limit his interactions without severing ties entirely to I knew you would say that. Things have been quite unstable in Fengcheng lately. It's best not to venture out unnecessarily. If you feel uneasy, consider heading to the official shelter in Nanyang District. There may be many people which you might dislike, but it is safe enough that don't forget to lock your doors at night. Honestly, you should reinforce that rickety door of yours. Lu Lang seemed disinclined to press further, offering a few last words of caution before waving goodbye. Qin Jian remained silent, watching Lu Lang's figure fade away. Once inside, he prepared instant noodles, taking a bite before approaching the equipment crafting table. Equipment crafting table upgrade path. Level 2 equipment crafting table. 2,000 craftable items. Protective suit, 200. Protective gloves, 50. Gas mask, 100. Bulletproof vest, 300. Everything appeared reasonably priced. However, at present, he seemed to have no immediate need for them. The last remaining initial item, the crystal ball of prophecy, piqued Qin Jian's curiosity the most. It sounded somewhat fantastical, captivating in its allure. Standing before the purple crystal orb enveloped in a beam of light, gently rotating in midair, Qin Jian was genuinely astonished that it was not merely fantastical. It was decidedly science fiction. He had only witnessed such a spectacle in films. According to the system prompt, Qin Jian cautiously reached out to touch the crystal ball, experiencing a gentle sensation that opened up a new interface in his mind. Chapter 4. The Zombie Crisis. Barbed Wire Construction Crystal Ball of Prophecy Upgrade Path. Level 2 Crystal Ball of Prophecy, 5,000. Overview. Foreknowledge of all forthcoming events, with updates every week. Point 1. A meteorite fragment falls into Fengcheng River. 2. Pollution of Fengcheng River transforms nearby residents into zombies. Point 3. Air pollution, though the concentration is significantly lower than that in the Fengcheng River area, will return to normal in several months. Zombies. Upon reading these 3 lines, Qin Jian felt as though struck by lightning. The system would not deceive him. Ever since its emergence, he had believed it to be all-knowing and all-powerful. Initially, he had assumed that the disaster would be some physical calamity like a meteorite impact. To his shock, humanity was facing a zombie crisis. It was all too sudden, far too abrupt. Qin Jian gulped down an entire bottle of water before calming himself. He feared he might be the only person in the world privy to this impending disaster. He was neither a fool nor a saint. Informing the authorities would likely result in being labeled as insane. Thus, self-preservation took precedence, and he needed to swiftly devise a strategy. Fengcheng River was approximately 8 kilometers away from his location, meaning he was not among the nearby residents and could avoid infection. However, the water supply for Fengcheng came from Fengcheng River. Given that the meteorite fragment harbored a zombie virus, it was inevitable that the river would become contaminated. Drinking tap water was out of the question. Additionally, the air was polluted. According to the details of the affliction, it seemed less severe than that near Fengsheng River. However, he could not afford to be complacent. Inhaling too much could still lead to zombification. At this moment, Qin Jian recalled the equipment crafting table, which offered gas masks and protective suits. Perhaps wearing such gear would protect him from infection while he ventured outside. Nonetheless, he was also eager to explore other locked facilities, as the threat of zombies was very real, and the entire population of Fengsheng remained unaware of the situation. Once the zombie outbreak occurred, even if the authorities responded at lightning speed, they would still struggle to prevent significant casualties among the citizens. He believed that the city's paralysis was merely a matter of time. When that moment arrived, the streets would be overrun by monsters, and he had no desire for an unwelcome visit from the undead. He reviewed the list of unlockable facilities: light weapons crafting table, task board, outdoor facilities, archive area, leisure area, and medicine crafting table. His gaze finally settled on the outdoor facilities. Outdoor facilities 500 overview allows for the construction of walls around the refuge, point defenses, and other equipment. Walls are invaluable. Completely isolating the zombies and maintaining a safe distance would undoubtedly enhance safety. However, the light weapons crafting table could also be unlocked for merely 500 points. The description suggested it could directly produce firearms and other weaponry, which would certainly provide far superior defense than an iron rod. With 1,000 points at his disposal, he could unlock both facilities perfectly. Yet, subsequent upgrades for the walls and weapon crafting would leave him with no points remaining. Although he would earn points for each day, he survived from now on. If his activity level fell short, receiving meager rewards would be disastrous. However, it didn't take long for Qin Jian to reach a conclusion. As the saying goes, one must survive to produce. Without adequate protection, what good would a Gatling gun do him? Moreover, even if he crafted a firearm, he wouldn't know how to use it. Imitating others would not suffice. What appeared simple might prove challenging when it came to execution, as his hands may not keep pace with his mind. Thus, reinforcing the walls was his decision. Qin Jian resolved to prepare for the future and spent 500 points to unlock the outdoor facilities. Outdoor facilities upgrade path. Level 2 outdoor facilities constructible equipment. Traps, 200. Barbed wire fence, 500. Auxiliary generators, 500. Garage, 1,000. Crossbow launcher, 1,000. Surveillance equipment, 1,000. Corpse collector, 1,000. So the walls are merely made of barbed wire? Well, it's better than having nothing at all. Let us build. As the crisp sound from outside resonated, Qin Jian opened the door to gaze beyond. Before him stood a towering 3-meter-high barbed wire fence, which seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Fortunately, no one was around to witness this peculiar sight, and it appeared remarkably sturdy. Approaching the fence, Qin Jian tugged at it, finding it nearly immovable yet surprisingly elastic. Overall, the fence formed a quadrilateral enclosure around his refuge. Although it exuded an air of imprisonment, it also provided Qin Jian with a sense of security. In addition, the barbed wire fence featured 2 iron gates at the front, weathered with rust, further enhancing its prison-like appearance. Despite the lack of points, Qin Jian was keen to inspect the attributes of the fence. After all, it was likely the most crucial element in the early stages, as his defense against zombies relied heavily on it and required diligent attention. Barbed wire fence upgrade path. Steel wire fence branches reinforced. 500 replaces the original materials of the iron gate and wire fence, reducing physical damage by 50 to heightened. 800 increases the height of the barbed wire fence to 5 meters. Fire resistant. 500 reduces fire damage from any source by 50. Cold resistant. 500 minimizes freezing, extending its lifespan. Tetanus. 1,000 The barbed wire becomes exceedingly sharp. Anyone other than the fortress owner who touches it will suffer severe lacerations and relentless bleeding. Chapter 5. Unexpected point settlement. All options appeared quite promising, and Qin Jian resolved to prioritize upgrading the iron gate. After all, the gate was riddled with rust and creaked ominously upon opening, suggesting it was not particularly secure. One strong kick could easily dislodge it. Upon reflection, it seemed that humans could pose a greater threat than zombies. While his refuge had camouflaging properties that made it hard to detect, the presence of this conspicuous barbed wire fence did not go unnoticed. Even a fool could easily discern its formidable nature and its ability to thwart a horde of zombies. In any case, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Unless the entire population of Fengsheng turned into zombies, it was unlikely that no one would notice his territory. Drawing on the lessons of his past life, Qin Jian had grown increasingly distrustful of others. After securing the locks on the front and back doors, he returned indoors. After consuming a clump of instant noodles, he surveyed his surroundings and glanced outside into the yard. Gradually feeling at ease, he wondered how many points he would accumulate by midnight. Perhaps it would be wise to take a nap first? With this thought, he wiped the sweat from his brow and prepared to return to bed. Although he had just moved a pile of furniture, they were all minor items, and a brief rest would suffice for recovery. However, his body, having rested for half a day, still dripped with cold sweat, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. It seemed he needed to strengthen his physique. If he couldn't defeat zombies, he at least had to be able to outrun them. Shrugging, Qin Jian lay down on the large bed in his bedroom. The bed felt incredibly soft and smooth to the touch. He vowed he had never slept on such a luxurious mattress in his life. Within minutes, he succumbed to slumber. Time passed without his notice until he gradually awoke, after washing his face and tidying his hair. He glanced at the clock. It was 11 o'clock, leaving only an hour to go. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to push open the door and engage in some exercise. At night, the barbed wire fence seemed to loom even taller than during the day, its strands producing a faint rustling sound in the wind. Evoking a chilling and imposing aura, It conjured a vivid image in Qin Jian's mind. Under the cover of darkness, a throng of zombies pressed against the fence. Clawing and howling, he inhaled sharply, shaking off his wild thoughts, and began to perform squats, chest expansions, and leg stretches. During this time, he heard distant shouts, suggesting a scuffle had broken out nearby. However, the absence of streetlights rendered the surroundings pitch black, preventing him from observing the unfolding scene. An hour later, breathless, Qin Jian returned indoors and activated the system to open the settlement interface. Eagerly, he exclaimed. In the next moment, the settlement screen unfolded before him. Today's points settlement, first survival confirmation. 100 points, first unlocking of new equipment. 500 points, first construction of new equipment. 500 points, outward trade. 30 points, free acquisition of a suitable weapon. 50 points, outward procurement. 20 points, nighttime, physical training. 10 points, total points settlement. 1530 remaining points. 1530, seeing such a substantial accumulation of points left Qin Jian utterly astonished. Had he truly been that active yesterday? He had thought it would be a struggle to amass even 100 points. Clearly, he had underestimated his own capabilities. That It seemed that merely eating, sleeping, and even staying idle at home could yield points, albeit in varying amounts. However, he suspected this windfall would be a one-time occurrence. After all, the earlier entries were marked with first, akin to the initial recharge rewards in a game. That It was likely that future settlements would yield far less, or perhaps even none at all. Nevertheless, he was not one to turn away from points. This 1530 must be put to good use. Qin Jian promptly exited the room and upgraded the materials for the barbed wire fence and the iron gate. As 500 points were deducted, the barbed wire fence quivered suddenly, yet emitted no sound. After waiting a moment, he approached to inspect it. The texture of the barbed wire was entirely transformed from the afternoon. It now possessed greater elasticity, while simultaneously becoming more robust. A gentle pinch elicited a twinge of pain in his fingertips, demonstrating its remarkable hardness. As for the iron gate, the rust had vanished, rendering it as new. It opened smoothly without any unsettling creaks, and crucially, once locked, it remained impervious to any forceful attempts at opening. Success! Qin Jian clapped his hands, a broad smile illuminating his face. This gate would not merely yield to a kick. Even a vehicle would struggle to breach it. Yet shortly thereafter, he found himself contemplating further issues. Although his defenses had strengthened, the height of the barbed wire fence still stood at a mere 3 meters. An agile individual could easily scale it, and zombies would be no different. If left unchecked, their numbers would only grow, forming a human ladder that could easily breach his sanctuary. Thus, he resolved to upgrade the height. Instinctively glancing upwards at the top of the fence, he hesitated upon noticing the anti-climb netting that it appeared exceedingly sharp. Without protective gear, attempting to scale it would likely result in severe injuries. Zombies had not yet appeared. Only the meteorite fragments had fallen in this vicinity, which would likely herald their arrival. Chapter 6. A well-intentioned reminder. Qin Jian had initially intended to choose between upgrading the height of the barbed wire fence or its tetanus attribute. The former would increase the difficulty for enemies to climb, thereby reducing the risk of ambush, while the latter would transform the wire into a potent weapon, ensuring that any living being that touched it would suffer grievous wounds, effectively eliminating any potential threats. In truth, upgrading the latter would render the former unnecessary for the time being. However, the inherent risk of indiscriminate damage to any intruder, aside from himself, gave him pause. While he did not harbor overly favorable views of humanity, he was not deranged. What if a curious child inadvertently encountered the barbed wire? He certainly did not wish to entangle himself in legal troubles before the impending calamity struck. Therefore, it was prudent to observe the situation for now. After all, upgrades could be completed in an instant. By maintaining a calm demeanor, he could upgrade during a zombie attack if necessary. After returning indoors, Qin Jian took a shower and changed his clothes. Yet sleep eluded him. Reluctantly, he switched on the television to catch the news. During this period of calamity, all entertainment programs had ceased broadcasting. Regardless of the channel, reports concerning meteorites dominated the airwaves, even leading to the establishment of a midnight news segment. As he gazed at the television, depicting a meteorite the size of a human head that actually spanned several hundred meters in diameter, Qin Jian reflected on the seismic resilience of his apocalyptic fortress. Although uncertain of its resistance to tremors, he noted that the fragment had landed 8 kilometers away in a river. Thus, even without seismic protection, he was unlikely to face any danger. Suddenly, an urgent news bulletin broke through. Attention to all viewers. Please remain alert and listen closely. The T-30 meteorite self-destructed at precisely 00:14. Hundreds of fragments have been propelled towards Earth at high velocity. It is estimated that approximately 76 fragments will land within our borders, while 831 others will primarily impact North America, Europe, and the Pacific region. Anticipated impacts in our city will include the sudden announcement jolted Qin Jian upright. It was now certain that fragments of the meteorite would indeed fall in his city. However, he was eager to ascertain the precise timing, that if it were tomorrow, he would need to exercise caution. Now for a local update. At that moment, the television screen shifted to display a new image. A fragment of the meteorite is expected to land in the center of Fengqing River in approximately 4 days. The impact may trigger a tremor of around 3.5 on the Richter scale. Residents are advised not to panic. Residents of the Fengqing River area will receive further instructions, and officials will dispatch thousands of soldiers to facilitate a temporary evacuation. Please ensure to relay this information. Moreover, during these days, I kindly ask everyone to refrain from lingering by the Fengqing River and to remain vigilant regarding local news. Is it 4 days from now? It seems there is still ample time for preparation. Qin Jian nodded slightly, his heart brimming with joy. 4 days not only allows for substantial physical training, but also provides an opportunity to accumulate additional points, striving to gather enough for both the protective suit and the weapon crafting station. Ensuring absolute safety is of utmost importance. Early the next morning, while Qin Jian was enjoying instant noodles, he heard a knock at the gate. He promptly went outside to investigate. Standing beyond the barbed wire was Lu Lang. "Open the door." "It's me," Lu Lang called out boisterously. Qin Jian smirked slightly and opened the door. Upon entering, Lu Lang began to scan the surroundings, his face a mask of astonishment. "Wow. Fengzi, what is up with this barbed wire? Just yesterday, your place was completely bare. I spent all my savings to have it installed for security." Qin Jian quickly fabricated a lie. "So that is how it is. Their work efficiency is truly impressive." "Could you give me their number?" Lu Lang exclaimed excitedly. "I want to fortify my repair shop as well." With a sigh of resignation, Qin Jian continued to embellish. "They mentioned they would cease work after finishing my order." "What a pity. Why didn't TI think of that? Even though the repair shop has many people, it's still vulnerable to thieves." After chatting for a while, Lu Lang handed over a large bag. He explained that he noticed the previous day that all he had purchased were instant noodles, lacking in nutrition and easily tiresome. So he brought him some bread, snacks, marinated eggs, and fruits, adding that if it wasn't enough, he could come by for more. Although he wasn't particularly close with his childhood friend, he felt an inexplicable warmth from Lu Lang's gesture. Aside from the orphanage director from his childhood, no one had ever cared for him like this. That it was no wonder they shared a bond akin to brothers. Had it not been for the memories of this body, he might have believed there was something more between them. However, even so, Qin Jian was not moved enough to disclose the details of the shelter to him. Gentle warning was the extent of his gratitude. Hey, I need to tell you something, but only you and the guys at the repair shop should know. All right, go ahead. You're aware of the meteorite fragments, right? If circumstances allow, each of you should prepare a gas mask, and a mask will suffice if you don't have one. Lu Lang appeared momentarily taken aback. But when he saw Qin Jian pause, he lifted his chin, urging, continue. When the meteorite fragments land, they won't just contaminate the river. They will pollute the air as well. Prolonged exposure will drive people insane. Yes, insane, like rabid dogs, attacking indiscriminately. You all must be cautious of such individuals. Otherwise, if bitten, you too will succumb to madness. Chapter 7. The arrival. Qin Jian refrained from mentioning zombies, for in this world, such creatures did not exist. Indeed, there were no works involving zombies. Humanity's understanding of them was entirely non-existent. If they were real, Qin Jian could summarize it in a single sentence. Furthermore, after a disaster, humanity would likely associate the behaviors of the afflicted with zombies. Bringing the concept into reality and taking preventive measures, Lu Lang was utterly perplexed by these statements. Fengzi, where did you learn this from? Is it true? It is true. You must trust me. In any case, it is best to avoid going out. If you must, ensure you are well equipped with protective gear and weapons. Lu Lang nodded vigorously. Okay. Fengzi, you've never told a lie. How could I not believe you? I have a few homemade gas masks. Would you like one? I already have one. Thank you. After 5 minutes of conversation, Lu Lang bid farewell, wishing Qin Jian to take care as he departed. For the remainder of that day, Qin Jian remained within the shelter, never stepping outside. At noon, he inadvertently learned that someone had died near his home the previous night due to a burglary. Remembering the commotion from the night before, he resolved never to leave his refuge. In truth, this chaos was not new. For months, the world had descended into turmoil. Incidents of looting and destruction were rampant, becoming increasingly severe. Some national leaders even made concessions to rioters. Despite the disorder, Jiuzhou was the only country that had managed to maintain a semblance of control over the chaos, gaining recognition from around the globe for its stability. Alas, the harsh reality was that, with the emergence of zombies, order would be nearly impossible to uphold. For now, all Qin Jian could do was refrain from adding to the nation's troubles. That day, the points were tallied, yielding a total of 102 points, which Qin Jian found quite satisfactory, especially since he hadn't even stepped outside, accumulating over 100 points. In the following 3 days, Qin Jian continued to stay indoors, eating, exercising, watching the news, and sleeping in a normal cycle. Day or night, the outside world was filled with chaotic noises, but Qin Jian remained indifferent, present. Self-preservation was the mindset of any rational person. With the upgraded barbed wire in place, he felt no fear of any intruding creatures. If necessary, he could always upgrade further. In total, over 4 days, he accumulated 564 points, leaving him with 1594 points. On the morning of August 19th, Qin Jian learned through the television that meteorite fragments had fallen into the Fengqing River just 2 hours prior. It had begun. He approached the crafting station, spending 350 points to create a protective suit, gloves, and a gas mask, leaving him with 1244 points, just as Qin Jian prepared to try on the protective suit. A sudden clash echoed from outside the yard. He glanced out the window to see a luxury car crashing into the barbed wire, but a middle-aged man and a young woman emerged from the vehicle. The man appeared to be around 20 years older than the woman and was clutching his bleeding forehead, apparently shaken by the impact. This should do. This place seems secure against them. The man glanced at the barbed wire and immediately ran over to tug at the iron gate, with the young woman following suit to assist him. In mere moments, Their actions grew increasingly frantic, kicking and pounding the door, while the woman's expression twisted into a grimace, her mouth spewing profanities. At that moment, Qin Jian, wearing the gas mask, stepped outside. Upon seeing him, the two visibly relaxed but soon displayed signs of impatience. Great, there is someone living in this rundown place, and I've hurt my foot kicking the door. The woman complained in front of Qin Jian. Just witnessing their earlier actions made Qin Jian feel a strong aversion. Now, with her comment, his expression grew notably colder, though obscured by the mask. Hey, hurry up and open this wretched door. The woman called out to Qin Jian. What is happening outside? He asked the man, ignoring the woman. The man, though somewhat courteous, was clearly impatient. There are rioters everywhere. They've gone mad. We've been fleeing, and they've been chasing us. Gasping for breath, he managed to utter a sentence before breaking into a fit of coughs, having nearly burst his lungs during their escape. Rioters? Could it be? They've arrived so quickly, Qin Jian mused, tightening his mask as he regarded the duo. You should leave. This is a personal shelter, and I do not accept anyone. With that, he turned to walk away. Hey, kid, you can't just stand by and watch us die. The man exclaimed in a panic, while the woman was about to say something, only to be silenced by an elbow from him. I am the general manager of the Fengshan Group. If you save me, there will be benefits for you. Upon hearing this declaration, Qin Jian paused, turning back to look at them. After 20 years as a cog in the corporate machine, the mere mention of such titles made him feel a wave of nausea. Yet in that glance, he seemingly caught sight of something else. Shadows stumbling in the distance. Though indistinct, Qin Jian surmised those figures were the approaching zombies. The man and woman soon noticed the throng of rioters behind them, their faces draining of color. Those crazed individuals who would bite anyone in sight were rumored to devour their victims. They believed it without question. Brother, quick, take this. The man trembled as he produced a wad of cash, throwing it over the barbed wire, landing right at Qin Jian's feet. This is a deposit. Just let us in, and I will give you 20,000. No, 50,000. Chapter 8. The dangerous duo. Qin Jian smiled slightly, picking up the money and stepping closer to the two, locking eyes with them through the barbed wire. Speak up. Are you deaf? You've given me the money. Why aren't you opening the door? The woman immediately flared up again, banging on the iron gate. Qin Jian scratched his head, offering a friendly reminder. The more you shout, it seems, the more agitated they become. What? The woman furrowed her brow and turned to look. Indeed, the rioters were becoming increasingly frenetic, their limping steps hastening toward them. Regret washed over her as she trembled violently. Yet, she couldn't help but retort, You're threatening me. You'll pay for this. Qin Jian remained silent, but inwardly he chuckled coldly. Had she not reversed her words? You should be quiet. The man, unable to contain himself any longer, pointed an accusatory finger at the woman's nose and unleashed a tirade of insults. He then turned back to greet Qin Jian with a forced smile, exclaiming, Brother, I know you think the money is too little. Just wait a moment. The man dashed back to his car and soon returned, hauling 2 suitcases behind him. This is 1 million. Enough for you to buy an apartment. If you let us in, it's all yours, he said, deliberately opening the suitcases to reveal the neatly arranged cash inside for Qin Jian to see. Though the man appeared obsequious, he had already plotted his revenge in his mind. Damn it. You think you're so aloof? Once I get inside, I'll smash that suitcase over your head. You like money? I'll bury you in it. However, in the next instant, Qin Jian suddenly shook his head that I'm sorry, but I have no interest in money. With that, he tossed the cash back at the man's feet. The man was taken aback. He had assumed that the masked figure before him was refusing entry due to the insufficient amount of money. After all, how could someone living in such a decrepit tin shack, with no hope for a better life, possibly be disinterested in money? Yet now, he realized he was mistaken. There truly were individuals who treated money as if it were worthless. With no bargaining power, he had no choice but to resort to intimidation. Kid, you better know your place. My identity is not a facade. I'm giving you face right now, so open the door immediately. Otherwise, I'll have someone come and tear down your shabby fence and house. The man's countenance darkened as he glared menacingly, baring his teeth in a threatening manner. In that moment, One could easily believe he had transformed into a zombie himself. Give you face? Why don't you have them give you face instead? Qin Jian scoffed coldly, fully anticipating the man's theatrical change in demeanor. Having experienced countless threats in his past life, he refused to cower again in this new existence. What was the point of his reincarnation if he allowed himself to be intimidated by mere words? What significance did acquiring a system hold? Moreover, with the outbreak of the zombie crisis, would wealth and status hold any value in the face of the undead? Fine, just wait. I'll crash through your pathetic door right now. The man, witnessing Qin Jian turn to leave, felt a surge of rage mixed with amusement as he jumped back into his car. With a heavy press on the accelerator, the luxury vehicle lunged forward, crashing into the iron gate. Yet the gate remained utterly immovable. The man inside the car felt a wave of nausea wash over him as the force of the impact reverberated throughout his body. What the hell is this? Is it made of diamonds? He soon realized that the iron gate had not budged an inch from his assault, not even trembling. Still, he refused to relent, repeatedly ramming the car into the barrier. Oil leaked from the vehicle, smoke billowed from the engine, and his eyes reddened with fury as he screamed, showing no signs of stopping. The woman, sensing his madness, quickly retreated, grasping the wire fence as she called out to Qin Jian. "Little brother, don't go. Come here for a moment. I need to talk to you." Suddenly shifting her demeanor, her voice softened considerably. As Qin Jian paused to glance back at her, she raised her hand delicately to her chest, her expression beguiling. "You surely don't like the big boss, do you?" "I don't either. You've probably been exploited by them before." Qin Jian, hearing this, shook his head in resignation, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Was this woman deliberately trying to annoy him one last time before her demise? "Look, he has gone mad. Let us not concern ourselves with him," she exclaimed. "I see you have a back door. Why not open it for me? Once he is dealt with by those thugs, all that money in the car will be yours," she concluded with a flirtatious smile. "And me too, I'll be yours." She appeared so ordinary, yet exuded an air of confidence. Her illogical words ignited Qin Jian's fury. Money, and women. Is it a prerequisite for a man to possess these two things to survive? Qin Jian, upon reflecting on this, felt a sense of liberation as he pointed behind the woman. "They actually prefer you." The woman spun around abruptly, only to discover that the thugs had already advanced upon her. Dozens of gaping mouths lunged toward her. The next moment, her shrieks filled the air, and a gruesome scene unfolded. The man, realizing he could not break through the door, finally ceased his attempts. However, due to his injuries, he stumbled out of the car and fell face first to the ground, inadvertently attracting the attention of a nearby zombie, which lunged at him. Amidst the couple's screams and curses, Qin Jian entered the house without a backward glance. Chapter 9. The correct response is to fight back once inside. Qin Jian collapsed onto the sofa, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. At this juncture, he had finally witnessed a true zombie. Just as depicted in the movies, bloody, disfigured, and with murky eyes, that it was utterly shocking. The sight of the two being devoured was beyond repulsive. Now, his refuge was surrounded by hordes of zombies. Fortunately, the wire fence provided some protection, but it was ultimately insufficient to leave these creatures unaddressed. That a plan to eliminate them was imperative. Otherwise, facing them daily would surely fray his nerves. Therefore, he needed to procure a reliable weapon swiftly. Although the wire fence had been upgraded and could withstand a vehicle's impact, ensuring his safety within the refuge was only a temporary solution. Food would inevitably run out. Even with careful rationing, he would be forced to venture out within a month. Furthermore, should a batch of desperate survivors emerge during this time, swiftly depleting or seizing resources from supermarkets, he would be left with nothing. In summary, the prophetic crystal ball was not infallible. He had to anticipate potential scenarios. Conflicts over resources among humans were inevitable, and fights could easily break out. However, he need not worry about this, as he operated independently. Yet, should he encounter survivors in the future, the only means of suppressing them would be with a firearm. Guns, in the early stages, were indeed omnipotent. Qin Jian approached the light weapon crafting station and promptly spent 500 points to unlock it. With a resounding crash, the illuminated crafting station, shimmering and radiant, materialized before him. Light weapon crafting station upgrade path. Level 2 light weapon crafting station, 3000. Available creations: military long knife, 500, M9 pistol, 1000. Double-barreled shotgun, 2000, current points, 744. He could only afford a military long knife. While it sounded formidable, his primary objective was not cold weapons. Although he was unfamiliar with guns, they were, after all, ranged weapons capable of dispatching zombies from a safe distance. With a bit of practice, he would surely master its use. Confidently, Qin Jian spoke to himself as his mind raced with plans for the week ahead. Create a firearm. Carve a bloody path, seize resources from supermarkets, and intimidate surrounding survivors. Having endured too much hardship in his past life, he had grown weary of being the Good Samaritan. Thus, he resolved to abandon that role in this life. Everyone was looking out for their own interests. Was that not a form of equality? The societal order had collapsed. It was likely that tomorrow would see the emergence of gangs establishing leaders to wreak havoc. Being solitary, he could not afford to appear weak. In summary, with a gun in hand, he could conquer the world. So was it time to strike out? Qin Jian contemplated carefully. Killing zombies would yield points. The more he killed, the better. While the M9 pistol cost 1,000 points, ammunition would surely not be free, so he needed to save up for bullets. His thoughts were solely focused on efficiently exterminating zombies, devoid of any concern. After all, the wire fence was an impenetrable barrier. It kept the zombies at bay, ensuring his survival. Just the thought of unleashing his fury upon them from behind that fence was exhilarating. In mere minutes, Qin Jian donned his protective gear, gas mask, and gloves, fully equipped and ready to venture outside. Chapter 10. Eliminate them all outside the yard. Qin Jian stood before a throng of zombies, their filthy hands clawing at the wire fence. Upon seeing a living human, the horde erupted into chaos, their shrieks echoing incessantly. Yet regardless of their frantic attempts to push against the fence, it remained steadfast, unwavering. The gruesome sight of the undead only fueled Qin Jian's resolve. He was itching to strike them down with a bat. The gaps in the wire fence were just wide enough for him to wield a metal rod, so he opted to silence the noisy brutes by confronting them directly. While such an attack might not be as effective as striking their heads, the principle remained. As long as he lived, he could retaliate. With a wire fence as a barrier, the zombies were destined to become his punching bags. Taking a deep breath, Qin Jian aimed at one of the zombies, gripping the iron rod tightly, and struck forcefully at its face. The unfortunate creature let out a ghastly shriek and toppled backward. Was that it? Qin Jian was momentarily stunned. Rather than feeling triumphant, he found himself questioning whether he possessed such strength that he could fell a zombie with a single blow. However, in the next moment, that zombie rose once more, and Qin Jian dismissed his delusions. Although still alive, it was missing a chunk of flesh from its face, with blood gushing forth from the gaping wound. The tip of the iron rod had not been completely smoothed, and the uneven edges only served to enhance its piercing lethality. Moreover, Qin Jian speculated that the zombie's skin might be rotting at an alarming rate. Aside from its heightened strength, its body and speed appear to have diminished, presenting no remarkable advantages. Thus, removing a piece of flesh from the adversary seemed quite reasonable, so should he aim for its head? Anyone familiar with zombie narratives would know that the brain is the weak point. Qin Jian was no exception. The current scene compelled him to apply the established rules of zombie lore to reality. Swiftly, Qin Jian targeted the half-destroyed zombie once again, thrusting forward with great force. To his astonishment, the rod penetrated directly into its forehead. The zombie convulsed violently, and as the iron rod was withdrawn, its body crumpled like a discarded rag, crashing against the barbed wire in an exaggerated posture. Never to move again, Qin Jian flicked the blood and flesh off the iron rod, his heart racing with exhilaration. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, as if some switch within him had been flipped. He had successfully dispatched a zombie. 2 swift strikes, effortlessly done. Qin Jian had on this particular day. Qin Jian's task was to assist with the barbed wire work. The zombies hanging from the wire were all impaled to the ground by Qin Jian using an iron rod. After all, a touch of aesthetics was necessary. Having a row of zombie corpses hanging there was enough to choke the heart with unease. The system was meticulous, and he did not expect the zombies killed by the barbed wire to count as his own. He merely hoped that such actions would yield some assistive points. Early the next day, Qin Jian rose with the dawn, promptly opening the settlement interface to check the day's points tally. Survival confirmation. 30 points good sleep. 10 points average diet. 2 points zombies killed by barbed wire. 357 points cleaning the barbed wire. 25 points total point settlement. 466 remaining points. 994. Upon seeing the 357 points accrued from killing zombies, Qin Jian's eyes lit up, and he could not help but chuckle. The zombies dispatched by the barbed wire truly counted towards his score. Moreover, the number was substantial. Just looking at the points, it was nearly double what he had earned yesterday. His gamble had paid off splendidly. Now, he no longer needed to concern himself with cleaning up the corpses. He could simply remain at home, doing nothing, and by the end of the day, hundreds of points would be effortlessly earned. It was a time-saving and labor-saving transformation, akin to becoming a grand master of operations. However, just as Qin Jian was attending to his needs in the restroom, a new problem arose. The lights in the toilet had gone out. Not only the toilet, but the lights in the kitchen and even the television had ceased to function. Indeed, there had been a power outage. Just like in those zombie films, it was either a loss of internet or a loss of power. Living in darkness was hardly different from being among the mindless corpses outside. Was it? Chapter 12. A trap to attract zombies? A perfect match with barbed wire due to this unforeseen circumstance. The production of firearms and long knives would likely be delayed for several more days. However, this was entirely within his expectations. A city besieged by a zombie crisis should not be without electricity or water. That would be rather abnormal. Besides, with the barbed wire continuously claiming zombies around the clock, he had no need to worry about lacking points. Opening the outdoor facilities options, Qin Jian's gaze settled upon the auxiliary generator priced at 500 points. After verbally confirming, his points instantly decreased by 500. And outside, a buzzing sound gradually filled the air. Click! All the devices in the house were restored to power. Qin Jian turned off all the lights, donned protective gear, and stepped outside to the side of the house. He located the bulky, noisy auxiliary generator. The zombies wandering nearby, upon hearing the noise of the generator, immediately gravitated towards it, one after another colliding with the barbed wire and meeting their demise at that moment. Qin Jian conceived a clever strategy to utilize the noise of the generator to attract a multitude of zombies, allowing them to crash into it and earn even more points. Yet, such a plan came with a hefty price. He would have to forfeit sleep entirely. Just listening to the racket from inside the house had already made his ears ring. Never mind, he did not wish to suffer a sudden demise again. Ultimately, Qin Jian hesitated, deciding to explore whether this engine had a noise reduction upgrade. After all, the generator needed to remain operational to provide electricity. Auxiliary generator upgrade direction. Energy type, generator branches self-cleaning. 500 The generator automatically cleans internal dust and dirt every week. Soundproofing, 200 effectively reduces the noise of the generator. Power consumption, 500 The generator can carry twice the previous electrical load. Heavy metal outer layer, 1000 replaces the original material, making the generator sturdier and more durable. Charging, 3000 The generator automatically replenishes fuel, requiring no manual refueling. Indeed, there was. Qin Jian grinned widely and promptly upgraded the generator's soundproofing in an instant. The generator before him quieted significantly, akin to a deflated tire. If one were to draw a comparison, it was as though the sound of a chainsaw had been reduced to that of a kitchen exhaust fan. Qin Jian even returned indoors to savor the moment. While a faint noise still lingered, it was a dramatic improvement compared to before. Of course, the benefit of this upgrade came at the cost of leaving him with only 294 points. However, Qin Jian decided to engage in a reverse operation, inspecting what else could be upgraded and casually spending the remaining 294 points. After all, upgrading any facility was invariably beneficial. Unfortunately, it seemed that indoor facilities were out of the question, as the minimum upgrade cost appeared to be 500 points. Therefore, he turned his attention to outdoor facilities. After a brief search, he discovered there was indeed something he could upgrade. That was the trap, requiring only 200 points. Without hesitation, Qin Jian examined the trap's description. Trap, 200 upgrade direction. Advanced trap, 4000 overview, as the name implies. A trap mechanism set on the ground. Any creature stepping on the trap, excluding the fortress owner, will incur damage. Note, Traps cannot be taken out. They're strictly for fixed point defense. Branches animal trap. 20 upgrades a standard trap to an animal trap. Increasing damage by 50 and affecting all creatures. Can be replaced with other traps at any time. Bite strength. 100. The trap's biting force is enhanced 5-fold. Capable of severing limbs instantly. Can be replaced with other traps at any time. Foul odor chemical. 50 upgrades a standard trap to one that emits a special odor, reducing damage by 50, but can attract nearby zombies. Can be replaced with other traps at any time. Multiplication. 200. A number of traps is doubled, distributed at the front and back doors of the shelter. Environment adaptation. 500. Your traps will become invisible. No one, but you can see them. Automatic replenishment. 1,000. Any traps consumed will be replenished the following day. After surveying the options, Qin Jian seemed to have stumbled upon something remarkable. For instance, the foul odor chemical trap, while it reduced damage, it added the enticing effect of attracting zombies. Imagining hordes of zombies drawn to this trap only to meet their end filled Qin Jian with immense delight. That could translate into a windfall of points. Once upgraded, combined with the barbed wire, it would be nothing short of invincible. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Jian spent 200 points to unlock the trap, and subsequently 50 points to upgrade it to a foul odor chemical trap, totaling 250 points. 250, a rather auspicious number. Had he discovered this earlier, he would not have had to resort to the lackluster plan of using the generator's noise to lure zombies into a trap. Nevertheless, it is as it is. Each choice carries its own merits and drawbacks. Leaving the noise-reducing generator running continuously would mean he could forget about sleep. Today, Qin Jian's tasks were quite simple. He continued to assist with the barbed wire, helping to clear the corpses dangling from it. He utilized some water that had been used several times to give the barbed wire a quick wipe. After all, he had just seen on the settlement page that maintaining cleanliness would also yield some points. As dusk fell, Qin Jian finally completed his work and returned home, feeling quite satisfied. Chapter 13. Dealing with corpses? Constructing a corpse disposal machine. The following morning, Qin Jian opened the settlement interface to check the points for the day. Survival confirmation. 30 points good sleep. 10 points average diet. 1 point constructing generator. Upgrading generator. 200 points restoring power to shelter. 100 points feeling cheerful. 35 points zombies killed by barbed wire. 612 points cleaning the barbed wire. 53 points total points settlement. 1085 remaining points. 1129 to his astonishment. He had amassed over 1,000 points yesterday. Moreover, just by viewing the points earned from killing zombies, Qin Jian could surmise how many zombies had perished beneath the barbed wire. The effectiveness of the foul odor chemical trap was strikingly evident. Had he discovered it sooner, how much easier it would have been, disheveled and unkempt. Qin Jian neglected to wash or groom himself and simply pushed the door open. Outside, he was met with a scene of utter disarray. In addition to the countless corpses hanging from the barbed wire, there were layers upon layers of bodies piled beneath it that a wave of putrid odor assaulted him, even detectable through his protective suit, causing him to furrow his brow. Although he was spared the labor of killing zombies each day, the corpses did not simply vanish after death. If this continued, his shelter would soon resemble a landfill. Living amidst hundreds, perhaps thousands, of corpses, a veritable breeding ground for viruses and bacteria. It would be like accumulating an insurmountable debuff. No matter how thick his protective suit, it could not withstand their onslaught. Merely thinking without action was not an option. Qin Jian deemed it essential to clear the corpses. As for how to do so, it would not involve burning them in a heap or burying them in a pit. Rather, he would employ the system's advanced technology to dispose of them. Indeed, Qin Jian had already formulated a plan. Furthermore, he had contemplated this just before falling asleep the previous night. Yesterday, out of sheer boredom, Qin Jian had perused the outdoor equipment yet to be unlocked, and among them, the corpse collection machine had piqued his interest. This device not only had the capacity to dispose of corpses, but also promised random rewards after collecting a certain number of them. Random rewards? He is indeed filled with anticipation. With so many corpses, surely he will receive more than one random reward and simultaneously clear away the bodies. Truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. At present, he possesses 1129 points, just enough to unlock the corpse collection machine, which requires 1,000 points. Having previously correctly bet on the barbed wire, Qin Jian's confidence has soared. This time, it is also a small gamble. Should the random reward yield a substantial number of points or other valuable items, he will undoubtedly reap great benefits. Casting a glance around, he noted the absence of any living zombies. Only 2 wandering zombies could be seen across the street. The iron gate was obstructed by 2 mangled corpses. Qin Jian exerted considerable effort to push both the corpses and the iron gate aside. Rather than directly transporting the bodies, he hurried towards the garbage cart at the entrance. It is far more convenient to transport corpses using this cart than to carry them manually. Although loading the bodies onto the cart would consume some stamina, what of it? The prospect of random rewards is the very motivation that propels him forward. Tightening his gloves, Qin Jian swiftly loaded a dozen corpses onto the garbage cart. He then hurriedly pushed the cart back into the yard and secured the door. Caution is undoubtedly the best policy. As he was moving the bodies, it seemed he had caught the attention of the distant zombies. Fortunately, those creatures are astonishingly slow. Now, Qin Jian was unable to contain his eagerness. Unlock with a decisive command. His points instantly plummeted to 129, and a machine exuding white smoke materialized before him. The machine's appearance was undeniably imposing. At its apex was a skull decoration the size of a computer screen, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Beneath the machine lay an entrance resembling a conveyor belt, but this entrance appeared bottomless, shrouded in mystery as to where it might lead. Yet, what need is there to ponder such matters? It is evident that the entrance is intended for disposing of corpses that a prominent red button beside the corpse collection machine caught Qin Jian's eye. With a gentle tap, the conveyor system sprang into action. Tentatively, he placed a corpse onto the conveyor belt. As the body was transported and fell into the entrance, the skull's eyes suddenly glowed, turning a bright red. Subsequently, eerie sounds reminiscent of wandering Qin Jian charged directly towards the 2 zombies. However, this time, the adversaries seemed to detect him almost immediately. With a sudden extension of their arms and a limping gait, they accelerated towards him. No. Qin Jian abruptly halted, ceasing such reckless behavior. If he were to charge headlong, he might manage to fell the first zombie, but the second one could very well pounce on him during the interval of his attack. He would be unable to cope with that. Moreover, the 2 had already been fully alerted, their attention unwaveringly focused on him. Yet such a dilemma did not daunt Qin Jian to be overwhelmed by 2 zombies. How could he ever show his face outside again? Qin Jian took a few steps back, glancing over his shoulder to guard against any sudden ambush from behind. Soon, the spacing between the 2 zombies became apparent. Seizing the moment, Qin Jian dashed forward, delivering a decisive blow that severed the head of the foremost zombie. The interval for his attack was ample, and he nearly leaped to strike the second zombie's head. However, the strike went awry. Instead, he cleaved off the entire right arm of the creature. Stunned for a moment, he instinctively kicked at the oncoming zombie. Thud! The kick sent it staggering back a few paces. Following that, Qin Jian swung his blade once more, finally decapitating the creature. That was close. Qin Jian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, resolving not to employ such seemingly flashy yet foolish tactic. Green-haired man nodded with utmost certainty before continuing his report. After all, he had braved various dangers to observe for over 40 minutes. Apart from a generator, the yard contained only a dilapidated and cramped tin shed, which surely could accommodate no more than 1 occupant. Upon hearing this, Brother Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. With only 1 person residing there and no weapons in sight, what then could explain the corpses of zombies hanging from the barbed wire? Could it be that they truly met their demise there? Having analyzed the situation the previous day, Brother Feng naturally arrived at this conclusion, deeming it plausible. Chapter 17. The Emergence of Zombie Dogs. The testing of firearms before the disaster commenced. Brother Feng and his group were unequivocally a band of villains. Their livelihood stemmed from threatening street vendors, acting as local tyrants, or engaging in petty theft. Once the calamity began and the law ceased to restrain them, they became even more unbridled. In their desperation to escape the pursuit of zombies, they would shove fleeing passers-by into the horde, subsequently seizing a rental from a young couple. This very abode. The fate of the couple was utterly tragic. The man, disregarding the overwhelming numbers, valiantly resisted but was beaten to death on the spot. The woman was captured, subjected to relentless humiliation day and night, and ultimately used as bait to lure zombies, devoured in the process. Truly, they were heartless and malevolent, deserving of execution 100 times over. Last night, under the cover of darkness, they inadvertently stumbled upon Qin Jian's refuge. The sight of the barbed wire festooned with corpses was undeniably eye-catching, compelling them to take notice, initially intending to investigate up close. They halted their advance due to the throng of zombies congregating towards the wired AT that time. They were unaware that a person resided there. It was only after green-haired man's reconnaissance that they learned it was a private refuge housing a solitary young man. Brother Fang's interest was piqued. If this were indeed the case, they had struck gold. The barbed wire not only provided protection against the biting fiends, but could also eliminate them. The safety it promised was unparalleled. They would no longer need to worry about barricading themselves with various objects at the entrance. Moreover, a generator was available for use. The city had been plunged into darkness since yesterday, and they had no desire to live in such gloom. A life illuminated by vibrant lights and indulgence was what they sought. Given that half the city's populace had succumbed to madness and the law had become obsolete, they now embodied the law. Eradicate, incinerate, plunder. They were the sovereigns of this apocalypse. Brothers, prepare for action tonight. We shall directly relocate to a new home. With these thoughts, Brother Fong promptly addressed his subordinates. The younger men, not having contemplated as deeply as Brother Fong, had already been eager to act. Upon receiving the leader's explicit directive, they widened their eyes in excitement, nodding vigorously as they turned to gather their weapons. Qin Jian observed for about an hour within the confines of his abode, confirming that no one was monitoring him before stepping outside. This moment, honing his shooting skills was of paramount importance. If all went well, his list of adversaries now included 2 new threats: the zombie dogs and human foes. The former lacked intelligence, yet possessed formidable aggression and agility, while the latter, if unarmed with ranged weaponry, might not inflict harm, but could utilize cunning to jeopardize his sanctuary. In essence, both posed a similarly daunting challenge, yet were undoubtedly more troublesome than ordinary zombies. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking interrupted Qin Jian's thoughts. Turning to investigate, he beheld a blood-soaked dog outside the barbed wire, barking ferociously at him. It appeared to be a medium-sized breed, though its exact lineage was indiscernible due to a gaping hole in its back, revealing its skeletal structure. The flesh was barely intact. How could one discern its breed? Undoubtedly, this was a zombie dog. To his astonishment, mere moments ago, he had been contemplating its arrival. Qin Jian muttered to himself, racking the slide of his gun as he cautiously approached the zombie dog. He intended to use this creature to test his firearm. However, upon reaching the barbed wire, the zombie dog lunged at him, colliding with the wire and instantly becoming impaled. Qin Jian stepped back, bracing himself against the splatter of blood. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have approached. Perhaps it would have remained barking in place, allowing me to use it as a target. Suppressing a curse, he turned to leave in disappointment, but then noticed another zombie dog outside the barbed wire. Oriented sideways, not barking, but fixated on him with an intense gaze. This particular creature was even more grotesque, with chunks of flesh missing from its face and much of its skin seemingly flayed away. Yet, Qin Jian's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he felt a surge of urgency. "Please, don't charge again. Can't I just end your misery?" Qin Jian muttered, swiftly raising his gun. After aiming for about 3 seconds, he pulled the trigger. The sound of his silenced M9 pistol was crisp, yet failed to strike the immobile zombie dog, instead hitting the ground in front of it. Chapter 18. The conclusion of gun testing. Analyzing techniques, though the bullet sound had been minimized, it startled the zombie dog, prompting it to shift slightly but not flee to its off target. No matter. Seeing the dog remain stationary, Qin Jian took aim again. Bang! This shot was clear and precise, striking the zombie dog squarely in the head, shattering its already mangled visage into pieces. It emitted a pitiful howl before collapsing to the ground. "Yes. Oh!" Qin Jian exclaimed, reveling in his triumph. Despite the creature's immobility and his own 5-second aim, achieving a headshot was an extraordinary feat for him. Just as he basked in his success, a chorus of barking erupted around him. More! How many are there? Qin Jian exclaimed in surprise, turning to see 4 or 5 more dogs racing towards him from the east and north. The speed of these zombie dogs was astonishing. In mere seconds, they closed the distance. Notably, their smaller size made them difficult to hit. However, Qin Jian remained unfazed, analyzing the situation. After all, he had hundreds of rounds at his disposal. Ammunition was not a concern. Should he run out, he could simply transport the corpses to the collection machine, with a stroke of luck yielding hundreds of bullets. With the barbed wire as a barrier, the zombie dogs could not lay a single hair on him. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Jian unleashed a flurry of shots at the incoming zombie dogs. Bang, bang, bang! He emptied a magazine, and one dog was hit in the leg, tumbling over. As it slowly rose, Qin Jian swiftly shot it down twice more, rendering it lifeless. The remaining zombie dogs had yet to be shot when one, seemingly exhibiting cunning, halted at the sight of its comrade crashing into the barbed wire and being torn apart. It paused, standing still, barking at Qin Jian as if cursing him. Qin Jian promptly approached. Reloading his pistol, he had initially thought all the zombie dogs were dead. Coming face to face with the remaining dog, he scrutinized its grotesque features. Holding his gun with one hand, with a slight adjustment, he blasted its head apart. What a nuisance, he cursed under his breath, before holstering his weapon and departing. The encounter with the zombie dogs lasted no longer than 5 minutes. Although he had relied on the barbed wire to gain an advantage, Qin Jian believed he had gleaned valuable insights. The attack patterns of the zombie dogs were similar to those of regular zombies. Both lunged to bite, yet the dogs were significantly faster. While zombies had a broader biting range, they were slower. If one were to evade rather than retaliate, a simple backward step would suffice to dodge the lunges of the zombie dogs. One had to sidestep. Moreover, it was crucial to anticipate their attacks in advance. Currently, there seemed to be no more zombie dogs in the vicinity. Otherwise, Qin Jian would have sought out another specimen for practice. After all, he was bold and meticulous, qualities that were not particularly challenging for him. It was through daring attempts and challenges that one could carve out a place in this apocalyptic world. Were not the protagonists of those dystopian films forged through such trials? With his system at his disposal, why should he not follow suit? Subsequently, Qin Jian approached the corpse collection machine and pressed the switch. But it remained unresponsive. He had intended to gather more bodies for random rewards. But seeing the skulls lying quietly, he couldn't help scratching his head. Did I miscalculate? Aren't the rewards supposed to refresh daily? Qin Jian could not resist the temptation to click on the upgrade option for the corpse collector, eager to explore the details. Corpse collector upgrade options. Corpse harvester branch. Efficiency boost. 500 increases the speed of corpse transportation by 200. Diverse rewards. 1000 expands the random reward range to 5 types. Know when to stop. 1500 reduces the number of required corpses from 10 to 9. Common collected. 2000 increases the weekly recovery of random reward attempt from once to twice. How exorbitant! Not a single one can I afford. I must have overestimated this contraption. I initially thought it would restore 3 attempts daily. Instead, you tell me it only recovers once a week? Qin Jian had prepared himself to venture out to collect corpses. But after reviewing these options, his enthusiasm waned. It seems that even with a system, sometimes one must still labor diligently. However, it matters not. Before the next random reward resets, he is unlikely to exhaust all the resources at his disposal. Originally, Qin Jian intended to clear the corpses tangled in the barbed wire. But after some contemplation, he resolved to abandon the endeavor. The current situation had resulted in the corpses forming an irregular wall, effectively concealing everything within the shelter. Though it somewhat obstructed his line of sight, it mattered little. As long as he remained within this courtyard, he was invincible. Chapter 19. The Climber of Barbed Wire. Flesh torn and bloodied around 10 o'clock in the evening, a group of figures emerged from the small grove adjacent to the shelter. These individuals were none other than Feng Gu and his companions. Armed with an assortment of clubs, machetes, and powerful flashlights, in Feng Ji's hand rested a deadly weapon, a spring-loaded knife. Though its appearance resembled that of spring knife, the addition of the flying attribute signified substantial differences in its structural principles. This tactical weapon was obtained through smuggling several years prior. IT could serve not only as a close combat defense, but also featured a button on the handle that, when pressed, would launch the blade up to 15 meters with force capable of piercing a human skull. If the target were unaware of its existence, it would serve as a perfect concealed weapon. At that moment, the scout Greenhair hurried back. "Boss, I've surveyed the area. There are only 2 lunatics nearby." "Good, ignore them. Everyone move in." At Feng Ji's command, his subordinates surged forward. However, he noticed 4 individuals standing still behind him, awkwardly staring at him. "Are you deaf? Why aren't you moving?" Feng Gu snapped. The 4 subordinates exchanged glances, each responding in turn. "Boss, I have an upset stomach. I feel like I'm about to soil myself." "Me too." "What?" Upon hearing this, Feng Gu erupted in fury, grabbing one by the collar. "Are you all conspiring to deceive me? Trying to back out at the last minute?" "No, boss, we would never." "Then, what is going on? Why is it such a coincidence that you all have stomach issues?" The group looked troubled and explained, "It must be the tap water we drank." "Are you all fools? The tap water looks as yellow as urine, and you dare to drink it?" Feng Gu couldn't help but smack a few of their heads. "Enough. Go back and guard the place. There's no need for you against just one person. Since you're all sick, don't eat anything this week." With no objections, they scurried away, thanking him repeatedly. Turning back, Feng Gu saw Greenhair staring at him intently. "Kid, you've only just arrived, yet your contribution surpassed this bunch of dead weight by several times. Once this operation concludes, I will promote you. Rest assured." Feng Gu assumed Greenhair was about to inquire about a previous question and patted his shoulder. "No, boss. You." Feng Gu noted the sweat-drenched face of Greenhair and frowned. "That you're not feeling unwell too, are you?" "Yes, I was fine just now, but suddenly I'm having trouble breathing." "Trouble breathing?" At this, Feng Gu instinctively took a deep breath. Cough, cough. To his astonishment, he too felt a constriction in his breathing, uncontrollably coughing twice. It was not due to thin air, but rather the atmosphere seemed laden with dust particles, causing a suffocating sensation upon inhalation. However, Feng Gu did not dwell on it. He assumed the barbed wire, laden with corpses. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Qin Jian, armed with a firearm, was keenly observing the movements of a group through the window. Moments ago, he had heard the distant echoes of shouts outside, prompting him to investigate. Thanks to the illumination provided by a flashlight wielded by one of Feng Ji's companions, Qin Jian swiftly discerned their location. He noted with certainty that one among the crowd had torn away his clothing to bandage an injury sustained from the barbed wire, rendering him utterly incapacitated. This effectively diminished the number of combatants among the intruders, while increasing their ranks with several uselessly injured members. However, Qin Jian remained unhurried in his actions. Despite having practiced shooting throughout the day, he could not guarantee the complete extermination of this group. Yet, being alive meant there would always be a solution. Qin Jian quickly devised a plan to confront them. Should they breach the premises, he would wait until they were sufficiently close before launching a surprise attack. This strategy offered the potential for a complete capture, as entering was far simpler than exiting. The notion of escaping once inside was utterly implausible. The door lock was peculiar, and he doubted anyone could decipher it on the spot. Observing each individual closely, he felt a sense of relief upon realizing that they were armed only with melee weapons. Sticks and knives? Was that all? How audacious to dare approach under such circumstances. He mused, curious to see just how capable they truly were. That moment, beneath the barbed wire, Feng Gu and his companions, engaged in the grim task of moving bodies, were suddenly startled by the sound of barking. "Is that a dog barking? Should we capture it as a pet?" They speculated, blissfully unaware that it was the sound of a zombie dog, and they began to relax and discuss it quietly. Until, they noticed a dark corner from which emerged a dozen grotesquely disfigured and terrifying canines. The zombie dogs formed a fan-like formation, encircling Feng Gu and his crew. "Feng Gu, this doesn't seem like an ordinary dog," Greenhair exclaimed, his face paling, nearly losing his composure. The others, including Feng Gu, widened their eyes in disbelief. How could they, who had scarcely encountered zombies in battle, possibly comprehend the threat of zombie dogs? They were oblivious to the fact that even dogs had succumbed to madness in this world. Just the sight of those bloodthirsty jaws was enough to send them into a panic. "Prepare for battle," Feng Gu commanded, and at that moment, Every individual ceased their tasks and readied their weapons. Escape was no longer an option. Silence enveloped them. Even their breaths stilled as the dogs prowled back and forth, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Cough, cough. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by Green Hair's violent coughing fit. Fongu rushed to his side. Get a grip, we can't afford to. But before he could finish, Green Hair suddenly let out a roar and lunged at Fongu. Startled, Fongu instinctively shoved him away, causing Green Hair to collide with one of the others, who then fell victim to a savage bite on the neck, a chunk of flesh torn away in an instant. Ah, Green Hair has turned into one of them. Get away from him. The group was bewildered, unable to fathom why Green Hair had inexplicably transformed into a monster. He had undergone a thorough check earlier that morning, with no signs of injury. As Green Hair morphed into a zombie, the pack of zombie dogs surged forward, attacking the group. Chaos erupted as the scene became a cacophony of screams, howls, and barks, an absurd tableau accompanied by frenzied sounds. Rivaling the spectacle of a Hollywood blockbuster, Chapter 21. Reaping the benefits with effortless ease, everything unfolding outside was vividly observed by Qin Jian, who was both astonished and delighted. They were under attack by zombie dogs. Splendid. It was time to prepare for battle and aim for a bountiful harvest. With that thought, Qin Jian charged out of the room to take tea that moment. Fongu had managed to fend off a wave of zombie dogs and had selected 2 individuals who had been bitten. You two, climb over, Fongu commanded, pointing towards the barbed wire. This was undoubtedly a reckless decision, but there was no choice. Those bitten by the zombie dogs faced a grim fate if they did not retreat into the courtyard now. They would be annihilated. They no longer cared about alerting the owner of the premises. After all, their adversary was unarmed, and even a single person could subdue him. Big brother, I'm going first. Take care, one of the bitten subordinates, tears brimming in his eyes, shouted before hurling himself at the barbed wire. With a sickening squelch, he was impaled completely, blood gushing forth, his body hanging grotesquely on the wire. Step on his shoulders and go up. Fongu bellowed, his expression wild with desperation. The second subordinate hesitated for a moment, then quickly stepped onto his companion's lifeless form, pressing against the wire, only to be pierced as well, rendered immobile, with the makeshift ladder now high enough. Fongu clambered over the bodies, attempting to cross the barbed wire. Success! But in that instant, the sharp edges of the wire raked across his back, tearing away flesh. Thud! He collapsed, skin grazed, nearly dislocating his arm. Blood soaking his shirt and pooling on the ground. The cost of forcing his way over the barbed wire was dire. He had sacrificed a subordinate and severely injured himself. Yet, having made it inside, he knew that if he did not act swiftly, he would lose every last one of them. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose in silence and limped towards the iron gate. However, in the next moment, something suddenly clamped around his foot. Ah! Fongu couldn't help but scream in agony. Looking down, he discovered it was a bear trap, viciously clamping down on his foot. Damn it, they're using such underhanded tactics. Fongu cursed quietly in the darkness of the courtyard. He had failed to see it. It was a foul-smelling chemical trap set by Qin Jian, now perfectly positioned for Fongu to step into. While inflicted only half the damage of a standard trap, the force of the clamp nearly cost him his life. Had it been a regular trap, he might have fainted from the pain right then and there. Hiding in the shadows, Qin Jian couldn't help but chuckle at Fongu's misfortune. What terrible luck! Such a shame to waste a trap, believing Fongu to be merely another one of the underlings. He remained concealed, awaiting the others to scale the wall. This time, he had a new idea. Rather than hastily eliminating them, he would capture a few alive for interrogation. He aimed to uncover the location of their base and investigate it, clearing out any remaining threats and scavenging anything useful. At that moment, Fongu, gritting his teeth, frantically tried to pry open the trap. Rolling and scrambling towards the gate, he shouted to those still fighting outside, "Hurry over here!" However, as he fumbled with the lock, he found that the iron gate remained stubbornly shut. His astonishment, the lock was beyond his comprehension. A silver chain secured the gate, with a square lock in the center, seemingly containing a rotating mechanism, accompanied by springs and wheels. Locks within locks. How the hell do I open this? Fongu nearly spat blood in frustration. kicking the iron gate in anger, only to immediately recoil in pain. Hey, trespassing is one thing, but deliberately damaging my front door? At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke from behind him. It was Qin Jian. Oh no, I've been discovered. Feng Ji's heart raced, and he raised his axe, ready to fight back. Aw. Then he saw Qin Jian's gun barrel leveled at him, and all his fighting spirit evaporated, akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation, suddenly going silent. He stood there, completely bewildered, clatter, as the axe slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Feng Ge knelt, drenched in sweat, momentarily forgetting his pain. Hadn't he been told that the owner of this house was unarmed? Why was there a handgun present? Had green hair deceived him? Had this guy betrayed them? The intelligence had been wrong. Egregiously so. Naturally, Feng Ji's thoughts turned to green hair. In truth, green hair had been overly anxious. Upon seeing Qin Jian emerge, he had panicked and fled, failing to notice the weapon in Qin Jian's hand. In reality, he had remained loyal to Feng Ge. Yet now, green hair had transformed into a zombie, leaving everything in disarray. Big brother, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. How? What a ridiculous misunderstanding. Did you come here to inquire about my home by scaling the wall? Feng Ji's illogical words only served to amuse Qin Jian. Meanwhile, Feng Ge awkwardly chuckled, glancing back at the comrades still battling the zombie dogs outside. Qin Jian too turned to observe the ongoing skirmish. Just then, Feng Ge slowly reached for his waist. What are you doing? Suddenly, Qin Jian spun around and let out a fierce shout, startling Feng Ge, who trembled in fear and quickly withdrew his hand. Qin Jian's action was a deliberate test, and as expected, the opponent showed no signs of surrendering. What courage! And no, I didn't do anything. Take it out. Hurry. Feng Ge seemed intent on concealing something, but Qin Jian offered him no chance. He raised his handgun and threatened, "It's just a knife. There's really nothing to it." Seeing that Qin Jian's expression was entirely serious, Feng Ge had no choice but to comply, slowly producing a spring-loaded knife, appearing ready to surrender. What seemed like a normal action concealed a significant secret. Even in the darkness, Qin Jian observed carefully. The moment the knife was drawn, it was angled toward him. His instinct screamed that something was amiss. Bang! Qin Jian fired. With remarkable precision, he shot Feng Ji's left hand. Feng Ge's hand was instantly pierced, and he bent down, clutching his palm. All his schemes had been unraveled by Qin Jian, leaving him utterly devoid of any means to counterattack. He had thrown all his strength into breaching the barbed wire, only to suffer injuries in the courtyard, now reduced to mere survival. Just when he thought he could turn the tide, a gun was pointed at his head. What a swift descent from hell to heaven, and then back to hell. Feng Ge was nearly driven to madness. Big brother, spare me, I was wrong. I'm just a fool. I have no parents. I could do anything and I'm quite strong. As long as I'm alive, you can order me around for a lifetime. Please don't treat me like a human. I beg you, big brother. Give me a chance to live. Feng Ge finally capitulated, enduring the pain as he knocked his head against the ground 3 times, nearly knocking himself unconscious. Qin Jian, expressionless, approached him and picked up the spring-loaded knife. This thing, it seems rather special. He toyed with it and couldn't help but ask, "Does the handle have a button?" "Yes, it does," Feng Ge started to explain, but upon looking up, he found Qin Jian pointing the knife's blade at him, with his finger already poised on the button. "Hey, don't," but it was too late. With a swift press, the blade sprang forth from the handle, skewering Feng Ge's forehead. He trembled violently, eyes wide, throat convulsing, but in the end he could utter nothing before collapsing. What the hell? Qin Jian was momentarily stunned. What kind of dark technology was this? He had never seen such a thing before. Thank goodness he had decisively fired earlier. Otherwise, it could have been him with a knife in the forehead. Exhaling deeply, he couldn't help but curse Feng Ge for being so cunning, pulling the knife from Feng Ge's head and reloading it into the handle. Subsequently, Qin Jian strode purposefully towards the melee. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the battle was nearly over. The losing side was naturally Feng Ge's gang. Lacking combat experience and decent weaponry, the zombie dogs struck with deadly accuracy, resulting in over half of them having their throats torn out on the spot. The remaining individuals were either knocked down, but not bitten in critical areas, continuing to resist with their weapons, or were fierce fighters who not only remained unscathed, but even managed to take down several zombie dogs. Unfortunately for them, an opportunist was about to emerge. Qin Jian, Chapter 22, Pursuit, rooting out future threats. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Jian fired directly at the few formidable fighters battling the zombie dogs. The crisp gunfire rang out. And before they could react, they were shot in the waist or legs. With a wail, they collapsed, only to be besieged by the oncoming zombie dogs. But Qin Jian was quick on the uptake, firing off rounds to all those who had fallen, granting them a swift end out of course. It wasn't out of compassion. He feared that the points he had earned might be snatched away by the zombie dogs. The remaining zombie dogs noticed Qin Jian and charged at him, only to splatter against the barbed wire, becoming a grisly mess. At that moment, not far away, two individuals who had been shot by Qin Jian suddenly rose and helped each other as they fled. What the hell? Are they playing dead? Qin Jian was taken aback. He initially wanted to shoot them to stop their escape, but the darkness made it too difficult to discern their movements within 3 seconds. He could no longer track them. With a sigh, Qin Jian couldn't help but smiled. He had hardly intervened and had effortlessly taken down a batch of enemies. He was now poised to become the biggest winner. What more could he want? It was time to cut his losses. Returning to the entrance, he found Fenggu's corpse still lying there. Knowing he had such an advanced weapon, Qin Jian approached and began to search through Fenggu's belongings. Aside from a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, all that remained was a box of belly bombs. Shaking his head, Qin Jian tossed the belly bombs into the trash. Useless, at least for now. Afterward, he threw Fenggu's body into the vehicle for storage and returned home. The next morning at 6 a.m., Qin Jian awoke, but he still hadn't washed his face or his hair. And without even calculating his points, he grabbed his gun and stepped outside. Outside, it was eerily quiet. The barbed wire to the east lay strewn with the bodies of enemies from last night's clash. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere, creating a scene that was both spectacular and grotesque. Qin Jian made his way to the spot where the two individuals had fled the previous night and examined the ground. Indeed, he discovered the blood they had left behind. Qin Jian had long since made up his mind. Had it not been for the poor visibility at night, he would have pursued them then and there. He believed it vital to cultivate such a habit in the apocalypse, to repay any grievances without delay. He felt it necessary to pursue any trace of evidence he could find to eliminate potential threats. After all, in the apocalypse, being merciful to enemies is merely a cruel punishment for oneself. Thus, Qin Jian followed the blood trail. Though it had dried, it remained quite clear. Smoothly, he arrived at the entrance of an old apartment building after 20 minutes. Along the way, he ignored the zombies, dispatching 2 zombie dogs feasting on corpses at the entrance of room 102. A large pool of blood had accumulated, and the doorknob bore traces of blood as well. "This is it," he muttered. They didn't live far away, but returning home was their mistake. With that, Qin Jian kicked the door. His surprise, the door swung open with a single kick. Qin Jian immediately raised his gun, aiming inside, scanning through the various debris, and quickly spotting several individuals sprawled across the floor. 1, 2, 3, a total of 6. He was puzzled. Did I let that many escape yesterday? Momentarily taken aback, he pushed the thought aside and threatened the 6 individuals. "Get up, quickly! No, don't shoot. I promise I won't move." 2 individuals, wrapped in bandages, immediately stood up, raising their hands in surrender. These 2 were indeed the ones who had fled the previous night. "You 4. Stop pretending to be dead and get up." Qin Jian aimed his gun at the 4, threatening them. However, they offered no response. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that these individuals had vacant expressions, ashen complexions, and bluish lips. They appeared to be on the verge of turning into zombies. "Wait, they're sick," Qin Jian thought, his eyes widening slightly. "It seems they've been like this since drinking the tap water." The 2 surrendering assassins chimed in. After hearing this, Qin Jian nodded. Since they had consumed the tap water, they surely understood the consequences. "You 2 don't look so well either." Qin Jian glanced back, noticing their complexions were not much better than those of the others. The only difference was that one group could communicate normally while the other had completely lost their faculties. The 4 who drank the tap water had been infected. The 2 who had inhaled a large amount of contaminated air were on the brink of transformation. Good heavens, so this place is a breeding ground for disease. They are all carriers of the virus. Qin Jian instinctively took a step back from the two, raising his gun. Kneel. The two had no choice but to comply, quickly dropping to their knees. After all, they were facing a gun. How could they resist? But seeing the posture Qin Jian took, they quickly grasped the implication. They burst into tears. Sir, please spare us. We were forced into this. We only followed Fengge to do his bidding. Attacking your shelter was entirely against our will. Their tearful pleas were so pitiful that one might almost believe them that in truth, they had once been Fengge's right-hand men, having sworn fealty to him years ago. However, Qin Jian, having lived in this world before, was not inclined to believe their sob story. But he was genuinely curious about their leader, Fengge, and what sort of person he was, as he seemed quite formidable. Could he be one of those four? He wondered. Who is your leader? Why haven't I seen him? Qin Jian couldn't help but ask. The two paused for a moment. Exchanging glances before responding, he asked the one who climbed over the barbed wire. It's him. This statement left Qin Jian momentarily stunned, nearly provoking a laugh. Unfortunately, yesterday, Brother Feng had been mistakenly killed by him. However, upon reflection, it became evident that this individual indeed possessed the qualifications to lead. His actions were justified. He demonstrated concern for his subordinates, showed no fear of death, and exhibited a remarkable cunning, even in his final moments. He contemplated a counterattack. Thankfully, the outcome was more thrilling than perilous. Your leader's knife is quite impressive. It nearly showcased my demise yesterday. As Qin Jian spoke, he produced a spring-loaded knife, its blade stained crimson with Brother Feng's blood. Upon witnessing Qin Jian brandishing the knife, the two men instinctively flinched, raising their hands to shield their heads, trembling in fear. Those familiar with it understood that this device was, in every sense, a ticking time bomb. One might either abruptly press the button to assassinate an opponent or inadvertently trigger it, harming one's own allies at that moment. Qin Jian noticed that the four individuals in the room had slowly risen to their feet. It was abundantly clear from their gazes that they had transformed into zombies. Cough, cough. Qin Jian cleared his throat and, noticing that the two had not yet realized the situation, remarked, "It seems my timing is less than ideal. No, I have arrived precisely at the right moment." He corrected himself, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. With a sudden bang, Qin Jian stepped back a few paces and firmly shut the door. The two remaining inside exchanged bewildered glances. However, they soon became aware of heavy breathing emanating from behind them. Turning around, they were met with a terrifying sight, resulting in a scream. One individual was swiftly tackled, his neck bitten through. The other managed to flee, forcefully pushing open the door, only to find Qin Jian still there, lazily leaning against the corridor wall, his firearm aimed directly at his chest. "I intended to conserve 2 bullets," Qin Jian stated candidly. The man froze momentarily, his face contorted in anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks as he retreated behind the door. Following Qin Jian's gesture, he shut the door. Almost immediately, anguish cries and the sounds of struggle echoed from behind the door. Qin Jian braced his foot against it, waiting for the commotion to cease. After the sounds of gnawing emerged, he slowly opened the door once more. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots rang out, and the 4 zombies fell, riddled with bullet holes, utterly unresponsive. Okay, it's over. Let's loot the spoils and retreat. Chapter 23, Bacterial Resistance. Upgrading the protective suit. 20 minutes later, Qin Jian exited the room, carrying a bulging plastic bag, a satisfied smile adorning his face. Within the bag lay the spoils he had scavenged, predominantly food items. Half a bag of rice, canned goods, sausages, fruit juices, and various snacks. A small portion consisted of useful items such as soap, hairspray, and toiletries. The remainder comprised medications, boxed and bottled. Although not abundant, it was prudent to keep them for future needs. Tonight, a hearty meal awaited him. As he made his way home, Qin Jian contemplated how to treat himself. After all, he had successfully repelled human invaders the previous night. While the intervention of the zombie dogs had indirectly aided him, Qin Jian believed that even without their assistance, he would have emerged victorious. That group was utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. Climbing over the wall would have been futile, and attempting to infiltrate would have led to their capture. Their weaponry was laughably inadequate, aside from Brother Feng's spring-loaded knife, which nearly outperformed him. None could rival his firearm. Upon returning outside the barbed wire, Qin Jian casually rifled through the bodies of the intruders. Though the corpses were mangled, their clothing remained intact. He discovered a plethora of cigarettes, lighters, chewing gum, and seemingly useless change on their persons that he decided to keep the chewing gum, while the cigarettes and lighters would be preserved for special occasions. Under extreme pressure, he might indulge in smoking. But currently his life was filled with hope and devoid of stress. There was no need for cigarettes. He was thriving, living quite comfortably. Food, weapons, a safe haven. He had it all, enjoying unrestricted freedom. Where was the stress in that? Yet he couldn't bring himself to quit smoking entirely. After all, in his previous life, he had been an avid smoker. Even in this new existence, the craving would persist. Qin Jian mused to himself, then promptly retrieved a cigarette and lit it. Taking a deep drag, he smiled slightly. But I must have one first to muster the willpower to quit. Standing outside, he puffed on a cigarette, observing a distant zombie that seemed to have fixated on him. Slowly approaching, Qin Jian remained unperturbed, gazing at it as if it were merely a human. Why is there a zombie virus in the meteorite fragments? He pondered, instinctively grappling with this contemporary conundrum. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. He was no expert, and deep contemplation was unnecessary. He should leave such inquiries to the scientists of the world. For now, he merely needed to focus on living well, with the prophetic crystal ball at his disposal. He could weather any turmoil the world might throw at him. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Jian noticed that the invaders had all donned cut-resistant gloves, raising his eyebrows in mild surprise. It appeared they were not as reckless as he had initially assumed. Prior to their assault, they had meticulously planned and prepared. Yet, black technology was unbeatable. The barbed wire would ultimately disregard their protective gear. Their failure stemmed not from inferior equipment, but rather from the superiority of his defenses. Perhaps in the future, even more sophisticated intruders would set their sights on his sanctuary. Everything remained uncertain. He would take it one step at a time, tossing the cigarette but to the ground. He extinguished it and returned indoors. System, you understand me. Today's point tally, survival confirmed, 30 points sleep quality, 5 points average diet, 2 points morale at peak, 100 points shelter defense successful, repelling intruders, 500 points barbed wire kill zombie, 161 points barbed wire kill zombie dog, 688 points kill zombie dog, 249 points kill human enemy, 945 points kill human enemy leader. Uncovering their scheme. Reward, data on zombie dogs. Point tally, 2,670 remaining points, 2,676 over 2,000 points. Is this not more joyous than payday? And what exactly is this data on zombie dogs? Although uncertain of its nature, he could explore it later. As he chewed on the gum, Qin Jian suddenly slapped the table, nearly biting his tongue. This haul was no minor profit. It was a colossal windfall. In retrospect, both the zombie dogs and human enemies were quite valuable. There were only a handful of human foes, and some had been dispatched by the zombie dogs, which did not count toward his score. That alone netted him nearly 1,000 points. However, the frequency of encounters with human enemies would likely be lower than that of zombies, unless his sanctuary gained notoriety overnight, attracting a horde of ruthless individuals intent on occupying it day and night. Moreover, zombie dogs were generally stronger than zombies, and their numbers were fewer. Their scarcity made them all the more valuable. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that human enemies and zombie dogs would yield higher points. Qin Jian refrained from further analysis, as he could hardly contain his eagerness to spend these points. He had spoken of upgrading his protective suit yesterday, but had lacked the points. Today, he would not postpone. It was time to upgrade. With that thought, Qin Jian opened the upgrade options for his protective suit. Protective suit upgrade direction. Advanced protective suit branches breathable. 100 increases ventilation holes, periodically expelling heat to alleviate the wearer's discomfort. Heat resistance. 200 adds an external heat-resistant film to protect the wearer from high temperatures. Cold resistance. 200 adds a thick thermal layer to withstand frigid conditions. Portable backpack. 500 attaches and detachable. Large capacity backpack to the back, automatically ignoring an internal weight of 40 pounds. Bacterial resistance. 1,000 adds disinfection devices to both shoulders, periodically spraying disinfectant onto the suit to effectively resist 50 impending bacteria and viruses. All options appeared quite appealing. The most expensive required only 1,000 points and were all practical. Qin Jian nodded in satisfaction and prioritized upgrading breathability and cold resistance. Afterward, he donned the protective suit, took a stroll around the room, and lingered for a moment. Indeed, it was effective. Following the upgrade in breathability, he felt no more discomfort from the heat. As the stifling heat commenced, the protective suit would suddenly constrict slightly, as though the air within had been siphoned away. Moments later, it would return to its normal state, accompanied by a decrease in internal temperature, providing him with a profound sense of relief. Had it not been for the previous accumulation of points, Qin Jian would have upgraded to a breathable version long ago. After testing the ventilation features, he pushed open the door and took a couple of laps around the courtyard, feeling no chill whatsoever. Qin Jian felt immensely gratified. Following the upgrade to enhance cold resistance, the outer layer of the protective suit had become considerably thicker, which typically would imply reduced breathability. However, with the ventilation upgrade, he no longer needed to worry about such issues. In essence, the two enhancements complemented each other perfectly. Utterly invincible. Overjoyed, Qin Jian returned indoors, now confronted with a decision. Should he upgrade the suit's bacterial resistance? The prophetic crystal ball had indicated that the bacteria in the air had mutated, rendering masks ineffective, thus highlighting their formidable penetrative power. Although the protective suit undoubtedly offered superior defense compared to masks, Qin Jian remained uncertain about which bacteria might penetrate the suit. Unless the prophetic crystal ball clearly stated that the suit would be ineffective against certain bacteria, it remained an enigma akin to SC Char Dinger's cat. After much contemplation, Qin Jian decided that it would be prudent to prepare for the worst. As time passed, the bacteria would likely continue to mutate, growing ever more potent. Resolutely, he upgraded the bacterial resistance. In an instant, he felt additional weight on either side of the suit's shoulders, which was somewhat cumbersome. These additions were disinfection devices, oval in shape, reminiscent of a compact powder case, with a central point gently pulsating with light. Occasionally, the inner and outer rings would rotate in opposite directions, giving off a distinctly high-tech vibe that appeared that as long as the device remained intact, the disinfection liquid within would continuously replenish, allowing for prolonged use. With a soft hiss, the device ejected a spray of disinfectant, which soared towards Qin Jian's head and then cascaded down like a gentle mist, showering the protective suit. Though seemingly mild, Qin Jian felt an inexplicable sense of safety in that moment. Now, every time he ventured outside, he would no longer need to fear the encroachment of bacteria or viruses. He could even disinfect his home in the process. Chapter 24. Unlocking the archive area at this moment, Qin Jian had 1376 points remaining. Naturally, he wouldn't hoard them. He intended to spend them all. However, he needed to consider where to allocate these points. Upgrading the core facility's barbed wire, that seemed unnecessary for the time being, as both its offensive and defensive capabilities were currently at peak levels. The traps had been entirely depleted by Feng Gu, yet 4 remained, and their effectiveness in luring zombies would not diminish significantly at all. Perhaps he should first examine the information on those so-called zombie dogs. Suddenly recalling something, Qin Jian accessed the system to check. System, what is this zombie dog data illustration? Lacking a detailed introduction, Qin Jian had to inquire further that IT belongs to the archive area of the shelter facilities. It is similar in nature to design blueprints. Viewed in detail. Please unlock the archive area and place it within. The system replied promptly. I need to spend points to unlock the archive area. Alas, I have never even obtained a design blueprint, and it's of a similar nature. Qin Jian pouted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Unlocking the archive area was not costly. It required only 500 points. Furthermore, he had nothing urgent to upgrade at the moment. Otherwise, he would have easily squandered over 2,000 points in the blink of an eye. Thus, Qin Jian spent 500 points to unlock the archive area. Boom! A loud noise echoed through the room, startling Qin Jian. Then, white smoke began to billow from one corner of the room. Cautiously, he approached to investigate, discovering that a new door had appeared in the wall of that corner. This must be the archive area. Qin Jian mused aloud, fanning away the smoke before pushing open the door. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a vast, elongated corridor. Towering bookshelves, exceeding 5 meters in height, flanked either side, crafted from sleek black ebony that appeared immaculate and brand new. Yet devoid of any books. Completely emptied, a metal ladder was positioned in one corner, and beyond that, there was nothing else. Was this not another realm entirely? Qin Jian couldn't help but express his incredulity. Just gazing at the seemingly endless corridor instilled in him a sense of unease. Whatever, it didn't matter. The system was omnipotent, after all. As he wandered between the bookshelves, he recalled the purpose of unlocking this place. To place the zombie dog data illustration into the archive area. System, I'm ready to place the zombie dog data illustration into the archive area. Qin Jian promptly declared. The data illustration vanished from the system's repository. Everything around him fell eerily silent, as if nothing had ever transpired. Qin Jian felt somewhat dazed. Was that it? Casting his gaze around, he noticed something at the top of the bookshelves near the entrance. A book was positioned at an angle. With a shrug, he grabbed the metal ladder and climbed up to retrieve the book, sitting on the ladder to read. Flipping the pages, he was met with a gruesome photograph, the image of a zombie dog. Goodness, does it have to be this terrifying? He thought. Accompanied by illustrations, this was more vivid than any horror novel he had encountered. Qin Jian shuddered and continued to flip through the pages. Zombie dog. Abbreviated as corpse dog, prior to infection, a member of the canine family. The rate of decay is faster than that of ordinary zombies. Some may even shed their skin, resulting in a grotesque and horrifying appearance. Their strength is comparable to that of zombies, while their speed is agile but weaker in resilience. Their primary mode of attack involves pouncing, favoring the act of severing their prey's throat. The virus within is potent. Those bit, after perusing this information, Qin Jian has significantly expanded his knowledge, particularly regarding the zombie's feigned death behavior, which he had yet to encounter. However, now that he is aware of it, he will certainly be more vigilant about any corpses he may come across during his outings. After all, who can truly ascertain whether they are indeed corpses? In any case, keeping a safe distance will suffice. Having immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, Qin Jian exited the archives he had made up his mind. With 676 points remaining, upgrading a pistol accessory should pose no issue. Thus, he retrieved his M9 pistol and opened the upgrade options. M9 pistol upgrade path. Military M9 pistol branches. Ammunition. 50 replenish 50 rounds of ammunition capacity. 100 replace with an extended magazine. Increasing from 15 to 32 rounds recoil. 200 replace with a high standard barrel. Enhancing grip and stock to effectively reduce shooting recoil durability. 500 completely replace the pistol body with high-grade materials. Extending its lifespan red dot sight. 500 add a low magnification red dot sight. Improving shooting accuracy, let us upgrade the capacity first. It's quite affordable. After reviewing the options, Qin Jian nodded and proceeded. The M9 successfully upgraded its capacity, with the extended magazine now significantly longer than the previous one. Additionally, Qin Jian made a remarkable discovery. All his spare M9 magazines had also been upgraded to extended magazines. This was an absolute windfall. With more bullets, his firepower was ample, effectively alleviating any fears of insufficient ammunition. Chapter 25. Officially setting out. Objective. Fu Qin Jian could hardly contain his eagerness to take his gun outdoors. After all, he had only practiced with it for a day, and he had yet to reach an expert level. His previous combat experience was largely exceptional, with most of the enemies he hit either lying motionless or facing away from him. One could hardly call it fair play. Stepping out of the yard, Qin Jian sought a nearby zombie, raised his gun, and fired. This was a rare moving target, far easier to hit than a zombie dog. The difficulty was just right and certainly beneficial for practice. After firing nearly a dozen rounds, the nearby zombie finally collapsed slowly to, "I told you so. The previous ones were merely lucky shots," Qin Jian thought, his expression darkening as he continued his search for moving targets. Throughout the day, Qin Jian immersed himself in shooting, expending over 300 rounds without a hint of concern. After all, bullets could be replenished. And for merely 50 points, he could restock 50 rounds of ammunition, equivalent to just 1 point per bullet, an undeniably affordable rate. Moreover, based on his calculations over the past few days, each bullet that took down a zombie yielded him more than 1 point. In summary, it was a guaranteed profit. In the evening, Qin Jian brought a half bag of rice he had acquired into the kitchen. Spending 200 points, he upgraded the kitchenware. Instantly, the kitchen brimmed with an array of new items, cutting boards, pots, bowls, forks, and spoons, all present. This even sparked a twinge of guilt in Qin Jian, making him wonder if that 200 points was perhaps a tad insufficient. He scooped 3 bowls of rice and poured them into the pot. Speaking of which, it had been ages since he last cooked. His skills had grown rather rusty, and he couldn't even recall the last time he had cooked. Nevertheless, frying rice should pose no challenge. After preparing the simple ingredients, Qin Jian donned an apron and the chef's hat gifted by the upgraded kitchen, creating a sense of occasion. Approximately an hour later, a serving of pickled vegetable and ham-fried rice was finally presented on the table. As a spoonful of glistening rice entered his mouth, Qin Jian savored it thoroughly. His astonishment, tears welled up in his eyes involuntarily. Indeed, the meal was delicious enough to bring him to tears. Even with only pickled vegetables and ham in the fried rice, it reminded him that it had been 3 years since he last savored a dish he prepared himself in his previous life. As an office worker, he would occasionally whip up a meal for himself. However, as his workload increased, he found himself with less and less time to cook, eventually abandoning his passion in favor of takeout. Later, when takeout became too expensive, he resorted to instant noodles. From being merely tired of them to outright disgust, he reached a point of complete sensory numbness concerning food, developing a uniquely severe case of anorexia. Aside from instant noodles, he felt no desire for any other food. Food was merely a means to fill his stomach, without any need for quality. Now he cast aside such notions as dusty memories began to awaken. Qin Jian felt a burgeoning resolve within him. For the sake of his health, he vowed to prepare a meal for himself every day. But what to do about the ingredients? It had been a week. The vegetables in the city must have spoiled by now. Even if they hadn't, the viruses and bacteria would surely cling to them, and consuming such would have dire consequences, as Qin Jian pondered the issue of ingredients. He savored the last remnants of his plate of fried rice. The aroma lingering in the room twisted and twirled, refusing to dissipate. Before bed, Qin Jian finished a bottle of warm milk and then made a firm decision. Tomorrow, he would officially venture out. His objective: ingredients, a variety of them. Anything that could be salvaged would suffice. Food is the essence of life. It is humanity's most fundamental necessity. Not only must he eat his fill, but he must also eat well. Even in this apocalyptic world, he insisted on indulging in exquisite meals. After all, he was extraordinary. He had the capability to strive for a better life. Why not try? Glancing at the neighborhood map, Qin Jian decided to head to the nearest Rongxing supermarket, seemingly the same one where he had previously purchased instant noodles. With his plans set, Qin Jian retired early to rest. The next morning, Qin Jian tallied his points. Survival confirmation, 30 points good sleep, 10 points nutritious and delicious meal, 20 points spike strip kill of zombies, 84 points zombie kills, 301 points zombie dog kills, 24 points human enemy kills, 140 points point summary, 677 remaining points. 1053 after some contemplation. Qin Jian resolved to upgrade the M9 to full configuration, given that he would be heading out today and unsure of how many zombies he might encounter in the supermarket. Elevating his primary weapon to the highest level was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Thus, apart from upgrading the M9's durability, Qin Jian spent a total of 700 points to enhance its recoil and red dot sight. As the stock and grip were fitted, Qin Jian grasped the M9 and tested its feel, gradually breaking into a smile. This sensation was akin to wielding a submachine gun. He could believe it could deliver the firepower of a submachine gun. The red dot sight was particularly crucial, as it was undoubtedly superior to iron sights. After all, with a reticle, it was nearly impossible to miss. The combination of the grip, stock, and sight all contributed to enhanced accuracy. Holding the M9, Qin Jian felt as if he were endowed with extraordinary abilities. Fully equipped, he spent an additional 100 points to replenish 100 rounds of ammunition, chewed a piece of gum, and declared, "All right, let's go to the supermarket and make it 7 trips in and out." Pushing open the door, a gust of wind rushed at him, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. The outdoor scene, in stark contrast to yesterday, bore an air of pallor. That pallor was the frost that had formed, and it was significantly colder than the day before. Moreover, judging by the trend, the temperature was likely to continue dropping. Originally, it was autumn with temperatures mild. If it dropped by 20 degrees, it would plummet below freezing. In such circumstances, survivors would not only have to contend with viruses and zombies, but also the sudden onset of winter. Those without spare winter clothing would find it perilous to venture out for supplies. And even staying indoors could be a death sentence. The only silver lining was that the threat of global warming was no longer a concern. But what did that matter to him? He was well-fed, warmly dressed, and fully equipped. While he might not be strutting around outside, he certainly wasn't in immediate danger of dying as he stepped outside. Qin Jian nearly slipped, almost losing his balance that a thin layer of ice had formed on the ground. It seemed that in addition to food, he would also need to find a pair of non-slip shoes. He mused. He then easily traversed the street, moving along without obstruction in fact, he didn't even spot a single zombie. Only numerous corpses sprawled across the ground. Wait, corpses? Suddenly, Qin Jian recalled what he had learned yesterday. Extreme temperatures, whether too high or too low, could cause zombies to feign death. So, could these bodies lying on the ground be? Qin Jian furrowed his brow as he gazed at a corpse blocking his path. Bang! Qin Jian pulled the trigger, firing a shot at the corpse. The body remained unresponsive, prompting him to cautiously fire 2 additional shots. To his astonishment, the corpse began to tremble violently, letting out a wail as it slowly raised its head. What a clever act of feigned death. Qin Jian was taken aback, grateful he had fired those extra shots. Subsequently, this pretender was met with a fatal shot to the head, finally meeting its true demise. Qin Jian had never anticipated that zombies could be so cunning. One shot, and it remained perfectly still. Had it been anyone else, they might have easily fallen into a trap. Exercise caution indeed. Qin Jian slowed his pace, endeavoring to navigate around the bodies strewn about him, and after much circumvention, he finally arrived at the Rongxing supermarket. The entrance was a scene of utter devastation. The walls were spattered with dry blood, and various dismembered corpses lay in disarray. The chill of the low temperature, accompanied by a biting wind, dissipated the stench of decay, yet it also heralded death, given the presence of intact corpses at the entrance. Qin Jian proceeded with utmost care. He first used his firearm to probe the area. Then, emboldened, he approached closer with his long knife, testing the lifeless forms. Almost every head he encountered was pierced by his blade. None feigned death. With a sense of relief, Qin Jian pressed on, stepping into the supermarket. However, what greeted him was yet another tableau of corpses. Indeed, there were so many that he instinctively resorted to the term a multitude to describe their quantity. Chapter 26. Survivors on the Rooftop. In the current predicament, Qin Jian could no longer avoid the bodies. To procure items from the shelves, he had to continue his probing. Either these corpses included some playing dead, or they were all merely feigning death. Climbing atop the checkout counter, he gazed into the depths of the expansive supermarket, which was littered with cadavers. He estimated there were over 100. He could only hope that among these 100, merely one was feigning death. Qin Jian had no intention of employing a tedious method of elimination one by one. Instead, he opted for a more straightforward and forceful approach, creating noise. After all, zombies possessed keen hearing, and he doubted they would continue to feign death upon hearing a commotion. At the supermarket entrance stood a grand vase, exquisitely designed with pale blue patterns that highlighted the profound culture of Kyushu porcelain. Had it not been for his urgent need, Qin Jian would have coveted the opportunity to take it for himself. Finding the right angle, he kicked the vase, which toppled gracefully to the side. Crash! The sharp sound reverberated through the air as the vase shattered into pieces. In the aftermath, Qin Jian heard wails emanating from all directions. His astonishment. Every corpse before him began to rise. In that moment, it felt as if he had been transported back to the chaotic scenes of supermarket rushes, teeming with crowds and vibrant activity. Without firing a single shot, Qin Jian spun on his heel and bolted from the supermarket. This was utterly contrary to his intentions. It was not merely one among 100 pretending to be dead. It was clear that 100 of them were feigning death, with only one truly lifeless. Perhaps the vase's crash had resonated too loudly, rousing even the zombies outside the supermarket, obstructing his path. Qin Jian was not inclined to indulge these obstructions. He raised his firearm and fired. With an impressive 32 rounds in his M9, he unleashed a torrent of firepower. Before he had even emptied a magazine, several zombies had already crumpled to the ground, irrevocably lifeless. Though it might sound exaggerated, to Qin Jian, the M9 equipped with a red dot sight and a gripstock that mitigated recoil was a masterpiece of precision. Wherever he aimed, he hit. With a couple of shots, he obliterated the skull of a zombie. However, with hundreds on his tail, Qin Jian dared not linger and continued his flight. In truth, he was not merely fleeing from the horde. He had already devised a strategy to deal with them, to lure them towards the barbed wire of the shelter, orchestrating their collective demise. After all, the shelter was not far from the supermarket. He estimated it would take less than half an hour for the zombie horde to arrive. Over 100 zombies should yield several hundred points, he mused, feeling a sense of pride as he turned back to fire at the horde, intent on diverting their attention from him. As long as there weren't over 100 zombie dogs among them, he could still lead them away. Meanwhile, atop the modest rooftop of Rongxing's supermarket, several heads emerged, each obscured by a mask, staring in astonishment at Qin Jian's direction. They had witnessed his every action. Who is this man? Has he lost his mind? From his demeanor, it did not appear as though he was fleeing. Among them, a man and a woman clad in law enforcement uniforms were discussing Qin Jian. This group, consisting of 2 women and 4 men, comprised a total of 6 individuals. Their specific roles included enforcers: a doctor, a retired worker, an unemployed individual, and a student. Jiang Yingxue, age 28, had been an enforcer for 6 years. Her apprentice, Shun Haidong, was 4 years her junior. The 2 had been dispatched as a unit by their superiors a month prior and had been patrolling the northern district. When a disaster struck, they happened to pass by Rongxing's supermarket. Initially, they thought there had been a riot, but soon realized the situation was far more complex, prompting them to organize a rescue operation. However, the number of people in the supermarket was overwhelming, and with only the 2 of them, they could ultimately save only a handful of individuals, retreating to the rooftop. Their decision to hide atop the supermarket was born of necessity. But at that moment, it was also the best course of action. Originally, their group had boasted over 20 members. For the first 2 days, they remained relatively united, but by the 3rd day, internal strife arose. Some could not tolerate Jiang Yingshue's food distribution rules and banded together to venture out independently. Others clamored to return home, eager to rescue their families. In light of the fervent dissent, Jiang Yingxue reluctantly acquiesced, allowing more than half of them to depart, securing them with ropes to the cement pipe, enabling them to escape along the sidewall. In the days that followed, more individuals left until only the 6 of them remained. Though they could not comprehend why the young man who had entered the supermarket deliberately made such noise, rousing over 100 undead, this was perhaps a fortuitous event for them. After all, he had drawn the entire horde away. Jiang Yingxue perceived the current moment as an opportune time to scavenge for supplies and promptly declared, "Xiao Shun, let us head downstairs." Sister Shui, isn't that too risky right now? Shun Haidong understood Jiang Yingshue's intent, but hesitated. After all, these undead were cunning and had previously bitten their retired team member, Old Fu, by pretending to be lifeless. "We have no time to waste. If we don't find some warm clothing soon, we will freeze to death here tonight." Jiang Yingshue's voice rose significantly. She was no fool. Today's temperatures had dropped at least 10 degrees compared to yesterday, and it seemed they would continue to plummet. This moment, food was secondary. Without winter clothing, they would inevitably perish atop the rooftop. Ugh! What on earth has happened to this world? Not only have people turned half dead, but the weather has gone haywire too. Shun Haidong could not help but complain, glancing at the middle-aged man beside old Zhang. The middle-aged man, named Fu Hao, was old Fu's son. "Hey, come here," Shun Haidong called. Having learned that the 30-something man was still relying on his father and had been less than proactive during their earlier collective efforts, I still need to take care of my dad." Fu Hao replied with an awkward smile before turning to the elderly man leaning against the wall, asking, "Dad, how are you feeling now?" Old Fu waved his hand to indicate he was fine, though his pale, weak complexion belied the truth. "Ugh, Shun Haidong sighed helplessly before shifting his gaze to a young female college student. The studentess' face turned pale with fear as she shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "I won't go. I won't go. I'll go with you." At that moment, an elderly man in his 50s stood up, saying, "If possible, could you visit my clinic? Dr. Liu, we need to assess the situation outside. We'll notify you upon our return. But for safety's sake, you should stay behind for now." Jiang Yingshu interjected, attempting to deter him. "Very well," Dr. Liu replied sternly, nodding his head in acquiescence. The two swiftly cleared the obstruction at the rooftop door. But as soon as they opened it, a zombie lunged forward. "Watch out, Sister Shui." Shin Haidong immediately pushed Jiang Yingshu aside and pulled the trigger, but rather than the expected gunfire, a crisp clicking sound rang out. "I'm out of bullets." Shun Haidong froze, momentarily stunned. As the zombie drew near, he screamed and fell back on the ground. Bang! A gunshot then rang out, and the zombie's head exploded, collapsing lifelessly. This scene startled a nearby female student into a scream. While the others turned pale, retreating to a safe distance, Jiang Yingshu set down her firearm and hurried to assist him. "Actually, I'm nearly out of bullets as well," Jiang Yingshu murmured, a hint of resignation on her face. "Sister Shui, I'm sorry." After the close call, the two descended the stairs and entered the supermarket. Chapter 27. Encountering human enemies again. Qin Jian had exhausted 2 magazines, successfully stabilizing the aggro of the horde. It should be fine now. All he needed was... Suddenly, Qin Jian's train of thought was interrupted by the sound of barking dogs behind him. Cursing softly, he quickly turned to look. 2 zombie dogs were charging towards him. Roughly 20 meters away, one in front of the other. Bang! Bang! Qin Jian squeezed the trigger. If he was not mistaken, this was his first face-to-face confrontation with zombie dogs without the protection of barbed wire. Though they moved swiftly, they were charging straight at him, allowing Qin Jian to easily hit the foremost zombie dog. Once struck, the zombie dog stumbled, its speed greatly reduced, allowing Qin Jian to fire several more shots in rapid succession. The lead corpse dog was struck by 3 bullets in its body and 1 in its head, rolling on the ground a few times before succumbing instantly. However, this was not the end of the matter, for its demise afforded its companions a precious moment. Originally, Qin Jian intended to distribute his fire evenly among his targets, but it was precisely because the corpse dog fortuitously shielded its brethren from the bullets that the remaining creature effortlessly surged towards Qin Jian. In a moment of dire urgency, Qin Jian discarded his M9 and drew the long knife from his waist, bringing it down in a swift arc. The blade cleaved through the air with a resounding slice, landing squarely upon the corpse dog's skull, bisecting its face with alarming precision. Blood sprayed across Qin Jian's protective gear, prompting an instinctual movement to shield his face. He then flicked his wrist, shaking the severed body off his blade. Miraculously unscathed, he laughed in relief, glancing back at the horde of corpses before making a hasty retreat into the shelter. Perhaps it was the noxious stench of the chemical traps in the yard that heightened the zombies' frenzy, their pace quickening as a glint of ravenous desire flickered in their eyes, as if an abundance of fresh meat awaited them. This frenzied horde was a veritable nightmare for ordinary survivors, as none could halt their relentless advance. Even a most composed individual would tremble at the sight of such a multitude. Yet their path grew narrow, bringing them face to face with a formidable adversary. This individual was terrifying precisely because he could dismantle the fearsome horde without lifting a finger. What a spectacle it was! At this moment, Qin Jian had returned to the yard, closing the door behind him, unable to suppress a feeling of awe as he observed the encroaching undead. For once, he could experience the sensation of being besieged by zombies. Of course, the outcome of this siege would likely result in the complete annihilation of the undead. While he would profit a few hundred points as the zombies approached the wire fence, colliding with it one by one until they perished, Qin Jian felt it was time to step back and cease his oversight. After all, their focus had shifted from him to the repugnant traps in the yard, indicating that he could now retreat safely, as the animosity had been entirely redirected. Thus, Qin Jian stealthily opened the back door of the yard and dashed off to scavenge supplies from the supermarket. With a bounty of goods in tow, he anticipated returning home just in time to collect the remains of the horde, a plan that could not be more flawless. As he reveled in this thought, he moved quickly, Although he approached from the side, he remained within close proximity to the zombies, who were oblivious to his presence, fixated instead on the tantalizing traps in the yard point 5 minutes later. He found himself back in the supermarket, where the scene was now a stark contrast to before. While it remained dilapidated, with bloodstains and even a few skeletal remains in the corners, the absence of any visible corpses was a welcome sight. The shelves still held a considerable amount of goods, though most had fallen to the ground, making retrieval cumbersome. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to Qin Jian. Once he cleared the zombies from this place, it would belong to him. It appeared that the nearby survivors had likely perished, for how else could the shelves be so well stocked? Alternatively, it was possible that many survivors had attempted to raid this supermarket, but had ultimately met their demise. Becoming part of the very horde that now roamed, he dismissed such thoughts, reasoning that even if some survivors remained, he could easily scare them away or, if necessary, resort to force, with a smile on his face. He grabbed a bloodied shopping cart, ready for an exhilarating spree of free shopping. From every conceivable angle, this day had been a long time coming. He could take whatever he wanted without spending a single cent, sampling items and discarding them at will. His actions were wholly unrestrained, for this supermarket now belonged to him. However, as he lowered his gaze, he discovered a severed hand in the cart, the origin of which was unknown. He promptly tossed it aside. Oh, Shuejie, hand. Be cautious, there must still be zombies nearby. Yet the next moment, startled exclamations echoed from the direction he had thrown the hand. Qin Jian froze, instinctively crouching behind the cart. Silence fell over the supermarket, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. From above, it would seem that only a shelf separated the two parties. Now, Qin Jian stealthily maneuvered alongside the shelf, adopting an exceedingly cautious posture on the other side. Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong used a waist-high grocery counter as cover, slowing their movements to tread quietly. Both were undoubtedly intent on locating each other. Yet their motivations diverged. Qin Jian sought the whereabouts of the man and woman, while they mistook him for a zombie, searching for his position. They should be right next to us. Shoo. Keep your voice down. There may be more than one that I'll circle around, and we can flank them. Okay, not at that moment. Qin Jian overheard their conversation, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Just next door, as he speculated. He noticed a gap between the shelves that allowed him to catch a glimpse of the adjacent situation. Suddenly, a figure slipped by, none other than Shun Haidong, who was attempting to circle around. Qin Jian, unaware of his identity, turned sharply to fixate on him. Law enforcement member? Upon recognizing Shun Haidong's attire, Qin Jian was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this supermarket was under official regulation? No, if that were the case, why hadn't they cleared out the zombies? Contemplating the first thought left him feeling somewhat disconcerted, as it would thwart his aspiration to claim dominion over this territory. However, upon considering the second thought, he felt a flicker of hope. Besides, it appeared there were only two law enforcers. Perhaps they were simply stragglers or imposters. Regardless, it was prudent to ascertain the truth first. Perhaps with a gesture of goodwill followed by a show of strength. Just as he pondered this, another figure passed by. Jiang Yingxue. Qin Jian stole a glance and noticed she was armed, yet he felt no alarm. It was entirely normal for law enforcement members to carry weapons, suggesting they were indeed legitimate enforcers that a sudden idea struck him. He could inquire about their situation from behind the shelf without engaging in direct conversation. Yet, just as he prepared to speak, he noticed the woman turning back in the blink of an eye. Her figure vanished like a specter. Suddenly, with a clatter, the items on the shelf betrayed their presence. The woman's face appeared between two products, her eyes sharp and her gun still trained on Qin Jian. Naturally, he spotted her as well, and upon seeing the icy barrel directed at him, his mind blanked in shock. A human? Jiang Yingxue had sensed something lurking behind the neighboring shelf earlier and intended to return for a surprise attack, directly targeting the zombie she presumed to be there. Yet, upon realizing the figure was human, she froze, quickly recognizing him as the young man who had drawn away hundreds of zombies moments ago. How did he return so swiftly? Just as she was about to lower her weapon and greet him, Qin Jian abruptly raised his M9 and began firing indiscriminately. Bang! 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 Though Qin Jian maintained his composure, he was not so calm as to overlook the imminent threat posed by her weapon. His instinct was not to engage in a verbal standoff, but rather to act preemptively. Believing she would pose a danger to him, .2 bullets whizzed past Jiang Yingshue's ears, jolting her back to reality as she instinctively ducked for cover. She had never expected that upon making eye contact with him, he would open fire. While she was aware he possessed a firearm and had speculated about his identity as a fellow enforcer, she had never imagined him to be a remorseless madman. After all, at first glance, his demeanor and appearance seemed so youthful. Yet, to see another human being and not utter a single word before immediately resorting to gunfire, it became evident that one could not judge others merely by appearances. She had underestimated him. In a matter of seconds, Jiang Yingxue recalibrated her perception of Qin Jian from a potential ally to a cold-blooded fugitive. Simultaneously, she retaliated, and thus the two engaged in a frenzied exchange of gunfire across the shelf. The products between them were easily shattered and pierced, with stray bullets ricocheting off the shelves, igniting brilliant sparks in the air. However, perhaps due to the peculiarity of the shooting angle and the equal prowess of both parties, neither was ultimately able to strike the other. Yet, when it comes to sustained firepower, how could Jiang Yingxue possibly compete with Qin Jian? Jiang Yingxue wielded a domestically produced Type 07 new handgun with a magazine capacity of 8 rounds, while Qin Jian's M9 boasted a capacity of 32 rounds, 4 times that of hers. Disregarding the disparity in other accessories, as Jiang Yingxue took cover and chambered her weapon, Qin Jian was still in the midst of unleashing a torrent of bullets. Perhaps it was Qin Jian's lightning-fast reflexes that left Jiang Yingxue in a state of panic, her mind racing with wild thoughts. Was that weapon in his hand a submachine gun? Or perhaps it was silenced? Could he be a fugitive drug dealer from the internet? How could he possess such superior equipment, better than that of law enforcement? Just as Jiang Yingxue was still in shock, a bullet grazed her delicate fair cheek, the searing pain giving her a chilling sense of impending doom. Startled, she loosened her grip, sending the unchambered magazine flying, and instinctively dropped to the ground, shielding her head with her hands. It was then that Qin Jian prepared to chamber another round. Meanwhile, Shun Haidong rushed over in haste. "Sister Shui, don't come over!" Bang, bang, bang. Losing sight of the woman, Qin Jian naturally redirected his weapon towards the man. Shun Haidong's face turned pale, and with a terrified cry, he lunged forward, narrowly avoiding the bullets. Both parties had lost their line of sight, yet Qin Jian was acutely aware that neither dared to make a reckless move, maintaining the pressure with his firepower. Although this notion may seem unrealistic, Qin Jian genuinely contemplated shooting through the shells to hit his opponents. After all, he still had 10 magazines, totaling over 300 rounds. He was confident he could obliterate them. "Hey, brother, stop shooting. We are human beings, not zombies." "Hey, can you hear me?" Shun Haidong interjected, his voice trembling amidst the gunfire. Qin Jian heard him but remained silent, continuing to fire. "Stop it, brother. We should have a proper conversation." After depleting 4 or 5 magazines and creating a breach in the shells before him, Jiang Yingxue could no longer hold her tongue. She felt that any retaliation was futile, based on the overwhelming firepower demonstrated. She would even believe that the opponent was carrying an arsenal. The only way to ensure their survival now was to negotiate, given the urgency with which the other party had arrived at the supermarket. It was clear they were there to scavenge for resources. Allowing them to loot wouldn't be the worst outcome, as there were still plenty of supplies available. The priority was to stabilize the other party's emotions. Of course, she could not allow them to monopolize the resources. Negotiation does not end with the first round. There is always a second. Having served in the past as a negotiation expert, she had successfully brokered deals with numerous hostage-takers. She was confident in her ability to de-escalate the situation. Qin Jian, not having lost his reason, ceased fire upon hearing the mention of negotiation. "What do you wish to discuss?" "Let us begin with introductions. I am Jiang Yingxue, a law enforcer, and this is Shun Haidong, also a law enforcer. I am Qin Jian. May I ask why, as law enforcers, you seek to kill me?" Qin Jian introduced himself first, then posed a direct question. "Kill you? We." Jiang Yingxue paused, realizing the earlier misunderstanding. It dawned on her that it had all been a mere misinterpretation. She had mistakenly taken Qin Jian for a zombie. and fortunately recognized her error in time. While he had assumed she was about to shoot him, prompting his counterattack. "Listen, brother, I owe you an apology. That was entirely my fault. I mistook you for a zombie and almost fired." Yet upon hearing Jiang Yingshue's explanation, Qin Jian shook his head. "I do not believe you. Unless you can prove that you are law enforcers." Shen Haidong sighed and quickly stood up, causing Qin Jian's gun to immediately point at him. "Don't panic, brother. Does my uniform not suffice as proof of our identity?" Shen Haidong hurriedly tugged at his uniform, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Do you take me for a fool? If I picked up a uniform from the ground and put it on, I could impersonate a law enforcer too." Hearing Qin Jian's words, Shen Haidong was left dumbfounded. The logic was sound and undeniably convincing. Had he donned a uniform earlier and claimed to be a law enforcer, he might have been taken to the station for questioning. But now, with societal order in disarray, one could don a uniform or even run naked through the streets without anyone batting an eye. "Xiao Shun, stop dawdling. Get out your duty badge." At that moment, Jiang Yingxue stood up and quickly reminded him. "Right, the duty badge," Shen Haidong finally recalled, visibly relieved, as if he had grasped a lifeline. "This will prove our identities." "Let me show you." Jiang Yingxue slid their duty badges along the shelf toward Qin Jian. Qin Jian caught them deftly, examining the badges while still keeping his gun trained on the two. "Put down your weapon. There is no need for such caution," Jiang Yingxue suggested, but Qin Jian merely frowned at her without complying. Only after scrutinizing their badges did he slowly lower his weapon. The photographs on the duty badges were irrefutable. They were indeed law enforcers. The farce came to an end. Qin Jian felt a sense of relief wash over him, though his mood remained somewhat tense. After all, a significant issue still loomed before him. Chapter 29. An alliance? Qin Jian, why not join us? Let's get to know each other better. Jiang Yingxue spoke up, a sweet smile gracing her features, making it difficult for anyone to feel on guard. Qin Jian lowered his weapon and navigated around the shelves until he stood face to face with the two. Jiang Yingxue extended her hand directly. Qin Jian hesitated for a moment before realizing she intended to shake hands, a gesture symbolizing reconciliation and goodwill. Her hands were remarkably delicate and fair, as soft as cake. Yet for reasons he could not quite articulate, Qin Jian felt an inexplicable aversion. Ever since his fiancée had betrayed him, he had grown wary of women. "Where do you hail from?" Qin Jian. "Why should I disclose my origins?" Qin Jian replied with a smile. Jiang Yingxue was momentarily taken aback. "All right, then let me go first. Our small team consists of 6 members, currently residing on the rooftop of this supermarket. Besides the 2 of us, the others are students, a doctor, and retired workers. We saw you draw away all the zombies in the supermarket. You are quite impressive and brave. I am truly grateful for your assistance in resolving this troublesome issue. Although we had a slight misunderstanding earlier, thankfully, it was all a miscommunication, and we suffered no losses. You must be here to scavenge for supplies. So please do so quickly. This place is still quite dangerous." Jiang Yingxue spoke rapidly, seemingly not allowing Qin Jian a chance to interject. Nevertheless, he could discern the underlying implications in her words, particularly the last statement. In essence, she wanted the supermarket, and so did he. The implication was clear. As a token of gratitude, they would allow him to scour the supermarket for supplies before hastily sending him on his way. Qin Jian had no intention of letting them take advantage of the situation. Just as Qin Jian suspected, Jiang Yingxue harbored such intentions. Not only that, but she also had further ambitions to recruit Qin Jian. Indeed, the quality of their equipment and weaponry was extraordinarily lavish. Protective suits, gas masks, protective gloves, and a fully equipped M9 handgun with firepower rivaling that of a submachine gun, with him on their side. The survival chances of the team would significantly increase. Should he agree to scavenge for supplies, she would promptly invite Qin Jian to join their ranks. If he were to consent again, everything would proceed according to her plan. Seamlessly in that scenario, they would both save a portion of resources while enlisting a formidable ally. Furthermore, it was likely that he would share his resource points, allowing them to replenish their ammunition, of course. If there happened to be surplus protective suits and gas masks, that would be even better. She would no longer have to wear this tattered cloth, cowering from the bacteria in the air. If Qin Jian were aware of Jiang Yingshue's thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly retort, "What nonsense are you thinking? Jiang Ingxue boldly laid her cards on the table, half-jokingly suggesting, "Why not join our team? You seem so cautious. Surely you're alone." Qin Jian disregarded her two statements and said, "Can you reason with me?" This remark left both of them utterly perplexed. I 1T beat around the bush. Even if you're law enforcers, this supermarket now belongs to me. Either of you have objections? Qin Jian looked between the two, spreading his hands. What? What did you say? Jiang Ingxue was momentarily stunned. This was an audacious demand. Shun Haidong could no longer contain himself and quickly interjected. Brother Qin, you must be joking. This is tantamount to seizing our territory. We took control of this place a week ago. You're the one being unreasonable. This territory is not yours. IT was overrun by more than 100 zombies, and I was able to eliminate those zombies, while you could not. Therefore, it now belongs to me. That is perfectly reasonable, is it not? Qin Jian's words were concise and to the point, striking right at the heart of the matter. Shun Haidong's face turned pale. How could there be any errors in such a statement? If it weren't for the horde of over 100 zombies in the supermarket hindering their ability to scavenge for supplies, there wouldn't be any disagreements over resources, nor would people leave or scatter. We are all of the same origin, striving for survival. Why must you act this way? If we were to ally, wouldn't the supermarket belong to you as well? At that moment, Jiang Ingxue awkwardly attempted to persuade him, refusing to believe that she couldn't sway this young lad. Little did she know, Qin Jian was far older than he appeared and had endured far more tumultuous experiences than she had. I feel I've said enough. There's no need for further explanation. Qin Jian sighed, loading his M9 with a crisp click. This was merely a show of intimidation. He certainly had no intention of killing the enforcers without cause. Upon hearing that clear sound of the weapon being chambered, both of them felt a shiver run down their spines, sensing that further conversation could lead to dire consequences. Very well, we shall concede this supermarket to you. However, you must grant us a means of survival, allowing us to take a few warm garments. Jiang Ingxue's voice trembled. Absolutely not, that if you wish to negotiate, you must pay. Qin Jian retorted, glaring at that moment. Shun Haidong turned around and jokingly inquired, "All right, Boss Qin, how much do your clothes cost?" He then nonchalantly pulled out his wallet. Yet, Qin Jian waved his hand dismissively. "That I never said you had to pay with money. I wouldn't accept even 10 billion if it were offered." Shun Haidong, having been rebuffed multiple times by Qin Jian, threw up his hands in resignation and stepped aside, a bitter expression on his face. "Fine, I'll 1T get involved." Jiang Ingxue, not yet despondent, hastily proposed, "What if I trade you some goods of equivalent value for the warm clothing?" "Sure, I'm all ears," Qin Jian replied. Jiang Ingxue frowned in deep thought. They still had some food and drink left. But surely Qin Jian wouldn't want those. After all, he now possessed a supermarket. Medicines and medical supplies. Yes, those are things he would definitely need. She exclaimed that we have plenty of medications and medical equipment, all brand new. Qin Jian inhaled sharply, contemplating he indeed lacked such items, but he had no immediate need for them. "How about this? Save the medicines for me. But do you have any fresh vegetables?" Qin Jian shifted the topic. For his primary aim in coming to the supermarket was to rescue the vegetables. "Whatever you have, I'll take it. I certainly won't complain about having too much." Jiang Ingxue nodded without hesitation and called for Shun Haidong to go upstairs to find fresh produce. Meanwhile, Qin Jian returned to fetch a cart and soon arrived at the vegetable section. Upon seeing the neatly arranged fresh vegetables wrapped in cling film, he couldn't help but beam with joy. "Oh, everything seems complete. I'll pick a few today and come back tomorrow," he mused aloud. But as he approached the vegetable stand, he suddenly froze. Although the vegetables appeared fresh from a distance, a closer inspection revealed that those wrapped in cling film were riddled with rot. This was no ordinary decay. It manifested in a web-like pattern, dense and unsettling. Far from typical vegetable maladies. Goodness, have the vegetables come to life? In that instant, Qin Jian was startled by a cabbage that suddenly leaped up beside him, landing right at his feet, prompting him to kick it aside. His astonishment. The cabbage lay on the ground, making strange noises as it rolled over, revealing two black tendrils sprouting from its top. The tendrils writhed in midair, causing the cabbage to tumble back and forth. Witnessing such a grotesque scene, Qin Jian felt he would need a lifetime to recover. Chapter 30. The watchdog, although he had no idea why these vegetables had mutated in such a bizarre manner. Qin Jian was resolute in confronting the situation rather than fleeing. He advanced towards the tendril-bearing cabbage, intent on crushing it beneath his foot. Wait, perhaps it's not the best approach. I wouldn't want to dirty my shoes. He suddenly reconsidered, pulling out a lighter. Like lighting a firecracker, he bent down to ignite the cabbage's root, then hastily retreated. To his shock, the ignited cabbage emitted a sound akin to a baby's cry. You might as well scare me to death, Qin Jian grimaced, glancing at the now charred cabbage before setting fire to the nearby vegetable stands. One could anticipate what other monstrosities might emerge from among those vegetables. Moreover, with the produce already ravaged by bacteria, the only solution to prevent their contamination of other goods was to incinerate them. 5 minutes later, several vegetable stands were engulfed in roaring flames. Of course, Qin Jian was no fool. He had kicked away any flammable materials to prevent other sections from being affected. When Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong descended from upstairs, they were taken aback by the blazing vegetable section in the distance. Initially startled, they soon calmed upon seeing Qin Jian standing there, utterly unfazed. Sorry to keep you waiting. How about this? Jiang Yingxue approached Qin Jian, offering 2 carrots. They were the last of their vegetables, salvaged from Old Foo's basket. Had it not been for the eggs and vegetables from Old Foo's basket, their group would have likely disbanded that very day. Just these 2? Qin Jian asked, regarding the carrots with some disdain. There are a couple more, but they're rather special. Jiang Yingxue glanced back at Shun Haidong, who handed her 2 flower pots. Tea first side of the pots. Qin Jian frowned. Are you trying to fool me with potted plants? Is this some kind of joke? No. Take a closer look, Shun Haidong urged. Qin Jian leaned in to examine the pots and discovered they contained not flowers, but rather green onions and garlic. These were things Shun Haidong had stumbled upon in a corner of the rooftop. Seemingly fully grown. Normally, these would be considered vegetables, provided the recipient didn't mind. Qin Jian certainly had no qualms about green onions and garlic, as they could be turned into food and boasted detoxifying and anti-cancer properties. In this post-apocalyptic world, their value had significantly increased. However, recalling the previous vegetables covered in rot and even sprouting legs, Qin Jian swallowed hard and said, I'll need to check them first to see if they have legs. The 2 exchanged bewildered glances, as they had not witnessed the earlier spectacle. Thankfully, after inspecting the vegetables, he found nothing amiss. All right, the trade is complete. 2 carrots for garlic bulbs and 4 green onions translates to 10 sets of warm clothing. Since clothing is of no use to me, I'll let you have a bit of a bargain, Qin Jian calculated. Jiang Yingxue felt this was somewhat unworthy and quickly inquired, we only need 6 sets. Could we exchange the remaining 4 for something else? Qin Jian frowned, casting a disdainful glance at her. I suggest you keep some spare clothing, as temperatures may drop below 0 in a few days. 1 outfit, 1 tea suffice. How do you know? Jiang Yingxue asked, puzzled. I just guessed, Qin Jian replied without hesitation. Thus, the 2 parties engaged in a brief negotiation, and ultimately, Jiang Yingxue's group conceded, taking a basket of warm clothing upstairs. Before leaving, Qin Jian shared his address with them, expressing his willingness to trade should they come across any surplus fresh vegetables. He also cautioned them not to pilfer from the supermarket in his absence, or else they would find themselves without a place to stay on that rooftop. Jiang Yingxue and her companion certainly dared not disregard his warning, as even if they harbored thieving intentions, they lacked the courage to act. Qin Jian, while verbally warning them against targeting the supermarket, recognized he could not remain there to catch them in the act. Moreover, it would be quite easy for them to steal. Given the sheer volume of goods in the store, he wouldn't notice if something went missing. Just as Qin Jian was lost in thought, he noticed 4 corpse dogs suddenly materialize from who knows where, now blocking the entrance as they feasted on a nearby corpse. Taking on 4 at once was decidedly perilous. After all, he had barely managed to defeat 2 earlier, with the second one being a blind luck kill. However, there was a back door to the supermarket. Perhaps I have a clever plan. Qin Jian suddenly conceived a brilliant idea that would serve 2 purposes. He could evade these 4 corpse dogs while simultaneously having them serve as his watchdogs. Let's give it a try. Qin Jian nodded to himself, quietly maneuvering the cart out through the back door, maintaining a distance of about 20 meters from the dogs. before calling out to them. Hey! A sudden sound startled the 4 corpse hounds, causing them to freeze momentarily. It was then that they caught sight of fresh meat before them and surged forward with great ferocity. In that fleeting moment after shouting, Qin Jian turned and fled. The speed at which the hounds pursued him exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he was not far from the back door. Mere seconds later, he reached the exit, leaving the door ajar to observe the hounds' movements. As the 4 hounds lunged at him, he swiftly slammed the back door shut. Bang! Bang! The resounding noise of their collision echoed as Qin Jian engaged the deadbolt, listening intently for a couple of seconds to confirm they were still battering against the door. He then dashed with remarkable speed around to the front entrance. As he slammed the front door shut, the hounds were momentarily taken aback, spotting the tantalizing figure of fresh meat where they had just dined, and immediately turned back with tongues lolling. Meanwhile, Qin Jian had retrieved a chain lock and a set of keys from beneath his feet, securing the door. The hounds crashed against it once more, their heads striking with such force that blood began to ooze out. The crimson liquid splattered against the transparent glass, creating fine cracks, prompting Qin Jian to instinctively lean back. Calmly, he pulled down the rolling shutter above him, locked it with the chain lock's key, and turned to fetch a cart, departing with purpose. Everything unfolded thus. Having expended 1,800 points, Qin Jian swiftly unlocked the 3 facilities. As the house trembled, a cloud of dust suddenly arose. Qin Jian darted to the door, instinctively picking up the gas mask at his feet and donning it. Approximately 5 minutes later, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. In the hall, a platform adorned with a mysterious beam of light materialized, alongside an object resembling a blackboard, while another door emerged in the corner of the hall. The platform was presumably the pharmaceutical crafting station, with the blackboard flickering with text, undoubtedly a task list. As for the door, aside from the recreational area, it was unlikely to lead to anything else. With satisfaction, Qin Jian strolled to the center of the hall, surveying his surroundings and nodding emphatically. The first-floor facilities were fully unlocked. This implied that the second floor should also be accessible. However, Qin Jian refrained from hastily heading to the stairs, opting instead to first examine the specific functions of the newly unlocked items. After all, even if the greenhouse on the second floor was unlocked, he lacked seeds for cultivation, but he placed the blueprint for the blue pill within the pharmaceutical crafting station and began to investigate. Pharmaceutical crafting station upgrade path. Level 2 pharmaceutical crafting station, 5000, overview. A platform for crafting special medications, usable for temporarily enhancing physical capabilities, craftable items. Red pill, 500 units of medicine. Blue pill, 1000 units of medicine. Sharp eye elixir, 1,500 units of medicine. Chapter 32. Accepting tasks, crafting the double-barreled shotgun. Upon reading this, Qin Jian found himself momentarily stunned. This was the first time he encountered a crafting mechanism that required not only points but also other resources. However, he could not quite grasp the concept of units of medicine. Thus, he resolved to consult the system regarding this matter. The system promptly responded. Host. The pharmaceutical crafting station is equipped with a drug decomposition machine. By placing various types of medications or raw materials into the machine, it will yield units of medicine. The quantity of units obtained will depend on the freshness and rarity of the decomposed items. Oh, thank you for the clarification, Qin Jian nodded in response. Now he understood that he needed to utilize various medicines in the decomposition machine to extract units of medicine. However, purchasing these medications with points seemed rather impractical, especially since the cheapest option required 500 points, money that could be better spent upgrading equipment. Even if he wasn't particularly concerned about spending points, relying solely on point purchases would not allow him to maintain a stockpile. It would be a case of buying as needed. Thus, utilizing units of medicine for crafting was undoubtedly the most economical choice. Currently, he had no medicines to decompose, not even a single one. However, acquiring medications was not a daunting task. Less than 2 kilometers from his home, there was a pharmacy. Moreover, Zhang Yingxue had mentioned just yesterday that she had a plethora of medicines on hand. Yet, given her proximity, it would be more convenient to procure the medications from her. Nevertheless, there was no rush. Before visiting her, he decided to examine the effects of the 3 medications. After a thorough review, he discovered the following. The red pill would instantly restore 50% of bodily injuries and accelerate healing by tenfold for 3 days, serving as an emergency aid. The blue pill was not what he had initially assumed. Instead, it granted a 3-day immunity, preventing any bacteria or viruses from invading his body. This meant that even if he were to be bitten by a zombie or a corpse dog, as long as the antibody buff remained active, he would not contract an infection. Regardless of the severity of the bite, its defensive properties were indeed formidable. Lastly, the Sharp Eye Elixir enhanced offensive capabilities, significantly boosting strength and speed, while also sharpening the senses of smell, hearing, and sight for a duration of 2 days. Each of these medications was more impressive than the last. Furthermore, they had no adverse effects and could even be consumed simultaneously for compounded benefits. Once he ingested all 3, he emerged as an invincible force in the outside world. Having completed his examination of the pharmaceutical crafting station, Qin Jian approached the task list. The tasks displayed were clearly delineated, each separated by a beam of light, totaling 3 tasks. Task list upgrade path. Medium task list, 2000. Overview. Responsible for providing the Fortress Lord with tasks to complete. Updated weekly. Task 1. Personally slay 50 zombies. Reward. 500 points. Task 2. Personally slay 15 corpse dogs. Reward. 800 points. Task 3. Provide assistance to a survivor. Reward. An additional random reward from the corpse disposal machine. Note: all completed tasks will be aggregated with daily points. The difficulty of these tasks seems manageable. Upon reviewing the details, Qin Jian's eyes brightened. He had initially expected the system to assign him some dreadful tasks. Personally slaying monsters was well within his capabilities. Taking down 50 zombies in a single day was certainly feasible. As for the 15 corpse dogs, that would require a few waves of combat, but it was not insurmountable. Regarding aiding a survivor, trading with Jiang Ingxue should suffice, as he was about to venture out to find her. Why not give it a try? Equipped with his firearm and gear, Qin Jian prepared to step outside when he suddenly remembered he still had over 2,000 points remaining. Returning to the living room, he pondered the utility of hoarding points at this juncture. Perhaps it would be wiser to spend them on upgrading equipment or gear. Thus, Qin Jian swiftly scanned the available equipment and devices. Ultimately pausing before the lightweight weapon crafting station, his gaze fixating on the double-barreled shotgun priced at 2,000 points. Indeed, he yearned to craft this double-barreled shotgun as his secondary primary weapon. This firearm, akin to a shotgun, boasted considerable firepower, capable of shredding any nearby creature. With this weapon, dealing with corpse dogs would become a straightforward affair, allowing him to dispatch them with a single shot. The only drawback was its limited capacity of 2 rounds. But that was a minor concern. The primary objective was to obliterate monsters. Without hesitation, Qin Jian spent the 2,000 points and crafted the double-barreled shotgun. Weighing it in his hand, he felt a sense of assurance. As if a great weight had been lifted, the balance, the smooth texture, and the lethal ammunition filled him with satisfaction. He loaded 2 red rounds into the chamber and spent an additional 28 points to purchase 14 bullets. The reason for purchasing the ammunition in this manner, rather than in whole numbers, was simply due to his lack of points. Indeed, remaining points. 0. He had spent every last point. Yet, Qin Jian felt utterly elated. After all, it was akin to spending money on something he cherished and deemed worthy, rather than on mortgage or debt repayments. Now, he realized that firearms indeed encapsulated a man's romance, although the double-barreled shotgun had limited ammunition. Qin Jian was eager to find a target to test its capabilities. As he opened the door, a gust of cold wind swept in as per usual. Unfazed, he merely swayed slightly under the force of the brisk wind. Outside lay a landscape of white. Wait, this sensation of whiteness felt oddly familiar. Qin Jian paused in the yard, furrowing his brow, instinctively reaching out his hand, that a pristine snowflake gently landed in his palm. Snow in August, just as autumn commenced. How peculiar! Winter had usurped autumn, arriving a season early. Qin Jian marveled at this anomaly before pushing open the iron gate, immediately spotting a zombie ambling towards him. This zombie was drenched in blood, its decaying skin crystallized with frost, rendering it somewhat more visually palatable. "Good morning, Mr. Zombie. Would you care for a freshly crafted bullet?" Qin Jian absurdly greeted the creature before raising the double-barreled shotgun to aim and pulling the trigger. Boom! The shotgun emitted a deafening roar, causing Qin Jian to instinctively flinch that he had been using a silenced M9 handgun since it came into his possession, making this the first time he experienced the full force of an unmuted gunshot. In that instant, the shotgun unleashed a torrent of flames, disintegrating the projectile into shards that pierced the zombie's body, creating dozens of bloody holes. The immense force sent it hurtling backwards. Upon landing, its form was grotesquely mutilated. Several fingers missing, innards and intestines strewn about. Chapter 33. The second transaction Qin Jian approached to inspect the remains, utterly astonished. The creature had been obliterated. Truly, the firepower was astonishing. If it lacked sufficient power, how could it be utilized for hunting creatures larger than humans? Qin Jian grinned widely as he loaded another round into the chamber. There was no denying it. This weapon could only hold 2 rounds at a time. And in moments of crisis, he had to ensure his ammunition was fully stocked. With his shotgun in hand, the reason Qin Jian was able to discern that the 2 zombies were feigning death was due to the remarkably clean ground beneath them. There was not a single trace of blood, let alone any spilled entrails. In stark contrast, the truly deceased zombies were either grotesquely mutilated or lay in pools of blood. This was the case throughout his neighborhood. Thus, Qin Jian had become utterly immune to the ruse of playing dead. In fact, to conserve ammunition, he resorted to humiliating the pretenders by delivering a swift kick to their posteriors to rouse them, only to follow up with a decisive stroke of his long knife to sever their heads. Damn, why are there so many fakers? He muttered to himself. Along his path, not a single standing zombie could be found. Instead, they were all sprawled on the ground, pretending to be lifeless. Their antics undoubtedly hindered Qin Jian's progress, compelling him to slow down and wake each one individually before beheading them. This method also served to mark the slain zombies, allowing Qin Jian to identify any future imposters upon his return. After expending considerable time on this endeavor, he estimated he had dispatched around 40 zombies. Reflecting on his mission to eliminate 50, he nodded slightly and murmured to himself, "Less than a day out, and I'm already close to completing a task. Such efficiency is unparalleled." With a triumphant shout, Qin Jian reveled in his success. Surrounded by the decapitated corpses, standing proudly amidst them like an executioner. Unbeknownst to him, his ostentatious display had caught the attention of a hostile group of survivors lurking nearby, although shadows of zombies still lingered in the distance. Qin Jian felt no urgency to complete his task, for he could easily fulfill it by casually dispatching a few more zombies along the way. With a full week to accomplish it, he could easily postpone it until the weekend. His primary objective now was to locate Jiang Yingxue and her companions to extend a helping hand. After all, the third mission promised an additional chance to utilize the recovery machine, which held the potential for various rewards, far surpassing the mundane points system. Should he procure a powerful weapon or something even more extraordinary, it would be a windfall. With great anticipation, Qin Jian arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Just as he was about to lift the rolling shutter, he suddenly recalled the 4 zombie dogs confined within. Given the current terrain and his double-barreled shotgun, dealing with the 4 undead canines would undoubtedly be manageable. However, eliminating them would leave the supermarket unprotected. Qin Jian was no genius, unable to devise a plan to capture the zombie dog for domesticity within the supermarket. Moreover, upon reflection, while it might effectively deter thieves from pilfering supplies, it would complicate his own access to the store. After all, those creatures did not recognize their master. Sighing, he patted his head and resolved to find another way to reach Jiang Yingxue. Consequently, he veered into the alley beside the supermarket and called out, "Hey, Jiang Yingxue, and you too. What's his name? Haidong. Can you hear me? I need to speak with you." Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue and her companion naturally heard Qin Jian's call, their eyes lighting up in disbelief at his initiative. Following the sound, Jiang Yingxue peered down from the rooftop and waved, exclaiming, "I hear you. We're here. I wish to trade some items with you. Wait a moment," Jiang Yingxue said before retreating, only to return shortly with a thick rope tossed down, which dangled enticingly before Qin Jian. "Wow, I didn't expect this kind of setup. This makes trading much more convenient." The appearance of the rope alleviated many of Qin Jian's concerns, enabling them to conduct transactions without entering the supermarket. Jiang Yingxue soon descended the rope with remarkable agility, sliding down in mere 5 seconds. Qin Jian noted that he would not dare attempt such a feat himself, fearing he might ignite the rope from friction and lose his hands in the process. It was evident that those with professional training possessed a distinct advantage. Should a conflict arise between them, he realized he would be no match for her in close combat, had it not been for the clothing he provided. She and her companion would have surely succumbed to the cold last night. Thus, it was clear that Qin Jian was their savior, and his proactive approach to seek them out for trade warranted a personal greeting from Jiang Yingxue. "What would you like to trade?" she inquired, not questioning why he didn't take the staircase to the supermarket. "Didn't you mention yesterday that you have an abundance of medical supplies? I am in need of some now, so make your offer," Qin Jian stated directly. Jiang Yingxue, not one to mince words, replied, "I'm looking to replenish my ammunition. Is that acceptable?" Currently, they faced no shortage of food. Yet, Jiang Yingxue had only a single magazine left, while Haidong had none at all. With only one magazine, the prospect of venturing out to scavenge for supplies seemed futile. However, she held little hope, recognizing that despite their previous encounter, they had only traded once, leaving their relationship rather tenuous, and it was unlikely he would place great trust in her. As anticipated, Qin Jian chuckled, and Jiang Yingxue awkwardly smiled in response. "How about I offer you a weapon instead?" he proposed, neither outright rejecting nor accepting her request, but a weapon. "That sounds great." Jiang Yingxue was momentarily taken aback at the mention of a weapon, but quickly assumed Qin Jian intended to sell her a firearm, nodding excitedly. However, she was mistaken. "This one," Qin Jian declared, producing a military-grade long knife from behind his back. The bloodstains upon it revealed it had been recently used, prompting him to awkwardly wipe it clean. "I've only used it once," he insisted, though in truth, it had just been employed in a frenzy against zombies an hour prior. He was willing to part with the long knife because he found it increasingly cumbersome to carry, especially alongside a new double-barreled shotgun. When strapped with the knife, he had to remove the shotgun, and vice versa. There was no moment when he could be unencumbered. Valued at 500 points, the long knife was no longer precious to him, especially with the possibility of the recovery machine yielding another. Despite its recent usage in slaying zombies, he felt it was no longer necessary now that he had a more effective means of dealing with threats. With his shotgun as high damage and widespread, he could easily take down multiple attackers in one shot. Thus, trading the long knife felt like a loss to him. Chapter 34. An assault, although Qin Jian did not provide her with ammunition. The sharp, pristine long knife still captured Jiang Yingxue's attention. The overall aesthetic of the blade conveyed a sense of lightness yet lethal capability. Despite the heavy snowfall and overcast skies, the edge of the knife gleamed with an unexpected brilliance, leaving her astonished and puzzled. How much? No. How many medical supplies is it worth? She pondered. Determined to acquire it, she concluded that while ammunition was lacking, a formidable weapon would suffice, with her instincts guiding her. She believed that wielding this knife against zombies would be akin to slicing through vegetables. One cut, one kill. If only I had a scale to measure its worth, she mused. But no matter, you can set the price. Just don't make it too low, or I'll 1T agree. Qin Jian had no intention of haggling, as he was eager to complete his task and return a claim as random rewards. "All right then, let us trade half our medical supplies for the knife." "Okay, I'll hand you the knife first," Qin Jian replied, feeling an immense sense of relief as he relinquished the long knife. Jiang Yingxue accepted it, momentarily realizing that Qin Jian was not as unyielding as he seemed. He merely had a unique perspective and a bolder approach to life. However, she understood that his actions were driven by the instinct to survive. As even she had begun to distrust certain individuals in this apocalyptic world, "Do you have any specific medications in mind? I can gather them for you, and no need, just anything in boxes or bottles will do." "All right," Jiang Yingxue quickly ascended, returning 5 minutes later with a basket of supplies. However, midway through her descent, a sudden sound caught her attention, a whistling noise slicing through the air. Whoosh! Thud! Jiang Yingxue jolted, furrowing her brow as she turned to discover a crossbow bolt lodged into the wall beside her. "What?" Her eyes widened in shock as she realized someone was targeting her with a hand crossbow. Yet suspended mid-air, she had no chance to evade. Qin Jian had been watching Jiang Yingxue descend and naturally noticed the incoming bolt. He froze for a moment before instinctively crouching down and shielding his head. Afterward, the crossbow bolt stirred the fierce winds as it flew past Qin Jian's head. He cursed under his breath, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Not daring to linger for even a moment, he lunged abruptly, seeking refuge behind a nearby trash bin. Simultaneously, 5 figures approached with menacing intent from the entrance of the alleyway. Among them, 2 individuals in the rear held crossbows, their expressions impassive as they walked, methodically loading their weapons. Leading the trio at the forefront were grinning men, brandishing axes and machetes, advancing leisurely towards him. "Let us get it done. That bin must hold a treasure trove of valuables. If we seize it, we'll be set for life. And that woman, don't kill her. I intend to enjoy her thoroughly." The 3 conversed brazenly, their words dripping with arrogance. They observed Qin Jian's movements, mistakenly believing that he was thoroughly intimidated and too afraid to show himself. Convinced of their impending victory, in truth, Qin Jian's actions were not driven by fear of their crossbows, but rather a tactical wait until they closed in, at which point he would draw his double-barreled shotgun and unleash a satisfying counterattack. However, in the next moment, he heard a groan from above. It was Jiang Yingxue, and to his shock, he discovered she was injured. A crossbow bolt was lodged in her abdomen, her face contorted in pain, swaying precariously as if she might plummet at any moment, still 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Such a height could spell disaster, resulting in grievous injury or even death upon impact. Yet, Qin Jian knew he could not afford to assist her now. Exposing himself could lead to being struck by a bolt. Their accuracy was alarmingly precise, having nearly hit him and already harmed Jiang Yingxue. There was no room for complacency. He had to eliminate the 3 assailants first. The trio of thugs quickened their pace, charging forward. "Ha! This kid doesn't even dare to show his face, but you can't hide forever. We're coming to chop you up. Come on, little cutie. Just peek out. Uncle 1T hurt you." Their taunts echoed mockingly, as if they regarded Qin Jian as nothing more than prey. As they neared the trash bin, Qin Jian suddenly peeked out, aiming his shotgun at the 3. In an instant, their smirks vanished, their minds racing to comprehend the turn of events. If given a moment to respond, they would undoubtedly drop to their knees in supplication, a stark contrast to their previous bravado. The barrage of gunfire erupted, obliterating the 3 thugs in a heartbeat. Indeed, they were shattered beyond recognition. The once intact trio seemed to vanish into thin air, replaced by a chaotic explosion of limbs and gore. It was less a matter of being shot apart and more akin to being blown to pieces. "What the hell? They have guns. What? Impossible." The 2 crossbow-wielding thugs in the distance stood frozen in disbelief, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had been covertly observing Qin Jian for a while, noting his audacity in slaying numerous zombies, yet had never seen him wield a firearm, run, but they dared not contemplate further. They turned and fled in a panic. Qin Jian, however, had no intention of letting them escape. Rising, he drew his M9 and fired off a pair of shots. In mere moments, one of the fleeing thugs let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. The other, witnessing his companion's misfortune, hesitated briefly before abandoning him and fleeing. The fallen thug, engulfed in despair, reached for his crossbow in a futile attempt to retaliate, but the next moment, a bullet pierced his skull with deadly accuracy. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue was on the verge of losing consciousness. One bolt had struck her, while the other had grazed the rope securing her. Any sudden movement could sever the rope, leading to a perilous fall, yet the relentless bleeding from her wound was driving her toward the brink of collapse. With a feeble release, she succumbed to gravity. However, instead of a harsh landing, she found herself falling onto something soft. "Ouch, my back." Hearing Qin Jian's complaint, Jiang Yingxue's eyes widened in realization. He had caught her. "You enough of that. It's over." Qin Jian interrupted her, and she nodded weakly, offering a faint smile of gratitude. "Thank you." Yet in that moment, she fainted. 5 minutes later, Shun Haidong, Fu Hao, and Dr. Liu descended. Their responses had been sluggish. Had it not been for Qin Jian's call, they would still be atop the roof, questioning whether they had truly heard gunfire moments earlier. Sister Shui, are you all right? Don't scare me. Upon seeing Jiang Yingshu's injury, Shun Haidong's face paled with anxiety, his eyes brimming with tears. After all, if their master perished, how could he lead everyone to survive? Don't worry, it's fine. Young man, I need your help. Dr. Liu reassured Shun Haidong and turned to Qin Jian. Initially, Qin Jian intended to refuse, having already rescued her without obligation to assist further. However, considering his ongoing mission, he hesitated. Aiding survivors once should suffice, right? A second act of assistance might not yield additional rewards, but it could count toward his activity level, enhancing his score. Qin Jian's thoughts were all tethered to his own interests. His motivations were not purely altruistic. Thus, without uttering a word, he crouched down to join in the rescue efforts. Ultimately, he took the initiative, not only repairing the damaged rope, but also carrying the bandaged Jiang Yingshu up to the rooftop. Chapter 35. Fu Hao's ambition. Thank you, Brother Qin. Without you, Sister Shui might have met a tragic end. On the rooftop, Shun Haidong continuously expressed his gratitude to Qin Jian, who feared the young man might kneel before him in thanks. If possible, I'd be willing to serve you like a beast of burden from now on. That is quite unnecessary, Qin Jian replied with an awkward chuckle, sensing Shun Haidong's gratitude was excessive. Although he was unsure of the nature of Jiang Yingshu's relationship with him, it was clear he held her in high regard, to the extent of making such extravagant promises. Initially, Qin Jian wished to depart immediately, but considering the possibility of more associates from the earlier group seeking revenge, he refrained from rushing away. Utilizing the vantage point of the rooftop, he surveyed the surroundings for about an hour, reassured when no thugs appeared, and prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to depart, he caught Fu Hao staring intently at him. No, not at him, but rather at his firearm. There's something you need? Nothing, Fu Hao replied, smiling awkwardly. Thank you for saving our captain. Feeling a bit awkward, he added another remark. Qin Jian nodded and began to descend via the rope. As he passed, he casually collected the weapons from the thugs, deciding to keep them for potential resale later. Qin Jian's entrepreneurial instincts kicked in as he exited the alleyway. Then, a troubling thought struck him. Had the thug's sudden attack not been a coincidence, but rather a premeditated ambush? Had his brazen actions while dispatching zombies caught their attention? Qin Jian inhaled sharply, muttering to himself, I must be more cautious in the future. This battle had led him to realize that his greatest foes were not the zombies, but rather humanity itself. When Jiang Yingshu awoke, it was already evening. Sister Shui, you're awake? Where's Qin Jian? He left early, she replied. Jiang Yingshu involuntarily recalled Qin Jian's recent actions. Though she had appeared unconscious, she had retained some awareness. She knew he had busied himself tending to her injuries, repairing the rope, and even carrying her up to the rooftop. He was truly a good person. No, perhaps it was better to say he had a sharp tongue but a heart of gold. Even though his primary motive seemed to be business, when a moment called for it, he had stepped up to save her. Despite their initial animosity and lack of familiarity, there was something undeniably charming about him. Though slightly slender, he was strikingly handsome. In that moment, she forgot the pain from her wounds, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, shaking her head vigorously and slapping her forehead. How strange. Even now, I am thinking about this. Later, Jiang Yingshu managed to rise, though she could only walk a short distance before needing to rest. Just then, Fu Hao leaned against the edge of the rooftop and addressed everyone. I have a plan. Everyone paused, instinctively turning their attention to him. It was clear that in a world overrun by zombies and marauding thugs, without proper weaponry, their chances of survival were slim, and that Qin Jian. His gear was positively overflowing with riches. Thus, we might as well have Fu Hao speak halfway through, his gaze turning slightly fierce as he gestured with his hand in a slicing motion. The group exchanged glances, undoubtedly understanding Fu Hao's intent. When did this begin? Before Jiang Yingshu and the other core figures could respond, a nearby female student suddenly exclaimed with wide eyes that Fu Hao felt he had found allies and smiled as he remarked, Let us wait for him to come looking for us again. Or perhaps we should take the initiative to visit his shelter. Doesn't he desire fresh vegetables? We can feign bringing some to lure him out, and then strike directly. At that moment, we would reap a double harvest. acquiring gear and a new shelter from the elements. Jiang Yingxue and Shen Haidong exchanged glances, then both curled their lips in disdain. Their roles were those of enforcers, not mindless thugs. TOCs and slaughter indiscriminately was an act they could never condone. Even if they possessed adequate weaponry to confront Qin Jian, they would refuse to engage in such morally corrupt behavior. Only through peaceful coexistence, maintaining cooperative relationships, and gradually building mutual trust could they ensure stability and correctness in their actions. Fu Hao, are you speaking such nonsense in our presence? Are you seeking a beating? Shen Haidong smirked, dismissing Fu Hao's words as mere folly. Yet, Fu Hao cast him a contemptuous glance. Hey, it's the end of the world. And you still aspire to be the good guys? Can't you abandon your previous identities? If you want to go, then go by yourself. Jiang Yingxue crossed her arms and shot Fu Hao a look of disbelief before turning away, no longer acknowledging him. Meanwhile, the female student, in a fit of nerves, continued. I wholeheartedly agree with Fu Hao. I simply cannot endure living on the rooftop any longer. I want to sleep in a proper bed. To be enveloped in warm blankets rather than this down jacket. I crave delicious food, fried chicken, hot pot, rather than chewing on instant noodles. The female student's voice crescendoed into a scream, seemingly releasing all her pent-up frustrations from the past few days. As I said, if you want to go, then go. No one will assist you. Jiang Yingxue reiterated, her back to the two. For some reason, her aversion to this girl exceeded that toward Fu Hao. Whenever the rooftop door was battered by zombies, the girl would scream in terror, retreating without taking action, only to attract more zombies. On the bottle of wine in Fu Hao's hand suddenly fell to the ground, startling the corpse hounds, which charged at him with ferocity. A clown, thus, met his demise. After returning to the shelter during the day, Qin Jian did not emerge again until nightfall, when he stepped outside to commence his workout in the courtyard. Today was indeed a lesson learned. He vowed not to let any stray mongrels sneak up on him again. Qin Jian muttered to himself, realizing he had been stealthily pursued by that gang of thugs, caught off guard by their sudden attack. He had initially thought that there were few survivors in this vicinity, but to his surprise, the reality was quite the opposite. Survivors were abundant, hiding on rooftops and darting through the underground, more animated than the zombies themselves. Equipped with fine weaponry, pistols, crossbows, and spring-loaded knives, as if a tank could appear at any moment. He had thought that apart from himself, the survivors in this city had reverted to an age of cold weapons. Perhaps it was due to the peculiarities of a parallel world. This country seemed to impose no strict regulations on firearms, or was it that they simply did not regulate them at all? Living as liberally as those in North America? Qin Jian's mind wandered as he exercised, preoccupied with these thoughts. After all, having let one slip away that morning, he could not trace the whereabouts of their stronghold, leaving him unable to silence them. However, if he could just uncover a sliver of a clue, he would not let them escape unscathed. An hour later, Qin Jian returned to his dwelling. It was time to break down the medications he had gathered. With that in mind, he quickly retrieved various drugs from his basket. If possible, he thought he should prepare some small pills for future outings, so that when caught in a tricky battle, he could consume them all at once, stacking up buffs and launching a fierce counterattack. Soon, Qin Jian tossed all the medications into the decomposition machine of the pharmaceutical production table. With a resounding click, the machine's opening closed automatically, and the medications were obstructed by a protruding iron plate. Accompanied by the whirring sound akin to a juicer. 600 units of medication have been stored in the pharmaceutical production table. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Jian nodded in satisfaction, having decomposed a substantial quantity of medications. Each drug could be produced multiple times without issue. Although he had sustained little injury in that morning's skirmish, Jiang Yingxue was a different story. She had almost bled to death. Qin Jian, feeling quite astute, concocted a red pill to sell to Jiang Yingxue. It was worth noting that the red pill could instantly restore 50% of one's injuries and further accelerate the healing of wounds. Truly a lifeline for Jiang Yingxue. Moreover, producing it only cost 50 units of medication, presenting an excellent cost-to-benefit ratio. Chapter 37 Preview. Crafting ID recognizers on the second floor. After finalizing his plan, Qin Jian spent 100 units of medication to create 2 red pills. one for himself and one for Jiang Yingxue. The red pills were oval-shaped, resembling taro balls, and emitted a faint, pleasant aroma that almost tempted Qin Jian to sneak a bite. Subsequently, he expended 250 units of medication to produce blue pills and sharp-eyed elixirs for future expeditions. As long as he had sufficient medications for decomposition, he would not have to worry about running out. Furthermore, he still had half of the medications reserved for himself, amounting to around 600 units, which meant he effectively had 850 units of medication at his disposal. Even if he engaged in significant battles every few days, it would be more than enough to last a month. After completing these tasks, Qin Jian stored the enhanced medications in a plastic bag, separating them from Jiang Yingxue's pill that he then accessed the task list to check on his mission progress. The first task, to kill 50 zombies, had been completed. Although he had not slain enough zombies during the earlier encounter, he had encountered a few stragglers on his way back and dispatched them effortlessly. Thus, he received a reward of 500 points. The second task required killing 15 corpse hounds, but he had not seen a single one today, so the task list displayed a count of zeroed. The third task, to assist survivors, was complete. Tomorrow, he would finally be able to claim a random reward. Rubbing his hands together, Qin Jian felt a surge of excitement. The courtyard was already prepared with dozens of corpses, and if the recycling machine did not refresh its reward count soon, the bodies would freeze solid, making retrieval inconvenient. For dinner, Qin Jian attempted to knead dough, intending to make 2 buns. The filling consisted of ham, green onions, and carrots, lacking any proper meat. Qin Jian had a craving for meat, as yesterday's lavish dinner had whetted his appetite, raising his expectations. Unfortunately, given the current circumstances, there was not only a shortage of meat, but even fresh vegetables had rotted away, some even having sprouted limbs and fled. With the emergence of greenhouse farms, he wondered if there might also be places for livestock rearing. After finishing his buns, an idea struck him. He suddenly recalled that he had yet to explore the second floor today. Curious, he decided to take a look. Even if nothing could be unlocked yet, it was prudent to familiarize himself in advance. Qin Jian made his way to the staircase and tentatively reached out. This time, there was no red cross or invisible repulsion. The staircase had been fully cleared for him. Filled with excitement, Qin Jian dashed up the stairs. The lighting on the second floor of the Apocalypse Fortress was dimmer than that on the first, and the space appeared larger. Yet, despite its compactness, it was well equipped, featuring a sofa, television, refrigerator, and more. System, display the overview of the second floor facilities. Qin Jian exclaimed impatiently to the system that in response. The system panel for the second floor appeared before him. Second floor of the Apocalypse Fortress Master. Qin Jian basic facilities. Living room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, refrigerator major facilities. Tactical throwables production table. Trap production table lock facilities. Heavy weapons production table. 8,000. Greenhouse, 2,000. Livestock area, 10,000. Training ground, 5,000. Reminder: all facilities on the second floor will unlock the third floor automatically. Compared to the first floor, the second floor had fewer facilities, yet they seemed far more significant. At a glance, they were all resources for sustainable development, destined to become vital sources of food in the future. The greenhouse was quite affordable, requiring only 2,000 points, so once he acquired seeds, he could prepare to unlock it. The livestock area was indeed real. However, it required a hefty sum of 10,000 points to unlock. The heavy weapons production table and training ground were also quite expensive. And what exactly was the training ground for? Was it merely for training purposes? The diverse functions of the second floor equipment astonished Qin Jian while also presenting him with a difficult choice. He felt it prudent to prioritize acquiring the greenhouse, as he currently had 0 points, not even enough to purchase a single bullet. Whether it was 10,000 or 5,000 points, both were astronomical figures for him. Nevertheless, there were still 2 facilities awaiting Qin Jian's curiosity. Thus, he approached the Tactical Throwables production table to inspect it. Tactical Throwables production table upgrade path. Level 2 Tactical Throwables production table, 10,000. Craftable items. Molotov cocktail, 500. Smoke bomb, 500. Both the Molotov cocktail and smoke bomb were undoubtedly valuable. The former could create a sea of flames, reducing anything before him to ashes, while the latter facilitated retreat or offensive maneuvers. effective against both humans and monsters alike. Unfortunately, the costs were prohibitively high, 500 each, that if it were for the equipment downstairs, he could upgrade once with that amount. Shaking his head, he moved to the trap production table. Trap production table upgrade path. Level 2 trap production table, 5000, overview. Unlike the traps in the courtyard, those crafted here could be taken out of the shelter at will. Craftable items. Bear trap, 200. Bait trap, 500. Glancing over the options, Qin Jian suddenly realized he needed to create a bait trap tomorrow. He had witnessed the effectiveness of the bait traps in the courtyard that if taken outside. They could not only attract monsters' attention and reduce potential risks, but also facilitate gathering them together for a decisive strike. Thus, the items on the second floor were not entirely useless for the time being. Descending the stairs, Qin Jian warmed a bottle of milk and drank it before returning to his bedroom to sleep. The next day, Qin Jian hurriedly opened the settlement interface. Survival confirmation. 30 points quality sleep. 18 points balanced nutrition. 15 points first visit to the second floor of the fortress. 100 points zombie kills. 386 points task 1 completed. 500 points. Task 3 completed. Granting an additional random reward from the recycling machine. Successfully countered an attack. 480 points fearless in crisis. Rescued a companion. 200 points generous assistance, aid to the distressed. Reward, ID recognizer design, blueprint total point settlement. 1678 remaining points. 1678 not bad at all. While it wasn't as much as yesterday, it was still sufficient. Moreover, he had unlocked a design blueprint. Qin Jian promptly examined the design blueprint entitled ID Authenticator, confirming its classification as a component of the light weapon manufacturing station. Without delay, he integrated it into the system. The creation of the ID Authenticator required 500 points, and its functionality was to attach to firearms or door locks, securing them in a unique manner. Specifically, if affixed to a weapon, should the weapon be aimed at Qin Jian's ID, it would instantaneously lock, rendering it incapable of firing, regardless of whose hands it fell into. Conversely, when attached to a door lock, the lock and all nearby reference points would become immensely fortified, impervious to destruction, and would only unlock upon recognizing Qin Jian's ID. Good heavens, is this thing not divine? Qin Jian exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment at the explanations provided. The first application need not be pondered in the long term. If engaged in close combat and his weapon was seized, the moment the adversary aimed it at him, it would transform into scrap metal, unable to discharge a single shot. This granted him precious time for a counterattack. The second application could be utilized immediately. By affixing it to the supermarket's entrance, the door would remain closed to all but him. Was this not superior to a mere pack of guard dogs? He was sold. Chapter 38. The impenetrable supermarket. Considering the supermarket had 2 entrances, Qin Jian did not hesitate to spend 1,000 points to create 2 ID authenticators. With 678 points remaining, he ascended to the second floor to craft a bait trap using the trap manufacturing station, which he carried with him. Finally, with 178 points left, he did not overlook them either. Spending 78 points, he replenished his double-barreled shotgun with 39 rounds, leaving precisely 100 points in his pocket. The bright red ammunition belt crossed over his body, combined with a protective suit that rendered him nearly suffocating, made Qin Jian resemble a war fanatic, mysterious yet bloodthirsty. Upon entering the yard, Qin Jian did not rush outside. Instead, he approached the corpse recycling machine for an inspection. Remaining random rewards. One time, as expected. The rewards were indeed forthcoming. Without further ado, he began. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly placed the prepared corpses onto the conveyor belt, activating the recycling machine and watching as the bodies disappeared. 10 corpses collected. Accompanied by the machines, after the back door swung open automatically, Qin Jian pondered for a moment before stepping into the supermarket. With the ID recognizer at hand, there was no longer any need to keep the 4 guard dogs, as their presence would only serve to complicate matters. Chapter 39. The instantaneous effect of the red pill. Qin Jian deliberately softened his footsteps and soon located the position of the 4 zombie dogs. The creatures were lazily sprawled beside a mangled corpse, clearly having indulged in a hearty meal not long ago. Qin Jian promptly laid down on the ground, drew his M9, and began to fire. 1 zombie dog was shot dead on the spot, while another fell during its frantic dash. The remaining two dogs attempted to flank him, one on the left and one on the right. But Qin Jian was not one to fall for such theatrics. He expertly managed the distance and took out his double-barreled shotgun, firing twice. The two remaining dogs were immediately blown to smithereens. Unable even to leap towards Qin Jian, by the way, whose corpse is this? It appears rather fresh, doesn't it? Qin Jian felt that the devoured body was quite different from the other corpses in the supermarket, and he curiously approached for a closer inspection. Upon closer examination, he was taken aback that wasn't this the individual he recognized. Through the half of the face that remained, Qin Jian identified this person as one of the companions from Jiang Yingshua's team. The middle-aged man who had stared at him with peculiar eyes just the day before. To be honest, the moment he locked eyes with that man, Qin Jian sensed he was no ordinary character. And now, his true nature had indeed been revealed. What a pity, he had been caught stealing and had met his demise instead. Qin Jian chuckled to himself, then ascended the stairs towards the rooftop. He politely knocked on the door, and a cautious voice from behind it responded. "Who is it?" "It's me, Qin Jian, Brother Qin." Over the course of a night, Shun Haidong had altered his manner of address towards Qin Jian, even mistakenly placing him in a higher standing. Despite being a year or two older, Qin Jian did not dwell on the matter. After all, Shun had willingly served him in the past, so he could call him whatever he liked. "I came to check on Commander Jiang Yingxue." Qin Jian casually modified his address for her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but smile, her laughter infused with a multitude of emotions, including joy and excitement. "Why is he so concerned about me? Aren't we merely in a professional partnership?" Jiang Yingxue mused, her thoughts spiraling as she recalled her dream from the previous night, where Qin Jian cradled her reassuringly, telling her that everything would be all right. Suppressing her pain, Jiang Yingxue approached Qin Jian, somewhat complaining. "Why did you leave so hastily yesterday? I didn't even get a chance to thank you." Qin Jian almost retorted. "Weren't you unconscious yesterday? How could you thank me? How is your injury?" "Thanks to you, I'm recovering rapidly." Jiang Yingxue beamed, her smile radiant, though her mind seemed somewhat elsewhere. "Thanks to me?" Qin Jian was caught off guard by her words, and it appeared to him that Jiang Yingxue was acting a bit differently today. Her gaze sparkled with an unmistakable joy, as if she had won a fortune. Whenever she looked at him, her eyes gleamed, and she occasionally averted her gaze, seemingly with intention. This woman, could it be that she suffered a head injury? Qin Jian, unable to fathom the true nature of her feelings, could only entertain uncertain thoughts. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Jian swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand, introducing the product he had come to promote today. "What? Is that true? Taking it will immediately heal half of my injuries, and it will accelerate the healing process for 3 days afterward." Upon hearing Qin Jian's description of the red pill, everyone was incredulous, their eyes wide with disbelief, especially Dr. Liu, who adjusted his glasses repeatedly as though he had heard the most absurd claims. Yet, reflecting on the current state of the world, they could hardly dismiss the possibility of strange occurrences. Thus, with a mix of skepticism and a willingness to listen, he inquired, "Brother Qin, may I ask what the raw materials for this pill are? Or did you acquire it through other means?" Qin Jian hesitated for a moment before replying. "I made it myself, and the materials are a commercial secret. I trust you enough to share this with you. But it's best if you keep it among yourselves and don't spread it around." Jiang Yingxue shrugged, saying, "It seems there's no one around to spread it anyway." "All right then, let us not dawdle any longer. Let us see how effective it is. I must warn you, once you take this, all the remaining medication in your possession will belong to me." Jiang Yingxue turned and commanded, "Xiao Shun, gather all the remaining medicine and pack it for Qin Jian." "Understood." Shun Haidong nodded and promptly set to work. Dr. Liu hesitated, wanting to voice his thoughts, but ultimately keeping silent, muttering to himself, "Surely we should keep at least one bottle, right?" Seeing Jiang Yingshue's decisiveness, Qin Jian had no intention of dragging his feet either, immediately handing the red pill to Jiang Yingxue. "Take it with some water," he kindly reminded her, as the appearance of the pill seemed rather dry, and swallowing it without water would be quite torturous. This seemingly casual remark brought a sense of satisfaction to Jiang Yingxue, leading her to ponder whether Qin Jian's concern for her hinted at mutual feelings. Thus, obediently, she swallowed the pill with water. "What does it taste like?" Qin Jian inquired curiously. "Somewhat bitter, but not overly so," Jiang Yingxue replied, leaving Qin Jian perplexed and almost inclined to award her a literary prize for such a contradictory statement. 5 minutes passed, seemingly without incident. The group sat together, exchanging bewildered glances, enveloped in an awkward silence. Qin Jian, having never tried the pill himself, cleared his throat to ease the atmosphere. It should take effect soon. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Yingxue suddenly gasped. "Ah, it's so hot." Everyone's attention immediately shifted to her, rushing to check on her condition. Then, Jiang Yingxue performed an astonishing act in Qin Jian's eyes. She abruptly lifted her shirt, exposing the wound on her abdomen. Qin Jian was momentarily dumbfounded. He had to admit, Jiang Yingxue had a commendable physique, her defined abs and muscle tone evident. However, the priority now lay with her injury. Her wound was now emitting wisps of smoke. Jiang Yingxue gasped for air as she unwrapped the bandages covering the gory injury, revealing it in all its grisly detail. A spectacle unfolded before everyone's eyes as the wound visibly began to clot and heal at an astonishing rate. "My heavens! I've never witnessed such a scene." Dr. Liu was utterly flabbergasted, muttering "my goodness" repeatedly as he grasped his hair, as if he were witnessing a world-shattering phenomenon. Indeed, this scene was nothing short of astonishing. For no miraculous medicine exists that can staunch bleeding and promote healing in mere minutes. "How does it feel?" Qin Jian asked with a faint smile. Jiang Yingxue, still in shock, tentatively touched her wound, discovering that it had stopped bleeding entirely and was devoid of pain, a sensation both soothing and invigorating. Jiang Yingxue reported her feelings back to Qin Jian, but he clapped his hands together. "Then it's settled. The transaction was delightful. I look forward to our next collaboration." With that, Qin Jian prepared to take his leave with the medicine basket. "Wait," Jiang Yingxue called out, stopping him in his tracks. "What? Do you wish to conduct more business?" Qin Jian had already contemplated what he could further sell them, which included the 3 types of cookies drawn from the lottery today: rat cookies, cockroach cookies, and earthworm cookies. After all, only he knew their true ingredients. And if they found them delicious, so be it. Chapter 40. Enjoy while it's hot. Turning around, Qin Jian found Jiang Yingxue approaching him directly. Instinctively, he stepped back and jokingly remarked, "This is merely my duty. No need to offer any extravagant gestures." Qin Jian, "Thank you." While Jiang Yingxue would never say such a thing, she firmly grasped both of Qin Jian's hands. Qin Jian felt goosebumps rising all over his body. "I initially thought you were the stingy type, but after yesterday, I suddenly realized a great deal. You are not that kind of person. You are a good man, a better man than anyone else." These words left Qin Jian stunned, pondering, have I just received a good person card? I find myself increasingly interested in you, and I eagerly anticipate our future collaborations. Jiang Yingxue's latter statement was quite normal. Yet the former was decidedly peculiar. Indeed, this was not a mere suggestion. It was an unambiguous declaration. However, Qin Jian's focus diverged from that of an average person, and he adopted a serious expression that, "If you all wish to collaborate with me, then so be it. That I currently have a task at hand." "What do you wish to do?" Qin Jian intended to enlist these individuals to assist him in transporting the bodies of the zombies. Cheap labor that would be foolish to pass up. Qin Jian's proactive invitation was enough to stir excitement among the group. Jiang Yingxue, without a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. "Sure. What is the task? What are the benefits?" To speak frankly, given Jiang Yingxue's current mood, she would willingly undertake a task for Qin Jian without any compensation, even if it were somewhat grimy and laborious. The benefits of this endeavor are to remain confidential for the time being. But rest assured, you shall not be shortchanged. With that, a silent understanding passed among the attendees, and they readily acquiesced to Qin Jian's request, except for the girl in the corner who had not exchanged a word with him throughout, her eyes downcast and seemingly seeking his favor. Since she had not voiced her stance, Qin Jian saw no reason to extend warmth to her cold demeanor, categorizing her as someone whose reliability might be questionable. Under Qin Jian's guidance, the group exited the supermarket. During this time, Jiang Yingxue caught sight of Fu Hao's corpse and couldn't help but mutter. He indeed met his demise. He deserved it. After all, he was bitten by his father and wouldn't live much longer. Dr. Liu, standing nearby, expressed his resentment, believing that individuals like Fu Hao deserved to be criticized more harshly. Qin Jian distinctly recalled that Jiang Yingxue's team had one more member aside from Fu Hao. However, considering Fu Hao's petty theft in the supermarket that led to his unfortunate encounter with a corpse dog, along with the mysterious disappearance of the other individual, he refrained from probing further. He surmised that their team must have experienced some discord yesterday. The reason he used the term again was that Jiang Yingxue had previously mentioned their group initially comprised around 40 to 50 individuals. But after numerous splits and reunions, only 4 remained. Qin Jian, do you know that the recently emerged zombies can feign death? Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but kindly warn him on the way. In truth, Qin Jian had already been aware of this for several days and nodded in acknowledgement. And do you know that those bitten by zombies will also turn into zombies? And there is no cure? She added anxiously. Qin Jian, feeling somewhat helpless, was at a loss for words. Surely, this was something even children understood. How could they not know? Goodness, I've never seen anything like it. Something is approaching. Suddenly, Shun Haidong pointed in a particular direction. Exclaiming, Qin Jian turned to look, and a corpse dog was charging towards them with bared teeth. Could it be that you don't even recognize a corpse dog? Your eyesight seems terribly limited. Qin Jian couldn't help but scoff after hearing Shun Haidong's words. Shun Haidong, looking bewildered, replied, a corpse dog? Is it a dog? With a sigh, as the corpse dog lunged at them. The group instinctively recoiled, and Qin Jian raised his double-barreled shotgun, blasting it into pieces. That's a corpse dog. A mutated canine, he explained, lowering his firearm, imparting knowledge to the others. Meanwhile, a thought crossed his mind. Seeing their ignorance, they would undoubtedly suffer in the future. Thus, Qin Jian resolved to exchange the previously agreed-upon compensation of rat and cockroach cakes for information. Specifically, intelligence regarding corpse dogs and zombies. Once their tasks were completed, he would return to the archives, copy a report, and hand it over to them. Jiang Yingxue and the others nodded in agreement, while the girl nearby still clutched her head, shrieking loudly, Hey, be quiet! Before Qin Jian could say anything, Shun Haidong lost his temper, shoving should such dark culinary creations truly come to fruition, Qin Jian would likely spend an entire night in restless wakefulness. However, there was no turning back. He had already boasted so boldly, making it difficult to retract his words. It seemed that courage had opened the door to the realm of dark cuisine. Upon returning to his abode, he heated the cockroach and earthworm pies, offering half to his companions for sharing. Yet he remained somewhat cautious. What if these peculiar dishes turn out to be surprisingly palatable? Distributing them entirely would be a significant loss. Conversely, if they proved unappetizing, he would willingly offer the remaining half to them. These were different flavors of meat pies, a chance for you to sample them first. No, I mean to taste. Is it really okay? I am already full. There's no need to waste food on us, Jiang Yingxue remarked, adhering to her principles. Qin Jian felt little concern for any potential loss, responding with impatience, Oh, just eat yours. He then rudely shoved a cockroach pie into her mouth. After chewing a few bites, Jiang Yingxue rolled her eyes and handed the remaining half back to Qin Jian, saying, You should try it. What does it taste like? Qin Jian momentarily failed to grasp the situation, taking it and tossing it into his mouth. It's quite average, not particularly unpleasant. Suddenly, Qin Jian paused, his eyes widening as he stared at Jiang Yingxue. Had she just passed him a pie she had already tasted? Was this akin to an indirect kiss? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he soon caught Jiang Yingxue smiling mysteriously at him before she rose and departed. Qin Jian felt as though he had been ensnared in a trap, losing something significant in the process. After everyone had relished a sumptuous lunch, they commenced their afternoon tasks. With the exception of the female student, everyone was filled with vigor and efficiency, swiftly clearing a path through the snow in the yard. As for the accumulated snow, it was piled high, reaching over a meter in height. I could see that moment. The female student approached Qin Jian under his watchful gaze. Without uttering a word, Qin Jian conveyed with his eyes, Is there something you need? Qin Gu, could you come here for a moment? The female student spoke softly, her expression resembling that of a fragile flower, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. Why not say it here? Qin Jian, without granting her any leniency, replied with a stoic demeanor. She fidgeted. It's a personal matter. I essayed about needing to use the restroom. Then I can't let you in. Qin Jian speculated, insisting. Let us go. He led her to the back of the house. Qinggu, do you still have those meat pies? Could you spare me a few? The female student halted, extending her hand in a plea. Qin Jian was taken aback, exhaling deeply in frustration. Was she truly so audacious? During lunch, he had noticed her grabbing a handful of rat pies, stuffing half in her mouth and pocketing the rest. She had certainly collected the most. When it came time to share the cockroach and earthworm pies, she had been the most eager. Now, she audaciously sought him out to request more food. Perhaps he should just host a competitive eating contest for her. Qin Jian was resolute in denying her any further favors. Pointing at her pocket, aren't there plenty left in there that you haven't finished? I don't have any. I got the least. Those ravenous wolves were simply insane. As a small girl, I couldn't possibly compete with them. The female student not only lied, but also slandered Jiang Yingxue and the others. Qin Jian couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Was this truly what a university student was like? Lacking in humility, resorting only to excuses and defamation. Moreover, he had observed her behavior during his supervision. There were still old scores to settle. Not only did she eat the most, but she also shirked her responsibilities, tossing aside her shovel as soon as she entered the house, either resting or merely moving a few bodies before neglecting them entirely to eat the most while doing the least. She was akin to a parasite. Get lost. Disappear from my sight this instant, he stated with a forced smile that barely concealed his irritation. The female student's expression faltered in pain before she unexpectedly embraced him. Qinggu, please take me in. The monsters outside are just too terrifying. I don't want to die. My requests are really not excessive. I just want to eat meat pies every day and have a thick blanket to cover myself. Instead of recoiling or pushing her away, Qin Jian remained still, patiently awaiting her to finish speaking. The female student spoke at length, her intent unmistakable. She wanted to remain with him. However, she deftly avoided any mention of reciprocation, merely stating her desires. Just meat pies every day at 100 points per rat pie. I can hardly afford that. How shameless can you be? You lay out all your demands without a single mention of what you could offer in return. You could at least feign a little sincerity and say you'd help with laundry or cooking in exchange that, you think this is a nursery for gigantic infants. Let go, Qin Jian coldly instructed. I won't, unless you agree. I want to let go. Please, Qin Jian. The female student persisted, employing every tactic to elicit his sympathy, believing that her charm would compel him to relent. Chapter 42. The midnight attack. Her confidence stemmed from past successes during her university days, where she had often used cuteness and charm to extract favors from male classmates. However, such antics had no effect on Qin Jian. Rather, they ignited the flames of his fury. It is a miracle you haven't been expelled from the team by Jiang Yingxue and the others. Are you really so desperate that you resort to joining the weak? Qin Jian remarked with a peculiar smile. The female student, taken aback by his gaze, gradually released her grip. What are you talking about? Qin Jian. In the next moment, she felt something cold pressing against her abdomen. Looking down, she discovered it was Qin Jian's double-barreled shotgun. Don't scream. I'm not in the mood for noise. I want to say a word. You know what I mean, right? Qin Jian preemptively warned, anticipating her startled scream. She immediately covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Please, she sobbed silently, hoping to elicit a final shred of sympathy through her tears. Qin Jian aimed at her head, his right hand gently disengaging the shotgun's safety. The female student, realizing her last hope was futile, turned and fled in terror. Qin Jian holstered the weapon, muttering to himself. I hope no one challenges my limits again. As dusk approached, the bodies hanging from the barbed wire had been mostly cleared. The yard, now filled with corpses and snow, appeared much tidier than before. It was much easier to toss bodies into the collection machine without obstructions, and the view was considerably clearer. Before commencing work, Qin Jian cautioned Jiang Yingxue and the others not to tamper with the barbed wire, or they would bear the consequences. Everyone heeded his warning, ensuring that no one was inadvertently harmed. When Qin Jian handed over 2 sheets of paper filled with notes, Jiang Yingxue frowned and inquired, "What is this?" "Information on zombies and corpse dogs. Keep it safe," Qin Jian replied. "Information? Isn't that a bit too easy to give?" With a swift motion, 2 zombie heads fell to the ground amidst the mass of corpses. While Jiang Yingxue appeared on the other side of the horde, she moved in and out with astonishing agility, even though her wounds had yet to fully heal. The blade was terrifyingly fast. Jiang Yingxue cast a shocked glance at the long knife, thinking to herself that it was incomparably quicker than a cattle slaughtering knife, effortlessly severing flesh and bone. Blades, guns, and the deadly barbed wire that claimed lives with a mere touch. Alongside those scientifically inexplicable red pills, where on earth did Qin Jian acquire such formidable equipment? Who was he truly? It had been barely over a week since the apocalypse began, yet he had already mastered the attack patterns and characteristics of zombies. Even the corpse dogs, an seasoned veteran, could possibly have compiled such comprehensive knowledge so swiftly. Could they? It was terrifying, yet fortunately he was not our enemy. Jiang Yingxue snapped back to reality and charged forward to decapitate several more zombies. Then, at a leisurely pace, she glanced at the intelligence provided by Qin Jian, shifting from offense to defense to test the zombies' attack methods, dodging skillfully back and forth. Indeed, their attacks were monotonous and predictable. Their weakness was the head. How splendid it would have been to know this sooner, for she would not have wasted so many bullets in the beginning. She had yet to encounter the corpse dogs. But she had already gathered all their data. There was no need to fear those skinning beasts. After dispatching the dozen or so zombies, Jiang Yingxue promptly turned to leave in the dead of night. Near the Rongxing supermarket, a group of masked individuals emerged. Comprised of more than 20 members, they pressed against the wall in a single line, proceeding cautiously, each armed with machetes, axes, and crossbows. But to the forefront was a bald man wielding a single-barrel shotgun. This bald man, named Gu Changming, was the leader of the group, known by the formidable name, the Wolf Gang. Before the apocalypse, their organization had been wanted by the authorities for the trafficking of homemade weapons, remaining hidden within function. After the onset of the end times, they had unearthed all their hidden weaponry and bravely fought back against wave after wave of zombies. Their insight was quick. They soon realized that this world was beyond salvation, and there was no longer a need for hiding. Instead, they could roam the streets at will, plundering and pillaging any survivor teams they encountered, and seizing beautiful women without hesitation. Aren't they looking to capture us? Then let's walk right out in the open. Let them come if they dare. This had become Gu Changming's favorite phrase lately, fueled by the absence of any visible enforcers. Today, their outing had a particularly special and exhilarating purpose. Directly connected to the enforcers. "Mouse, are you certain you saw an enforcer yesterday? A strikingly beautiful female enforcer." Gu Changming couldn't help but turn back to inquire. This question had been repeated more than 10 times since he left. The individual known as Mouse was one of the assailants who had narrowly escaped the barrel of Qin Jian's gun the previous day. "Boss, I would never lie to you. That was definitely a female enforcer. Young and gorgeous, no older than 30. No older than 30. Ha ha ha. Splendid. That age is just perfect for me." Gu Changming's face twisted into a wicked grin, revealing a set of repulsive yellow teeth. It had been over a decade since he had dreamt of exacting revenge on the enforcers, and now, that dream was finally within reach. Furthermore, it wasn't just about vengeance. Gu Changming's demeanor became increasingly frenzied, saliva nearly spilling from his mouth. Chapter 43. Infighting. "Let us send a group to scout that alley over there. If they're careless and Haven T pulled back the rope, we'll climb up stealthily. The rest of you, come with me to the supermarket entrance. We'll sandwich them from both sides." Gu Changming felt that the group of enforcers on the rooftop was like a ripe duck ready for the pot. If they dealt with them, they would also seize the supermarket. Resources, revenge, and women. 3 birds with 1 stone. Tonight was destined to be a day of harvest. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue crouched at the edge of the rooftop, resting her chin on her hand, reflecting on how Qin Jian had fed her earlier that day and provided her with such crucial intelligence as compensation, after so many years of being consumed by work. She hadn't even had the opportunity to date. Now that she finally wished to pursue a romance, the world had changed. True feelings reveal themselves in times of adversity. It's not just an empty saying. Jiang Yingshu muttered helplessly, wishing she could have met Qin Jian sooner, at the very least, before the apocalypse. They could have had a passionate romance. Just then, Jiang Yingshu suddenly spotted a group of figures in the alley below. Zombies? No, they were not zombies. The shadows were not disheveled. Rather, they were lined up neatly, causing Jiang Yingshu to widen her eyes in astonishment. Xiao Shun, wake up! Huh? Shun Haidong, leaning against the wall, jolted awake and wiped his mouth. Quick, pull up the rope, Jiang Yingshu urged in a hushed tone. Although she was uncertain of these people's intentions, she was certain they aimed to climb up the rope. What is happening? Shun Haidong was completely oblivious. But he swiftly seized the nearby rope, twisting and coiling it up. Damn it! Have they found us? At that moment, the group of thugs below reached the rope and saw it rapidly ascending, causing them to freeze momentarily before cursing loudly. One of the thugs, disregarding the situation, leaped up and grabbed the rope. Quick! Up, everyone! The thug shouted and the action commenced. The other thugs exchanged glances and immediately followed suit, each grabbing onto one another, pulling the rope down with great force. Whoa! Shun Haidong was yanked from his brief stupor, his voice tense as he asked, Shuejia, what exactly is down there? A group of humans, but they are not friendly. Jiang Yingshu replied, then decisively drew her handgun, aiming at the figures below and pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 The thug at the top of the rope was instantly struck in the head, tumbling from the rope. The others heard the gunfire and, for a moment, were stunned, until someone shouted, Don't be afraid. Keep climbing. They can't have that many bullets. Get the crossbows over here for cover. Stop dawdling. Another voice called out. Jiang Yingshu heard this and quickly withdrew her head. In mere seconds, several crossbow bolts shot up from below, either striking the wall or soaring into the air. Shuejia, we can't hold the rope any longer. There are too many of them. Shun Haidong and Dr. Liu were drenched in sweat, utterly helpless. Then, cut it. Jiang Yingshu did not hesitate, realizing that severing the rope was undoubtedly the best means of escape. Swish! With a swift motion, she brought her knife down. Yet the rope merely frayed slightly. Jiang Yingshu paused momentarily before striking again, but the rope remained unbroken. Oh, this rope is too thick. Jiang Yingshu felt a twinge of regret. Had she not reinforced the rope so much? She wouldn't have tied it into such a secure knot. Just as she prepared to strike a third time, a thug had already climbed up, peeking over the edge. Jiang Yingshu immediately spotted him and yelled, Xiao Shun, cover me. Then, in her heart, she thought, Qin Jian, this is so sudden. I hope I can still see you tomorrow. Damn it. Let us fight. Why won't they let us live in peace? Shun Haidong responded to the command. Unable to suppress a curse as he drew his military knife and lunged at the thug who was about to climb up, stabbing him in the shoulder and then kicking him down. Dr. Liu also approached the rope, clutching a scalpel, ready for the next thug to ascend. Almost there, just a bit more. Jiang Yingshu continued sawing at the rope, muttering under her breath AS for the female student. She should hide as far away as possible, wishing she could burrow into the wall. Shun Haidong glanced at her, sighed, and rushed over, handing her the iron shovel from the corner. Take this and follow me. I want to go. The female studentess face still bore the tear streaks from the afternoon, shaking her head vigorously, remaining pathetically weak. Quickly, if you don't fight back, you're going to die. Shun Haidong nearly roared in frustration. If it weren't for his special status, he would have wanted to slap this girl. It was utterly infuriating. Even on the brink of death, she did nothing but wait to die. Like a piece of rolling meat. Damn it. I should have let those people toss you down. He cursed under his breath, saving such an ungrateful wretch. You're even worse than Bu Hao. Unable to contain his anger, Shun Haidong lashed out. The female student listened, her expression shifting from weakness to bewilderment, ultimately widening her eyes, veins bulging on her forehead. Why are you scolding me? What did I do wrong? I just want to live. Suddenly, her heart twisted in turmoil. The female student snatched the iron shovel from Shun Haidong's hands, who felt a surge of relief, thinking his provocation had worked. Come with me. However, as Shun Haidong turned to beckon her, the female student abruptly swung the shovel at his head. Ah! Shun Haidong's skull was struck hard, letting out a cry of anguish before collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Xiao Shun, Jiang Ingxue turned around and shouted, hurrying towards Shun Haidong to check on him. She then glared at the female student before her, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" "He cursed at me," the female student retorted, baring her teeth in anger. "And so you hit him? Do you believe you are justified?" At this moment, Jiang Ingxue was seething with rage, her patience with the female student completely exhausted. This girl was no different from a lunatic, subservient to enemies yet merciless to her own allies. In this dire situation, she had swung a shovel at her teammate. Now, only Jiang Ingxue and Dr. Liu remained to resist, while someone on the other end of the rope had already climbed up and seized Dr. Liu by the hair, engaging him in a struggle. "I've made up my mind. I will leave your group. I want to join theirs. You have disappointed me greatly. As enforcers, you have utterly failed to ensure my safety. You can't even provide me with a decent meal." The female student shook her head, her eyes wide with fury. Had Qin Jian heard these words, he would likely have exploded with rage, shoving the gun in her mouth and pulling the trigger. But Jiang Ingxue could no longer hold back. With a curse, she threw a punch at her. The student's nose met her fist, and she instantly rolled her eyes back, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Ingxue dashed back, raising her knife high, and struck down on the assailant grappling with Dr. Liu as if he were a zombie. The young men were each eager and ready, wielding axes and knives as they struck at the device. Meanwhile, Xiao Dong dashed back to the main entrance, intending to examine the contraption, allowing both approaches to proceed simultaneously, one relying on brute force to break through, while the other employed technical prowess. Gu Changming and his band of followers exerted tremendous effort and dedication in their endeavors. However, the clamor they generated attracted hordes of zombies and corpse dogs. After a fierce battle, they lost one member and another sustained injuries. Thus, unbeknownst to them, an entire night slipped by in the narrow alley. Gu Changming and his companions slumped against the wall or lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted, their spirits drained and expressions vacant. Resembling fools, having spent the night without sleep, their attempts to breach the door had all ended in failure. The device remained steadfastly in place, merely adorned with a few new scars. This operation yielded nothing. Instead, the cost was harrowing and severe. Gu Changming, trembling, managed to rise to his feet, his vision blurred and the world spinning around him. Not only was he on the verge of freezing to death, but the exertion of battering the door all night had nearly exhausted him. Furthermore, the pain at his wound was excruciating. Upon touching it, he felt a peculiar moist, elastic sensation. Instinctively, Gu Changming looked down and was horrified to discover a ring of tumor-like growths emerging from his injury. "Ah!" he cried out, instantly jolted into awareness. Gu Changming understood that the air was rife with pathogens. Inhaling too little could lead to various illnesses, while inhaling too much could result in becoming a zombie. However, he never anticipated that merely exposing his wound to the air for a night would lead to such a state. "Get up, all of you. We need to retreat and rest for a bit." Faced with the current predicament regarding the supermarket, Gu Changming had no choice but to organize a tactical withdrawal. Just as the group was groggily rising, a rope fell from the wall behind them, and a slender figure began to descend. However, the rope was too short, leaving the individual with no choice but to jump down. A pained groan escaped their lips, startling Gu Changming and his companions. Everyone turned to see a girl who appeared to be a student struggling to stand. Indeed, it was the very female student who had descended. Unable to endure the presence of Jiang Ingxue and her group, she had seized the opportunity to climb down while they slept, intending to seek refuge with this relentless band. Chapter 45. Crucial intelligence. Even though the newcomer was a girl, Gu Changming and his companions remained vigilant, drawing their weapons and aiming them at her. The girl quickly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender and explained, "Don't shoot. I'm here to join you." "Join us?" Gu Changming lowered his weapon, scrutinizing the girl from head to toe. "Are you from that group on the rooftop?" "Yes. I mean you no harm. I genuinely wish to ally with you. That group treated me poorly, even striking me." Despite being faced with adversaries, the girl continued to downplay her predicament. Gu Changming hesitated, still skeptical of her intentions. "You too, go search her." "Yes, boss." Two of the younger men promptly approached the girl, their expressions becoming lecherous. The girl, having awakened the previous night and gone THR, is it to say that they face but a single adversary? Although the opponent wields 2 guns, we possess firearms and a dozen crossbows. Strength lies in numbers, and in a direct confrontation, we are no less formidable. In fact, we may even intimidate them into hiding. You indulge yourself for now. I shall discuss this matter with my brothers. Your intelligence is invaluable. Upon our triumphant return, you shall be my first lady. What do you say? Chapter 46. Assailed without provocation. Upon hearing Gu Changming's enticing proposition, the female student could hardly contain her joy and promptly agreed, exclaiming, "I am willing. Thank you, Mingo. Thank you, Mingo." She hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Gu Changming affectionately ruffled her hair and stepped outside. "Everyone gather round. I have something to announce," Gu Changming shouted as he entered the courtyard. In the next moment, several subordinates emerged from the room where the women were confined, bare-chested and fastening their belts. Others joined from various rooms, and once everyone had assembled, Gu Changming began to relay the news regarding Qin Jian. "Hold on, boss. I have a question." A figure emerged from the crowd, Mouse, frowning as he raised his hand. "What is your query? Speak. Isn't this Qin Jian rather similar to the individual I encountered the day before yesterday?" Had Mouse not brought it up, Gu Changming might have overlooked it. The day prior, Mouse had been chased off by a person armed with a shotgun and a handgun. Had it not been for that individual, they would have long since overrun the rooftop and rescued the female law enforcer. It appeared that Qin Jian's equipment was identical to that of the person who had frightened Mouse away. "Wait, I will inquire further when I return." Gu Changming felt a twinge of uncertainty. He hoped Qin Jian and that individual were not one and the same. Inaccurate intelligence could lead to reduced vigilance and unnecessary casualties. However, Gu Changming soon returned to the courtyard, grinning broadly. "I inquired, and they are indeed one and the same. There is no need for concern. We shall strike directly. Whoever captures Qin Jian alive shall be rewarded with a feast. Additionally, feel free to take a few women." "Excellent." Instantly, the group raised their weapons, erupting into cheers. Jiang Yingxue stifled a yawn, gradually awakening. Listening intently, she noted that the group of ruffians downstairs had ceased their attempts to break down the door, perhaps having abandoned that peculiar lock and vacated the premises. Though she had only slept for 2 hours, Jiang Yingxue felt a sense of satisfaction. Tightening her thick clothing, she exhaled a cloud of cold breath. Suddenly recalling something, and turned to look at in the corner, Shun Haidong lay quietly, a bandage wrapped around his head, while Dr. Lu leaned against the wall, dozing off. "Where is that wretched girl?" Jiang Yingxue scanned the area, but failed to spot the female student, prompting her to frown in unease. She then recalled the girl's words from the previous day. She had grown weary of them and contemplated siding with the ruffians. That girl! Jiang Yingxue could not help but curse under her breath. Having initially assumed the girl's remarks were made in anger to her dismay, it appeared the girl was not joking at all. Wasn't she timid and fearful? Why had she suddenly flipped sides and dared to ally with the ruffians? It was madness, truly madness. Jiang Yingxue felt the situation spiraling out of control, especially since she had no idea how long the girl had been gone. Moreover, she was not concerned about the girl falling into a den of wolves. That was her own decision, and whether she lived or died was no longer Jiang Yingxue's concern. She feared that the girl might divulge critical information to the enemy, bringing a large force to mount a second assault on their position. Wait, my reasoning is flawed. Jiang Yingxue's mind raced, as she shook her head vigorously. Qin Jian had mentioned that the supermarket's lock could only be opened with his ID authentication. The previous night's failed assault proved that Qin Jian spoke the truth. Even if the enemy's ultimate goal were them, they would still have to bypass the supermarket's lock. Otherwise, they could never reach them. Thus, they might. The weather today was exceptionally clear, with even a ray of sunlight visible. Yet at that moment, Jiang Yingxue's heart felt as cold as ice, as if it had momentarily stopped. Qin Jian was in danger. Quickly, Jiang Yingxue roused Dr. Lu, instructing him that she was going out for a while. Then turned and climbed down the rope. "I have 2 boxes of Banlangen. You can take them to Qin Jian in exchange for some meat pies." "Hey, don't rush off so quickly." Dr. Lu had just retrieved the medicine when he noticed Jiang Yingxue had vanished. Looking disgruntled as he muttered to himself, The food supply is running low. Jiang Yingxue sprinted forward, deftly bypassing a horde of zombies. During her flight, she encountered a patch of icy ground and, unfortunately, slipped and fell. The tumble merely dirted her clothes and did not result in the injury she had feared. Before long, Jiang Yingxue spotted Qin Jian's refuge. Meanwhile, Qin Jian had just risen from his slumber, calculating points. He yawned lazily. Survival confirmed, 30 points. Quality sleep, 17 points. Luxurious and nutritious meals, 23 points. Barbed wire kills zombies, 94 points. Healing allies, 100 points. Providing food to allies, 100 points. Cleaning the courtyard, 572 points. Allies killed zombies using weapons you provided, 52 points. Allies successfully defended against a nighttime attack with your weapons, 250 points. Total points, 1232. Remaining points, 1332. Wait, what are those last two entries? Noticing the last 2-point acquisitions, Qin Jian immediately perked up. Allies, surely they aren't referring to Jiang Yingxue and the others. By the way, can they earn points for killing zombies with weapons I provided? And they were attacked again last night. How can one be assaulted while residing on the rooftop? Yet, it seemed they were unharmed. Qin Jian breathed a sigh of relief, but soon furrowed his brow. Am I genuinely worried about them? Sighing, he acknowledged that kindness was indeed uncontrollable. Opening the door, Qin Jian tested the temperature outside. Though it was no longer snowing, it was significantly colder than the previous day, despite wearing reinforced protective gear. He could still feel the chill creeping into his legs. Qin Jian was not ignorant of physics. It was indeed colder when snow melted than when it fell. Yet he had a solution. Simply wear more clothes. He returned indoors, donned a sweater beneath his protective gear, and upon stepping outside again, he no longer felt the cold. Approaching the barbed wire, Qin Jian ran his fingers along it, scraping off the frost that had accumulated. I believe it is necessary to upgrade the wire's cold resistance. It seemed to have loosened considerably, possibly from being struck by zombies or from the cold, no longer taut as it had been before. Just as Qin Jian prepared to return inside for an upgrade, he caught sight of a figure rushing towards him. Thinking it might be a zombie dog, he mused that perhaps today he would set out to hunt for one to complete his mission. However, as he drew his gun and aimed, he was astonished to discover that the approaching figure was none other than Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue? What brings you here so early? Qin Jian asked, astonished, half-jokingly remarking. I don't serve free breakfast, you know. Not that. Jiang Yingxue shook her head, panting heavily, her face flushed from the cold. Come inside and speak. Qin Jian promptly opened the door, assuming her urgency was to report on the attack they had endured the night prior. Once Jiang Yingxue had calmed down, she finally spoke. As long as you are unharmed, I was never in danger. Qin Jian scratched his head, perplexed by her confusing statements. By the way, was your refuge attacked last night? He inquired curiously. Jiang Yingxue waved her hand dismissively. That is not important. I suspect you will be attacked today. What did you say? Qin Jian was taken aback, incredulous at receiving such a shocking revelation so early in the day. Had he done something to provoke anyone? How was it that he faced yet another inexplicable assault? Truly, he could not find peace for even a single day. Chapter 47. Consuming enhanced medication, are you saying it will be an attack by monsters or by humans? Qin Jian quickly questioned. Jiang Yingxue then recounted everything that had transpired the previous day. Qin Jian inhaled sharply and settled down under the eaves. This female university student is indeed bold. Not only has she defected, but she is also colluding with a band of ruffians. Moreover, she even seeks to tip them off and organize an assault against me. Did my scolding the other day shatter her fragile heart and push her into darkness? Rather than feeling alarmed, Qin Jian found her antics to be rather comical, akin to a jester. Fearing that Qin Jian might doubt her words, Jiang Yingxue insisted. This is my intuition, and it is quite strong. I believe you must take precautions. Please trust me, for I do not wish for your demise. Jiang Yingxue's latter statement, both in tone and expression, struck Qin Jian as somewhat unsettling. He turned to gaze deeply at her. I, too, do not wish for my own demise. Afterward, Jiang Yingxue conveyed to Qin Jian some intelligence she had gathered, such as the fact that the opposing force possessed over a dozen crossbows and a single-barrel shotgun. Jiang Yingxue discerned the presence of a shotgun by its sound, but she had yet to catch a glimpse of the gunmen, with more than 10 crossbows and a shotgun at their disposal. These thugs were far more formidable than Feng Ji's gang. Qin Jian pondered over his countermeasures while stroking his chin. If it came to a direct confrontation, victory was by no means guaranteed. Even disregarding the short range of the opponent's shotgun, which might not reach him, they still had over 10 crossbows. If the crossbow wielders were as accurate as the two he had previously encountered, it would be exceedingly troublesome. After all, barbed wire can deter zombies, but it cannot stop bullets or crossbow bolts. They could easily slip through the gaps in the wire. It was imperative to devise some tactics. Qin Jian turned to Jiang Yingxue and spoke. Jiang Yingxue, however, appeared utterly perplexed. "Are you asking me to strategize? To be honest, I can't think of a way to respond. There must be at least 20 of them. Their equipment is exceptionally fine, while we only have at most 2 guns on our side, and no matter how we confront them, the outcome will not be favorable. Fear not, we shall overcome this predicament. I will devise a plan, but I will require your assistance." Qin Jian reassured Jiang Yingxue. Upon hearing this, a surge of courage welled up within Jiang Yingxue, and she nodded. "All right, tell me what I should do." "You must remain here and not step outside this courtyard. Now, let me fetch you something." Qin Jian rose and returned to the room, shortly reappearing at the door with a crossbow he had seized 2 days prior in hand. "Here, this is for your protection." He handed her the crossbow, which came with a total of 18 bolts. "Make sure to use it sparingly." Jiang Yingxue accepted the crossbow, feeling a mix of gratitude and surprise. "You trust me enough to hand over a weapon just like that?" Qin Jian, slightly impatient at her question, replied, "Sister, are you foolish or am I? You've provided me with such crucial intelligence. How could I not reward you with something? Besides, it's only fair if you were to accompany me. I must provide you with weapons," he added with a jest. "If you were invulnerable, I would have handed you a long knife to slay our foes without a second thought." Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but laugh at his last remark. "All right, Qin Jian, I will steadfastly defend this place. You can rest assured." Qin Jian nodded, internally pondering how her last statement seemed almost like a curse. 10 minutes later, he visited the equipment crafting station on the first floor and the tactical projectile crafting station on the second floor, purchasing a smoke bomb and a bulletproof vest, spending a total of 800 points and leaving him with 532 points. Given the pivotal role the smoke bomb would play in his counterattack plan, Qin Jian decided to explore the upgrade options for it, seeking to enhance its capabilities. Smoke bomb upgrade options. Advanced smoke bomb branch range. 200. The blast radius of the smoke bomb is enhanced. Capable of enveloping a circular area with a diameter of 70 meters. Concentration. 200. The smoke concentration is tripled, reducing visibility within the smoke to merely 1 meter, rendering movement nearly impossible. Duration. 100. The smoke effect is extended from 5 minutes to 10 minutes. Decoy. 200. The smoke bomb emits a distinct odor that attracts nearby zombies. How inexpensive! At first glance, 3 out of the 4 upgrade options could be enhanced. Qin Jian's heart soared with delight as he carefully reviewed the options. Deciding to upgrade the smoke bomb's range, duration, and decoy abilities, everything was proceeding according to his plan. He chose not to upgrade the concentration, as he might find himself within the smoke's range, and if visibility were reduced to 1 meter, it would undoubtedly hinder his operations. After spending 500 points, he was left with a mere 32 points, having barely accumulated any. However, there was no alternative. The upgrades were essential for survival. Qin Jian donned a bulletproof vest and attached the enhanced smoke bomb to it. Coupled with his protective suit and sweater, he now wore what felt like 5 layers of clothing. It was getting rather warm. Thankfully, the suit had ventilation features. Qin Jian thought to himself, casually pouring half of the hot milk from the table into another cup and stepping outside. He handed half of the hot milk to Jiang Yingxue. After all, this woman had it tough, having only rested for 2 hours and braved the cold to inform him. What harm would it do to reward her with a bit of milk? Moreover, she would be assisting him, and if she performed well, her kills could translate into points for him. In essence, by effectively utilizing Jiang Yingxue's group, his points income would have an additional avenue to as Jiang Yingxue received the hot milk. Her eyes widened in astonishment. She was no longer merely moved by tea that moment. She genuinely wished to give Qin Jian a great big hug. Unfortunately, she could surmise that he would likely recoil from such an act. possibly even becoming angry. "Thank you," she managed to say, her heart brimming with unspoken sentiments, ultimately condensed into those two simple words. Point one could not overlook how her expression struck Qin Jian. Handing her the milk made her appear like a bashful girl experiencing love for the first time. Avoiding his gaze and blushing profusely. "Steady yourself. Don't lose focus. This is a time of war." Qin Jian patted her shoulder, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Jiang Yingxu nodded vigorously, momentarily transported back to her days on duty. When her superior would gesture and give her instructions, before long, Qin Jian had exited the shelter and approached the direction of the decoy trap. The area around the decoy trap was bustling, with nearly 200 zombies congregating for a macabre celebration. Utilizing the zombies to mount a counterattack was one of Qin Jian's strategies. After all, no matter how numerous or well-armed the enemy might be, they could not withstand the sheer mass of zombies, could they? A tactic of swarming humans versus a horde of the undead, although different species, shared a similar essence. There was nothing to question. At this moment, Qin Jian retrieved all three types of medicine. Once consumed, he would undoubtedly become the brightest star in this area. He optimistically thought, first taking the blue pill and a sharp eye potion, saving the red pill for later to recover from injuries. Within moments, he felt as if his entire body was ablaze. What on earth is this sensation? Am I about to transform into a ghost rider? Chapter 48. Conceal everything. Enhance the smoke bomb. Qin Jian could not help but remove his protective suit and don a gas mask to catch his breath. Throughout this process, he acutely sensed a qualitative change in his senses. Originally, the horde of zombies was about 100 meters away, yet he could clearly discern their attire, behaviors, and even the dismembered limbs of some. His vision was remarkably sharp, as if he had been bestowed with a camera for eyes. Furthermore, he could hear the wails of the zombies with unsettling clarity, their cries piercing and cacophonous. His sense of smell had also been heightened, allowing him to detect the stench of the horde from quite a distance. Having temporarily transformed into a pair of keen eyes and ears, Qin Jian subsequently felt a powerful surge of change in his physical body, strength, and speed. Instinctively, he kicked a tree behind him. Thud. The massive tree, wider than 5 people could encircle, emitted a resounding thud, shaking violently as all the accumulated snow fell from its branches. The snow landed squarely on Qin Jian's head. He shook off the snow atop his head and smiled faintly, quickly climbing the tree. Indeed, he scaled the nearly 6-meter-high tree in the blink of an eye, quicker than a monkey as a child. He had always been frail. Climbing trees was beyond him, and even a short jog would leave him gasping for breath. Now, he felt as if he had transformed into a titan, mastering the art of climbing. "My body is invincible." Qin Jian clenched his fists, excitedly speaking to himself. He could hardly wait to test his newfound strength. Without hesitation, he leaped from the towering tree, landing with surprising lightness, making only a slight noise as he dashed into the densely packed horde of zombies. Unflinching and undeterred. After all, having consumed the blue pill, he would not be infected even if bitten. His objective was not to eradicate the entire horde, but to retrieve the decoy trap nestled among them. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded. An almost imperceptible figure dashed into the throng of zombies, which were rendered completely oblivious, stumbling and falling over one another. Yet by the time they reacted and attempted to seize the figure, it had already grasped the decoy trap and fled from the horde. What an exhilarating experience. Whether in speed or audacity, he could easily apply for a Guinness record. Qin Jian found himself about 100 meters away from the horde. Hands on his hips and a confident smile plastered across his face that he couldn't claim to match the speed of a zombie dog, but he certainly had no trouble toying with a few hundred zombies. At that moment, he felt entirely at ease around the zombies, even finding them oddly endearing. With a bait trap in tow, Qin Jian resembled a corpse handler, meandering about with over 200 zombies near the shelter. In the courtyard, Jiang Yingxue was taken aback by this scene. This still human. If I had hundreds of zombies trailing behind me, just a glance back would surely render me faint with terror. Despite the shocking spectacle, seeing Qin Jian unharmed naturally eased Jiang Yingxue's worries that it was not difficult to deduce that Qin Jian must have orchestrated this influx of zombies. Before long, Qin Jian returned to the tree, where the zombies had amassed in clusters below. A ghastly sight indeed. Should anyone fall, they would likely be torn apart by the horde without a shred of hope for survival. Yet, Qin Jian appeared utterly unfazed. Resting his hands behind his head, one leg crossed over the other, as if preparing for a nap, believing there was no immediate danger, he donned his gas mask to shield himself from the light, and, amidst the cacophony of the zombies, soon drifted off to sleep. Time slipped away unnoticed until the roar of an approaching vehicle jolted Qin Jian awake. Have they arrived? Rubbing his eyes, he peered into the distance to see a truck barreling towards the shelter, careening through several zombies in its path. Without hesitation, Qin Jian leapt down, crashing into the throng of corpses. His enhanced physique allowed him to scatter the zombies with ease. Moments later, he emerged from the mass, appearing as if he had merely pushed through a crowd of people in the courtyard of the shelter. Jiang Yingxue had hidden herself, drawing her crossbow and aiming at the truck's direction. The driver was none other than Gu Changming, the leader who relished leading the charge, fulfilling his role with gusto. This battle promised immense rewards. The truck soon halted before the barbed wire, upon spotting the female student in the passenger seat. Jiang Yingxue could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Traitor!" Without delay, she pulled the trigger on her crossbow, sending a bolt flying. Although her aim was steady, the distance was too great, and the thick glass of the truck's window halted the bolt mid-flight, causing it to shatter into a spiderweb of cracks. "Minggu, someone shot at me with a crossbow," the female student exclaimed in alarm, instinctively clinging to Gu Changming. "Stay low in the truck. I'll bring that Qin Jian over to vent your anger." He reassured her, "Yes, Minggu, you must capture him. I need to humiliate him today." The female student insisted fervently. Though her presence was unnecessary for the battle, her anger from yesterday's encounter with Qin Jian, where he had threatened her with a gun and insulted her, fueled her determination to seek revenge. She envisioned slapping him a few times, perhaps even kicking him where it hurts. A few stabs would suffice as long as it relieved her frustration. After all, with Minggu protecting her, who would she fear? After exiting the truck, Gu Changming tapped the rear, and moments later, the back door swung open with a thud, revealing over 20 people, some even armed with ladders. Heeding the female student's warning that the barbed wire was unclimbable, Gu Changming had prepared ladders to scale the courtyard. With remarkable efficiency, 2 ladders were soon propped against the wire, and several of his men began to ascend. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt zipped through the air, striking one of the henchmen in the shoulder, causing him to cry out and collapse against the wire, his body skewered. The onlookers froze at the gruesome sight. "Is this barbed wire made of blades? Forget it. As long as we don't touch it, we'll be fine. Find that Qin Jian and give him 2 bolts," Gu Changming ordered, mistakenly believing that the shooter was Qin Jian. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Jian was sprinting towards them, having stealthily positioned himself behind their group. His nimble movements rendered them oblivious to the impending danger. At that moment, Qin Jian hurled both the bait trap and a smoke bomb simultaneously. The smoke bomb exploded beside the truck, enveloping Gu Changming and his men in a thick cloud. The bait trap, tossed beneath the truck, remained undetected. The combination of the enhanced smoke bomb and the bait trap, coupled with the presence of so many living beings, sent Qin Jian zombies into a frenzy, clawing and gnashing as they surged towards the barbed wire. "What is happening? Cough, cough." Gu Changming's group was bewildered by the sudden smoke. "It's a smoke bomb, boss." "What? A smoke bomb? That's impossible," Gu Changming exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. "Aren't those only in the military's possession? Could it be that the military has arrived?" The smoke was too dense, and they had wandered for quite some time without escaping its grasp. Little did they know, Qin Jian had transformed into a phantom, blending seamlessly into the smoke. Chapter 49. The Chain Trappa. A scream erupted from the crowd, followed by a thud as someone collapsed. In a twist of fate, it was the rat who had narrowly escaped the previous encounter, struck by Qin Jian's M9. Who was that? The commotion drowned out the sounds, and due to the silenced weapon, no one noticed the shot fired. They only saw someone fall amidst the throng. It's the rat. What happened to him? Gu Changming rushed over to check on him, horrified to find blood oozing from the rat's abdomen. Realizing in shock that he had been shot. "Everyone, be cautious. Someone is firing at us," Gu Changming shouted, sending a chill down their spines as they instinctively crouched down, desperately searching for the shooter's location. However, Qin Jian evaded detection, darting in and out of the smoke, firing his weapon with precision. His enhanced physique allowed him to maneuver effortlessly within the obscuring fog, making it nearly impossible for Gu Changming's men to pinpoint his location. Moreover, Qin Jian memorized the positions of a few thugs and, after emerging from the smoke, began firing blindly back into the haze. Two more fell to the ground, sending Gu Changming into a panic. His men were dropping like flies, yet he couldn't even discern their adversaries' whereabouts. Yet, charging blindly out of the smoke would likely lead them into a trap, hastening their demise. Just then, Gu Changming caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure slipping into the smoke. "There!" he shouted, pointing, and raised his shotgun to fire. "Damn it, too slow." Qin Jian felt a sudden impact against him, realizing he had been struck as he darted back out of the smoke. Looking down, he discovered fragments embedded in his bulletproof vest. The enemy had indeed shot him. Though startled, he felt a sense of relief, grateful for having had the foresight to don a bulletproof vest. Otherwise, that shot could have cost him his life. Truth be told, the vest crafted by the system was remarkably effective. While he felt the force of the impact, it did not inflict pain. Damn it, I might as well not hold back. With reinforcements on the way, Qin Jian glanced back at the approaching horde of zombies, a slight smile gracing his lips. He then pointed his gun into the smoke and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Rounds zipped past Gu Changming and his men, resulting in one unfortunate soul collapsing with a shot to the calf, while another was tragically struck in the forehead, dying instantly. "How dare you toy with us?" Gu Changming fumed, feeling as though they were mere test subjects in a cage. But he still refrained from charging out, instead dropping to the ground and retaliating with his shotgun against the incoming bullets. The others followed suit, taking cover and firing their crossbows towards the smoke. Qin Jian had already anticipated their response and had hidden behind two corpses stacked together. Continuing to fire, he even retrieved a double-barreled shotgun, aiming into the smoke. While its range was limited, the spread of pellets could yield unexpected results. His hypothesis proved correct, as the volley of pellets struck three of Gu Changming's men, one losing an ear and two collapsing instantly. The smoke persisted for about 5 minutes without any sign of dissipating. While the sounds of gunfire continued both inside and outside the this even a smoke bomb, Gu Changming increasingly sensed something was amiss. Having served in the military in his youth, he had a basic understanding of military weaponry. Ordinary smoke bombs typically lasted around 30 seconds, and specialized ones might extend to 5 minutes. But 5 minutes had passed, and the smoke showed no signs of thinning. Could it be some sort of nuclear smoke bomb? How is it still so potent? Gu Changming instinctively sought the location of the smoke bomb's landing point and quickly pinpointed it. However, with bullets still whizzing overhead, he could only crawl forward. Eventually, he reached a position close enough, seized the smoke bomb, and hurled it far away. At last, the smoke should dissipate swiftly, Gu Changming thought with a sense of pride, wondering if there was anything he could not handle. Never mind the people outside. You take this opportunity to crawl in. First, let's capture Qin Jian, and besides, the smoke in the courtyard shouldn't be too dense, allowing us to observe the enemy's position. Gu Changming, being somewhat experienced, quickly adapted his tactics. His subordinates nodded, stealing their courage as they began to rise, braving the bullets to climb the iron ladder. But how could Jiang Yingxue in the courtyard allow them to succeed? Although the smoke bomb obscured Gu Changming and his companions, preventing them from seeing the enemy's movements within the haze, the smoke's range was just right, failing to cover the barbed wire on this side. Thus, as soon as someone climbed the ladder and poked their head up, Jiang Yingxue immediately spotted them. Without hesitation, she loosed a crossbow bolt. The thug was instantly struck in the chest, falling to the ground. The second thug, harboring a glimmer of hope, attempted to scramble over during the brief moment of Jiang Yingxue's attack, but his foot accidentally brushed against the barbed wire, and Qin Jian came to a halt. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His enhanced physique granted him astonishing speed, yet did not bolster his endurance. Consequently, after a prolonged sprint, he would find himself utterly exhausted. He contemplated upgrading his medicinal supplies once he acquired some points tomorrow, as the current concoction was still lacking in versatility. With this thought in mind, he retraced his steps back to the shelter. The haze within the refuge had only recently begun to dissipate. revealing a throng of zombies ravenously scavenging the corpses of the marauders. Those unable to seize fresh flesh were drawn to the bait traps set outside and in the courtyard, with half meandering aimlessly while the other half collided violently with barbed wire. Their bodies torn asunder in an instant. Within the courtyard, two women stood poised with crossbows, tension mounting between them. I warn you once more. Lower your crossbow. You should be the one to lower it. The two adversaries were none other than Jiang Yingxue and a female student. Jiang Yingxue was taken aback that the student had not fled, but rather remained, having scaled the iron ladder to confront her. To think she had transformed so drastically. Jiang Yingxue could scarcely believe it, for she had known her well before this. Just a short while ago, the sight of a zombie had sent the student into a panic. Yet now she was unafraid, even attempting to breach the barbed wire to engage her in combat. I never imagined you could be so shameless. Not only did you betray us, but you also brought this band of treacherous fiends to plot against Qin Jian. I should have ended your life last night to protect other survivor groups from your malevolence. Jiang Yingxue's fury reached its zenith, her once clear eyes now clouded with murderous intent. Chapter 51. Jiang Yingxue's astonishing act after being cast aside by Gu Changming. The female student's mental state had unraveled, her mind a chaotic blur, absorbing nothing around her. Whoosh! In an instant, she launched the hand crossbow, but lacking any professional training, the bolt struck the ground beneath her feet. Observing this, Jiang Yingxue dashed forward, kicking the crossbow away, and swiftly subdued the student, pinning her to the ground in a classic apprehension stance. The subdued student wailed pitifully, her cries heart-wrenching, yet they elicited no sympathy from Jiang Yingxue. Crack! At that moment, the door before Jiang Yingxue creaked open, and Qin Jian walked in, looking somewhat bewildered. Though, is that not the university student? You seem to have deteriorated in just a few days. What's this? Missing me, bringing a whole entourage to check on me. How thoughtful. Haha. Upon recognizing the female student pinned to the ground, Qin Jian spoke with a sardonic tone. Ah! The biting words pierced the student's ears like whispers from a demon, prompting her to scream and struggle violently. Yet, Jiang Yingxue held her firmly. She relayed to Qin Jian the events of the ambush in the courtyard and the assault by the student. Qin Jian nodded, commending her for a job well done, promising her a fitting reward upon their return. Jiang Yingxue. This praise felt like the greatest reward she could receive. However, with matters still unresolved, she could not allow herself to rejoice. Qin Jian, what should we do with her? Jiang Yingxue inquired, tapping the student on the head as she looked up at him. Qin Jian hesitated momentarily before responding. Let her go for now. I have questions for her. Jiang Yingxue nodded and released the female student. Slowly rising, the student turned and attempted to claw at Jiang Yingxue. Bang! In a flash, Qin Jian swiftly kicked her, sending her sprawling several meters away. Jiang Yingxue gasped, not from shock at Qin Jian's actions, but from the sheer force behind his kick. In all her years, she had never encountered anyone capable of sending someone flying so far. It appeared Qin Jian was indeed a man of hidden depths. What could he possibly be? Surely not a government agent, for his equipment was far too impressive, not to mention the existence of that miraculous medicine. Jiang Yingxue's mind began to race with wild thoughts. Qin Jian approached the student, noticing she was now spitting blood, her eyes rolling back. Oh no, I hope I haven't killed her. Qin Jian felt a twinge of panic. I surrender. Please spare me. The student gasped, her voice strained. Had it not been for Qin Jian's kick, she might never have come to terms with her grim reality. In a mere day, she had plummeted from paradise to hell. The comfortable life she had anticipated was now but a fleeting dream, for little did she know, this was merely the calm before the storm. Answer my questions truthfully, and you may yet escape with your life. Qin Jian said, relieved that she could still speak, fixing his gaze upon her. The female student, clinging to the hope of survival, straightened herself. Ask away. I will tell you everything. Just as Qin Jian was about to speak, Jiang Yingxue interjected, let me handle the questioning. Taken aback by her request, Qin Jian shrugged and replied, fine by me. It matters not who asks. Thus, Jiang Yingxue led the student to the edge of the barbed wire. Her demeanor serious as she began her inquiry. It must be noted that Jiang Yingxue, with her background in law enforcement, conducted a thorough interrogation, her piercing gaze instilling fear in the student time and again. The student had initially contemplated withholding information, yet ultimately succumbed, revealing everything. The number 4 courtyard in the city's village. I have been there during my patrols. I can lead you to where Gu Changming escaped. Upon learning of Gu Changming's stronghold, Jiang Yingxue turned to Qin Jian and nodded. Qin Jian reciprocated with a nod, declaring it an excellent lead, that I've told you everything. Can you please let me go now? The female student pleaded eagerly. Qin Jian had already formulated a response, about to grant her request when Jiang Yingxue, with a smirk, replied, we can let you go. Qin Jian could not help but cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yingxue, feeling as if his spotlight had been stolen. But in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Jiang Yingxue suddenly shoved the female student, whose back collided with the barbed wire, instantly piercing her body, including her face with the vicious strands. Blood gushed forth, and her demise was excruciatingly gruesome. Qin Jian was taken aback by Jiang Yingxue's actions. What on earth are you doing? She came here with a group intent on killing you. Does she deserve mercy? Jiang Yingxue retorted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qin Jian found himself momentarily speechless, acknowledging that he had not intended for her to live, especially with so many zombies lurking outside. Releasing her would only hasten her demise. Besides, did she not betray you as well? We are merely victims of circumstance. Qin Jian could not resist adding, that's secondary. This is the crux of the matter. Jiang Yingxue's words left Qin Jian astounded. He almost wanted to ask her, am I your father or something? Why do you care so much? Calm down, calm down. She is dead now, and we have the information we need. Let us take a moment to rest. Qin Jian reassured her, instinctively pulling Jiang Yingxue beneath the eaves, startled by the sudden embrace. Jiang Yingxue's shoulders trembled, her anger evaporating in an instant. She turned to Qin Jian. You. Qin Jian seemed momentarily oblivious, having already settled down. Oh, it's nothing. Jiang Yingxue's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, contemplating the direct course toward the city village to eliminate Gu Changming, but found herself deterred by the hundreds of zombies still lingering outside. Thus, Qin Jian resolved to let the zombies gradually perish against the barbed wire, waiting until they had thinned out before making their exit. And so, time dragged on until noon. Qin Jian returned to the shelter to reheat the remaining half of the cockroach cakes and earthworm cakes, along with 2 bottles of drinks, and the 2 of them stood beneath the eaves to partake in their lunch. By now, Qin Jian had grown desensitized to such fare. For as long as he refrained from overthinking, he could manage to consume this somewhat palatable sustenance. After discussing various mundane topics with Qin Jian, Jiang Yingxue found her boldness rekindled, curiously inquiring, why, if you are so kind to me, do you not invite me to your home? Must I endure the cold outside? Qin Jian had long anticipated such a question and chuckled lightly. You've seen this shabby tin dwelling. Staying inside offers little warmth. Moreover, there are some commercial secrets I cannot yet disclose, so I am unable to extend an invitation for you to view it. Upon hearing Qin Jian's response, Jiang Yingxue had nothing further to say, merely shrugging her shoulders before continuing to probe. You claim to be a businessman, yet you do not seem to fit that mold. You strike me more as an extraordinary figure, one far beyond my reach. Chapter 52. Awakening. Qin Jian furrowed his brow at her. Exasperated, why must we delve into poetic notions? The zombies outside are nearly finished off. Shall we not set forth? He gazed toward the expanse beyond the barbed wire. Jiang Yingxue snapped back to reality and nodded. Very well. I shall lead, and you must ensure my safety. Best you look after yourself. I am not particularly adept at protecting others. As for the crossbow bolts on the ground, you may collect them for use. The 2 individuals emerged from the courtyard in harmonious unison. Jiang Yingxue heeded Qin Jian's advice and retrieved the crossbow bolts scattered on the ground. Their journey was fraught with uneventful tension, as they encountered a small pack of 3 corpse hounds, 2 of which were dispatched by Qin Jian's double-barreled shotgun, while the last met its end at the hands of Jiang Yingxue's crossbow. Meanwhile, within the confines of the village and the city, Gu Changming limped through the entrance of his stronghold, his return a picture of disarray. His eyes were bloodshot, his torso bare and marred with bruises. and a gruesome wound on his back, a result of an explosion from a truck, left him with gaping lacerations and copious bleeding. Yet, the true horror lay in the grotesque growths that had sprouted on his previously injured abdomen. Resembling fleshy tumors that had inexplicably reappeared with greater severity than before, rendering him nearly unable to walk. Even without these burgeoning growths, Gu Changming felt his time was fleeting. The wounds on his back continued to bleed profusely, and the biting cold of winter had rendered his limbs nearly devoid of sensation. Casting a glance around the small houses that once housed his brothers, he realized none remained. They had all succumbed to the ravenous undead. In less than a day, the wolf gang had been obliterated, all due to the actions of a man named Qin Jian. Qin Jian, I swear, even in death, I shall not spare you, he thought bitterly, along with a malevolent chuckle regarding that wretched woman. Ha! She must have been devoured to the last bone. Stumbling, he forcefully pushed open the door to the room where the women were imprisoned. The sudden crash startled the women, only to reveal Gu Changming, bloodied and with a savage countenance. Zombies! The zombies have broken in! Several women shrieked in panic. Gu Changming, irritated, shouted back, Are you blind? Who the hell has turned into a zombie? Brother Ming, what happened to you? I'm not happy. I want to vent, he exclaimed, grabbing one of the women. However, he soon noticed that this woman bore the same grotesque tumors on her face as those burgeoning on his abdomen, though smaller. They were numerous and densely packed. The repulsive sight instantly extinguished his interest, and he merely remarked, What happened to you? Forget it. I'll just take another one. After all, none of us are going to survive. His words left the women momentarily stunned. Guomin, the leader among them, discerned the implications of Gu Changming's statement and sensed that the moment for rebellion had arrived. The courtyard was eerily silent. Seemingly only Gu Changming had returned, and given his injuries, he must have encountered some dire calamity, leading to the total annihilation of his forces. Clearing her throat, Guomin discreetly signaled to the women beside her. They nodded in understanding, all positioning themselves behind Gu Changming. Just as he was about to unfasten his belt, Guomin seized the opportunity, lunging forward to wrap her arms around his neck while her legs clamped around his body, pulling them both backwards with force until they crashed to the ground. In an instant, the other women surged forward, pinning Gu Changming down. Soon he was gasping for breath, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. After releasing Gu Changming's lifeless body, Guomin and the others collapsed beside him, panting heavily. All right, sisters, try not to breathe too hard. We wouldn't want to inhale too many bacteria, Guomin cautioned, prompting the women to stifle their breaths and steady their racing hearts. Having previously worked as a nurse, Guomin had noticed the significant decline in air quality since the onset of the apocalypse. After being captured by Gu Changming, she had provided him with suggestions regarding mask wearing and covering the face, earning his favor, which subsequently spared her from his malicious intentions. Now safe from immediate danger, she had watched helplessly as her fellow women endured relentless torment. After much internal struggle, she resolved to secretly organize a rebellion. Always seeking a means of escape. At last, their aspirations had come to fruition, yet a new crisis loomed over them. 2 days prior, one among them had contracted a peculiar virus. This virus did not transform them into the zombies that roamed outside, but instead caused grotesque tumors to sprout across their bodies, inducing unbearable itching and pain. Guomin had attempted to find a remedy, but the virus was too rare, likely emerging concurrently with the zombie virus, leaving her with scant information. Sisters, let us look after one another. We should search this courtyard for clothing and food, Guomin urged, determined not to succumb to despair. 20 minutes later, Guomin and her companions had gathered a substantial amount of clothing and various supplies. We must leave this place. I feel an unsettling aura here that suggests it is not safe to linger, Guomin declared, but her words were met with dissent. This place had become akin to hell for them, where they had endured inhumane treatment daily. Even with the demise of their tormentors, the remnants of their fear and unease lingered. Suddenly, as they prepared to depart, the courtyard's main door swung open, and a man and woman armed with weapons burst inside. It was none other than Qin Jian and Jiang Yingxue. Both parties were momentarily taken aback upon seeing one another. Do not move, Qin Jian and Jiang Yingxue commanded in unison, their weapons trained on Guomin and her group. We 1T move. Guomin quickly raised her hands, and the women behind her followed suit, relinquishing their supplies. Yet in the next moment, someone noticed the uniform beneath Jiang Yingshue's outerwear, exclaiming with excitement. "She is an enforcer. An enforcer? Really? Has the rescue team arrived? How wonderful!" Instantly, all eyes turned to Jiang Yingxue, who was besieged with questions before she could even respond. Qin Jian found himself somewhat bewildered by the throng of women pressing around him. Pondering, so this must be what that university student referred to as a harem group? Jiang Yingxue, overwhelmed by their inquiries, pondered deeply before making a crucial decision. "I'm sorry, there is no rescue team. And I am not an enforcer. I am merely an ordinary person. This uniform was simply something I found to wear for warmth." With those words, a profound sense of relief washed over her. While the hope within Guomin and the others was instantly dashed, Qin Jian observed that Jiang Yingxue was gradually evolving since their encounter, her mindset maturing, albeit out of necessity, that he understood that without being betrayed, she might not have reached such realizations. Ultimately, the sentiment remained: if one could not care for oneself, how could they tend to others, even if they held the title of enforcer? By the way, may I inquire about Gu Changming? I have some personal matters to discuss with him. Qin Jian asked the women, smiling as he held his double-barreled shotgun upright. Guomin glanced towards a small room. Pointing, "Yes, in there, but we've already dealt with him." Qin Jian was momentarily taken aback. Realizing his trip had been in vain, it seemed that eliminating the enemy leader would have provided additional rewards. Yet all had been claimed. Frustration welled within him. However, upon noticing the bags of seemingly fresh vegetables in the women's possession, he felt his journey had not been in vain after all. "Could you all wait a moment?" Qin Jian called out as Guomin and her companions, upon learning Jiang Yingxue was not an enforcer, appeared despondent and were about to leave. "Did I ask there anything else?" Guomin approached Qin Jian, inquiring politely. Yet Qin Jian did not mince words. "Should you be leaving the fresh vegetables behind?" "No, not just the vegetables. I mean everything. Leave it all." "What?" Guomin was taken aback, turning to look at her sisters, who were equally shocked, caught in a dilemma. "Sir, you don't seem like someone akin to Gu Changming. Why would you outright steal our belongings, despite the threat of his firearm?" Guomin mustered her courage, speaking bluntly, believing she had the moral high ground as a hospital worker skilled in reasoning. "Your belongings? You hardly resemble the shameless Gu Changming," Qin Jian retorted, "even in death." He continued to chastise him. Guomin was momentarily silenced, quickly resuming her argument. "We killed Gu Changming, so this territory is ours, and everything here rightfully belongs to us," although she was reluctant to regard this place as a sanctuary. Qin Jian felt compelled to express her thoughts given the intimidating presence of Qin Jian. She believed that without such a declaration, she would have no grounds for further debate. "I presume you merely took the opportunity to finish off the already wounded Gu Changming, did you not? Moreover, if we had not eliminated all his subordinates, would you have been liberated?" While she sympathized with their confinement, she maintained that fairness must prevail. After all, their intelligence could not have been dulled by imprisonment. Resolutely, Qin Jian chose not to spare the other party any courtesy and proceeded to bombard them with questions, leaving Gu Min momentarily speechless. How could she argue against the truth? Even if just one more of Gu Changming's subordinates had returned at that time, they would not have dared to act. Without those two, they might still be languishing in this torment. Thus, the credit rightfully belonged to them. They had effectively breached Gu Changming's stronghold, making the resources here rightfully theirs. "Sir, I am grateful for your generous assistance. Might I implore you to share some provisions with us?" Gu Min relinquished her argument and shifted to a plea. "As you can see, we are merely a group of women. While I am relatively unscathed, my sisters are afflicted by illness and injury, their clothing inadequate for warmth, and we have yet to find a suitable refuge. Without food, we cannot possibly survive." Gu Min did not intend to elicit pity, but aimed to present the stark reality in hopes of garnering Qin Jian's sympathy. However, Qin Jian remained resolute, vowing to show no mercy to strangers, and coldly retorted, "What does that have to do with me? What benefit have you provided me that warrants my charity?" Upon hearing Qin Jian's words, Gu Min quickly recalled something and exclaimed, I can provide you with some intelligence." Qin Jian furrowed her brow, considering her words before responding. Speak then. I once overheard Gu Changming mention that not far from here lies a corporate refuge, abundant with survivors who are said to distribute resources fairly and work in unison. Therefore, I believe there are no more villains like Gu Changming in the vicinity. If you encounter others while searching, they will surely be from that corporate refuge, and you need not view them with suspicion. At the very least, you will not mistakenly harm them, Gu Min explained, glancing at the cold weaponry clinging to Qin Jian's side. Qin Jian, unconcerned, dug at her ear and countered, "But what if they mistakenly harm us?" "Oh, well, you say they're not bad people, but have you seen this with your own eyes? I advise you to stay put and not seek assistance from that corporate refuge. What if you stumble into a den of thieves instead? We would be unable to rescue you then." Qin Jian chuckled lightly, attempting to dissuade her, pondering how this woman's overly benevolent nature could qualify her as the leader of their group. If they were to step outside this courtyard, who could say whether they would be pursued by monsters or suffer greater misfortune at the hands of other survivors? Gu Min was left momentarily at a loss for words. Yet she could not deny the validity of the other party's assertions that in these tumultuous times, one could discern a person's appearance, but never their true intentions. Who could predict whether the seemingly amiable individual might not push you into the proverbial pit of fire at any moment? It appeared she had been overly optimistic, interpreting everything in a favorable light. "Thank you for your warning. Please forgive my earlier bluntness." Gu Min promptly bowed in apology, noticing her sincerity and willingness to amend her ways. Qin Jian nodded slightly. "Very well. At least you have provided information that minimizes our risk of encountering danger. You may keep all food except for fresh vegetables." With that, Qin Jian prepared to explore the surroundings for any additional resources. Jiang Yingxue remained silent throughout the exchange, fully aware that Qin Jian was negotiating terms with Gu Min and that she had no right to interject. She was merely responsible for monitoring the situation, observing everyone's demeanor and planning to intervene should tensions escalate. However, she soon noticed something alarming. "May I inquire about those two?" Jiang Yingxue called out to Gu Min, gesturing toward two women in their group who bore grotesque growths on their faces. "Are you referring to them?" Gu Min promptly began to explain in detail. Jiang Yingxue sensed Gu Min's expertise, and upon her conclusion, asked, "Have you studied medicine?" "Indeed, I am a nurse, originally on track for promotion to head nurse." Alas, the apocalypse struck. Gu Min sighed heavily, shaking her head and suppressing her unuttered thoughts. Jiang Yingxue felt a surge of empathy. She too had been nearing a promotion to team leader before the world fell into chaos. "How about this? I have a doctor on my team with 35 years of experience that I can take you to him shortly. I do not intend to diminish your abilities, but his expertise is considerable. He can at least provide a preliminary analysis of such peculiar ailments." "Really? Is that truly possible?" Gu Min asked, her face lighting up with disbelief as she glanced back at Qin Jian, who was moving about the room. "Do not worry. That doctor belongs to our team, and his services will be offered at no charge." Jiang Yingshua's assurances put Gu Min at ease, prompting her to express her gratitude profusely. Meanwhile, Qin Jian discovered a single-barrel shotgun lying on the ground near the entrance and promptly picked it up. "Ah, so this was discarded here. I thought such an important item could not simply be cast aside." Yet with no available space to store the weapon, Qin Jian scratched her head and attempted to unload the bullets from the gun before returning and handing it to Jiang Yingxue. "For me?" Jiang Yingxue asked, her face brimming with delight. "That we shall discuss it later." Qin Jian waved her hand dismissively and retreated back into the room. Jiang Yingxue was momentarily taken aback, then pouted slightly, muttering to herself, "So you want me to keep it for you?" Inside the room, Qin Jian was at a loss regarding Gu Changming's corpse. Upon examination, she discovered not only was his back covered in blood, but the numerous wounds were infested with small, dense, tumor-like growths. "It resembles insect eggs, doesn't it?" Qin Jian swallowed hard and attempted to roll Gu Changming's body over, only to find the front covered in even larger growths. Chapter 54. Day of Harvest. Goodness, just how potent are the pathogens outdoors? The moment someone dies, they become a veritable drug lord. Qin Jian lamented, momentarily losing interest in scavenging the body. He felt it necessary to dispose of the corpse. Not for any particular reason, but simply because the sight of those grotesque growths was unsettling. Just then, he spotted half a barrel of gasoline in the corner, seized it, and poured the entire contents over Gu Changming's body. Without hesitation, he produced a lighter and ignited the gasoline. I didn't get to see you off properly. Consider this my belated farewell, Qin Jian remarked before turning to leave. Within moments, the room was filled with acrid smoke. Though thankfully, Qin Jian had secured the door to contain the stench point 10 minutes later, he approached Qin Jian contemplated, subsequently taking all the available supplies outside. Unable to carry everything in one trip, he proposed a deal to Guomin and her companions, requesting their assistance in transporting the items, while he would safeguard them during their endeavor. Conveniently, they needed to return with Jiang Yingxue, making the journey quite fortuitous. Guomin did not hesitate and promptly agreed. After a little over 10 minutes, everyone was equipped with supplies and set off. That on their way back, they encountered numerous zombies. Guomin and her group had never been in such close proximity to the undead. Upon seeing the terrifying and grotesque faces, they were utterly terrified and scattered in panic. Jiang Yingxue attempted to organize them, urging them not to run amok, while Qin Jian issued a stern warning, threatening to abandon anyone who shouted in fear to be devoured by the zombies. This remark was highly effective, and instantly, silence descended upon the group. Thus, they navigated their way without incident and finally reached Qin Jian's refuge. What a high barbed wire fence! Although the interior was not particularly luxurious, it at least appeared to be exceedingly secure that I wish I could move in. Besides the heaps of corpses, Guomin and her companions naturally noted the impenetrable barbed wire wall, and they couldn't help but express their admiration, thinking how wonderful it would have been to have such a sanctuary from the outset, preventing them from venturing out in search of help and subsequently falling into the clutches of Gu Changming and his ilk. Mr. Qin, may I be so bold as to inquire how much contribution we would need to make to join your refuge? The present circumstances were filled with hope, and Guomin couldn't resist asking. Qin Jian turned to her with a quizzical look. Don't get your hopes up, Miss Guo. This is a personal refuge of mine, not open to any survivors. Unless you bring me airplanes, tanks, or cannons, I might consider letting you in. Qin Jian's words sounded absurd, yet they were, indeed, an undeniable reality. Guomin and her companions immediately dispelled the notion. The corporate refuge was also not an option, and even if it were, their sudden addition of more than 10 individuals could lead to complications regarding resource allocation. Thus, Guomin and her group ultimately had no choice but to use Gu Changming's courtyard as their refuge. Let's leave the supplies at the entrance. I will sort them out myself later. Thank you all for your hard work. Qin Jian expressed his gratitude. I will take them back to find Dr. Liu for further research, and will bring you news tomorrow, Jiang Yingxue said as she approached Qin Jian before departing. All right, do you have anything decent left? Bring it over tomorrow, and we can exchange supplies. Qin Jian nodded and inquired further. Jiang Yingxue shrugged, indicating that they had nothing of value remaining. In that case, how about I advance you some weapons tomorrow? And you can go out and search for seeds? Qin Jian proposed a deal, outlining the conditions. Seeds? Jiang Yingxue furrowed her brow, not probing further. You mean seeds for crops, right? Fine, I will do my best to procure them for you. Excellent. May our cooperation be fruitful. Qin Jian extended his hand with a slight smile. Jiang Yingxue glanced at his hand, hesitatingly extending her own, less eager than during their first handshake. His hand was so soft and warm. During the handshake, she couldn't help but blush slightly, though Qin Jian remained oblivious. After everyone left, Qin Jian closed the courtyard gate, moved all the supplies indoors, and then returned to clear the corpses hanging on the barbed wire to the ground. Once these tasks were completed, night had fallen. Inside, Qin Jian began to tally the supplies. Today's haul was indeed quite bountiful. There were over 50 pounds of fresh vegetables, more than 30 pounds of fruits, daily necessities, seasonings, a plethora of tools, a box of medicines, hundreds of crossbow bolts, 60 shotgun shells, and 23 hand crossbows, along with countless small items. The refrigerator would need an upgrade tomorrow. Otherwise, the vegetables and fruits would surely rot into a mushy mess. Gazing at the mountainous piles of vegetables and fruits, Qin Jian immediately recognized this issue. As for the surplus of hand crossbows and bolts, he needed to devise a plan to sell them, prioritizing Guomin and her unarmed companions as potential buyers. Qin Jian believed that, given Guomin's temperament, even with weapons, she would not dare to harbor ulterior motives against his refuge. If more individuals wielded the weapons he sold to hunt monsters, he would undoubtedly reap significant rewards, even while lounging at home, as his points would continuously accumulate. Chapter 55. Disease Extermination. Level 2 Red Pills. It is noteworthy that in the morning, Qin Jian inquired with Jiang Yingxue about how many zombies she had killed the previous day. She replied that it was nearly 20. However, the points earned from these nearly 20 zombies amounted to only 50 points, which was disproportionately low compared to the over 100 points he earned from killing 20 himself. Thus, Qin Jian deduced that the points gained from allies killing monsters could only be half of what he earned, or even less than half. However, he had the advantage of being able to infinitely increase the number of allies. Accumulating points little by little, he would not need to worry about diminishing returns. Soon, Qin Jian was whistling to himself as he prepared dinner. Tonight's meal was exceedingly lavish. A bag of bacon. The only meat he had scavenged today, he used half the bag. Frying an egg on each slice of bacon, he washed a bowl of lettuce and cucumbers, prepared dipping sauces, garlic cloves, and onions, and opened a bottle of red wine from his spoils. It was utterly delightful and relaxing. It was as though he were the wealthiest person in this beleaguered city. After all, he had fought hard for all of this. He deserved to enjoy such a privilege more than anyone else. This bacon is delicious. I haven't had it in years. Qin Jian savored the meal, his face smeared with grease, radiating sheer delight. As he pondered how many others in this city could enjoy a meal like his, he couldn't help but chuckle that I guess even if there are, they aren't living as well as I am. Right? He humbly mused aloud. After finishing dinner, Qin Jian made sure to slice some fruits and drink some milk. Feeling slightly overstuffed, he let out a satisfied burp and reluctantly decided to take a stroll outside. Considering that the zombies had all perished, he opened the door, flashlight in hand, searching for the crossbows held by the deceased ruffians from the morning. He also retrieved the iron ladder propped outside and brought it back into the courtyard. The sight of a ruffian's corpse hanging in a split position on the anti-theft net was rather comedic, prompting Qin Jian to chuckle. However, it was quite late, and he had no intention of dealing with the amusing corpse, deciding to clean it up in the morning for the remaining hundreds of corpses. He had already decided who would be tasked with moving them. Of course, it would be Guomin and her group of women. More hands would make light work, and efficiency would naturally be high. He planned to reward them with a handful of hand crossbows, unaware that once they used the crossbows to slay zombies, the ultimate benefit would still accrue to him. Am I starting to resemble a capitalist with this approach? Qin Jian halted his self-satisfied thoughts, clearing his throat. But shortly after, he shrugged, muttering to himself, what does it matter? Early the next morning, Qin Jian awoke and immediately checked his point tally. Survival confirmation, 30 points quality sleep, 16 points lavish and nutritious dinner, 31 points barbed wire zombie kills, 1598 points creating smoke and using tactics to eliminate human enemies, 458 points detonating a truck to kill zombies, 366 points finding a large amount of supplies. Feeling quite elated, 500 points successfully repelling attacks from human enemies, 400 points burning insect eggs, 41 points allies killing zombies, 52 points allies killing human enemies, 97 points point summary, 3471 remaining points, 3,503 over 3,500 points. Hee. Qin Jian instantly perked up, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin on his face. However, he suddenly noticed that the point summary seemed to contain crucial information. Burning insect eggs. Qin Jian couldn't help but recall burning Guo Chao Ming's corpse yesterday. Goodness, I was just speaking off the cuff, and it truly was insect eggs. Qin Jian felt a chill run down his spine, pondering the implications, setting aside the question of how insect eggs could grow on a corpse. He had no idea what might hatch from those eggs. Oh goodness, can it get any weirder? He raked his fingers through his hair, feeling a shiver, thinking about the hundreds of corpses lying both inside and outside the courtyard. Qin Jian's face turned pale, and he hurried outside to investigate. Upon inspecting the zombie corpses in the courtyard, he found no abnormalities in their skin, exhaling a sigh of relief before rushing to check outside. Perhaps due to the freshness of the corpses, those outside were starkly different. Out of every 10 corpses, roughly one bore various sizes of insect eggs. After a thorough check, he discovered nearly 30 corpses with insect eggs near the refuge. However, at that moment, Qin Jian felt more joy than fear. After all, only 30 were problematic. What was there to be afraid of? The total number of corpses around the refuge approached 500. The odds seemed quite low. The insect eggs, far from causing him any trouble, are actually advantageous. How many points does it take to burn one corpse? Over 40, right? Qin Jian's eyes lit up as he quickly counted on his fingers. Burning 30 corpses infested with insect eggs would yield over 1,200 points. I would be delighted if you all grew more. As long as you don't hatch, I assure you I will send you off enthusiastically. Qin Jian thought, a surge of excitement coursing through him, that he hurried back to the courtyard, wheeling out the garbage cart, and began to load the corpses infested with insect eggs, piling them together in the yard. He then fetched a barrel of gasoline, dousing the entire heap and igniting it. A foul stench immediately assaulted his senses, prompting Qin Jian to retreat indoors, observing the spectacle. After a brief moment, impatience took hold, and he approached the drug crafting station that he had resolved yesterday to upgrade the medicines to combat the bacteria outdoors. So he could not afford to delay. He opened the upgrade options for 3 types of medicine in succession. Red Pills Upgrade Path. Level 2 Red Pills branches healing effect. 500,100 drug quantity increases injury recovery effect from 50 to 70 duration. 150,0500 drug quantity extends the enhancement effect duration from 3 days to 5 days. Disease removal. 200,0750 drug quantity eliminates all diseases and infection effects upon use. Aha! Isn't this splendid? Qin Jian laughed heartily upon seeing the disease removal upgrade option. Now, who fears the growth of insect eggs? Just take one, and all germs will be eradicated. However, the cost in points is exorbitant. Isn't it? Upgrading all 3 would require 4,000 points. Fortunately, he could also upgrade using drug quantity. Qin Jian checked his remaining drug quantity, which stood at a little over 600, but that was fine. With the additional drugs harvested yesterday, he now possessed an entire box of medicine. He swiftly poured the box into the decomposer, and after the machine's vigorous operation concluded, he checked the remaining drug quantity. It surged to 4680. Now, it felt as though he wouldn't lack for enhancement drugs for half a year. Elated, Qin Jian promptly upgraded all 3 options for the red pills. The drug quantity swiftly diminished by 1350, leaving him with 3330. In an instant, the red pills transformed into level 2 red pills. It seemed he had upgraded something to level 2 all at once for the first time. Curious, Qin Jian then examined the level 2 red pills. Chapter 56. A handgun comparable to a machine gun. Level 2 red pills upgrade path. Level 3 red pills branches healing effect. 200,0800 drug quantity increases injury recovery effect from 70 to 85 duration. 400,1500 drug quantity extends the enhancement effect duration from 5 days to 7 days. Self-cleaning cycle. 100,005,000 drug quantity upon use. Beneficial coagulation cells are produced within the body, continuously filtering harmful impurities for 7 days, while reducing the need for food and sleep by 40. Incredible. What is this self-cleaning cycle? After consuming it, one could save on food. Qin Jian couldn't help but express his thoughts, feeling that this might not be entirely beneficial, considering he relished feasting daily. A single meal a day would be quite uncomfortable. Not to mention the impact on sleep quality. Moreover, it was indeed expensive. 10,000 points. Wasn't that highway robbery? Qin Jian felt that even with several thousand points on hand in the future, he wouldn't casually upgrade the 3rd option, as it was likely intended for emergencies. Only when he found himself without food, shelter, and in a perilous situation would upgrading this option yield the best results. With the upgraded red pills now capable of removing diseases, Qin Jian felt reassured and decided against exploring other medicine upgrade options. Next, he recalled that he still needed to upgrade the barbed wire fence, so he promptly checked it. Barbed wire fence upgrade path. Steel wire fence branches height. 800 increases the height of the barbed wire to 5 meters fire resistance. 500 reduces fire damage from any source by 50 cold resistance. 500 prevents freezing. Extending lifespan. Now, the barbed wire still had 3 upgrade options remaining. After contemplating, Qin Jian decided to upgrade all of them. There was no rush to upgrade the greenhouse. He would do so when he obtained seeds. With a wave of his hand, 1,800 points were deducted, leaving him with 1,703 points. Boom! The next moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the barbed wire outside. Startling Qin Jian, he stepped outside to witness a dramatic transformation in the barbed wire. The first thing that caught his eye was the height. After the upgrade, the overall appearance conveyed an impenetrable feeling. Now, not only would it be impossible to scale, even setting up 2 ladders would be out of the question. The anti-theft net had also expanded, extending beyond the top of the barbed wire. This extension would likely deter any would-be intruders. Climbing to a certain height would inevitably lead to one's head colliding with the anti-theft net. Both the anti-theft net and barbed wire were integrated. Anyone with even a slight understanding of the barbed wire would know the consequences of such a collision. Additionally, with the upgrades for fire and cold resistance, the entire barbed wire glimmered, appearing as if coated in oil. Qin Jian felt that even if a plane were to crash into it, it would be impossible to breach the barbed wire. How secure? There was not a hint of danger in sight. Qin Jian placed his hands on his hips, marveling, his expression seemingly emblazoned with the word awesome, with the barbed wire fence upgraded to a steel wire fence. He naturally had to check the newly available upgrade options. Steel wire fence upgrade path. Rock wall branches materials. 2,000 replace the original steel wire materials, generating a sturdier stone wall height. 5,000 increases wall height to 10 meters earthquake resistance. 3,500 deepens the wall foundation to effectively withstand seismic shockwaves lighting. 2,000 installs lighting devices around the wall for convenient nighttime observation of the exterior watchtower. 6,000 places patrol watchtowers on the wall for nighttime surveillance. My goodness. If all these upgrades are completed, my shelter will truly become a fortress. Staring at these astonishing upgrade options, Qin Jian inhaled sharply, utterly amazed. Transforming the barbed wire into a stone wall and increasing its height would undoubtedly enhance security. But it would also draw attention. Who knows how many survivors might seek help beneath the wall in the future, and he would surely be standing atop the wall, looking down imperiously at everyone. Uniformly responding, "Get lost. Thank you, that feels refreshing." Qin Jian chuckled to himself, filled with anticipation for the future. The upgrades were not yet complete. Qin Jian found the protective suit and checked the upgrade options. Protective suit upgrade path. Advanced protective suit branches heat resistance. 200 adds a layer of heat-resistant film to protect the wearer from high temperatures. Portable backpack. 500 adds a detachable large-capacity backpack to the back, automatically ignoring an internal weight of 40 pounds currently. The protective suit had only 2 upgrade options remaining. Without hesitation, Qin Jian upgraded both. The points dwindled to 1,003, precisely leaving him with 1,000. Heat resistance was essential. He might find himself burning corpses daily, inevitably coming into close contact with flames. As for the portable backpack, it was invaluable. It was like carrying a large bag for transporting supplies, even boasting black technology that disregarded an internal weight of 40 pounds. Therefore, he could not only carry weapons and supplies, but even load up to 40 pounds without feeling any burden, allowing him to run with the grace of a gazelle. With the upgrade options fully completed, the protective suit was rebranded as the Advanced Protective Suit. Wow! In just one day, he had fully upgraded 3 items: the red pills, the barbed wire, and the protective suit. Having diligently upgraded all these, surely the system would grant him extra rewards during tomorrow's point settlement. Qin Jian did not think he was daydreaming. He genuinely believed that tomorrow's point settlement would yield additional rewards. After all, he had been quite active, and he had been so lively since early morning. With the remaining 1,000 points, Qin Jian had no intention of holding back. He recalled the M9 handgun, which had only 1 upgrade option left. He opened the upgrade options. M9 handgun upgrade path. Military M9 handgun branches ammunition. 50 replenishes 50 rounds of ammunition durability. 500 completely replaces the gun body with higher grade materials. Extending its lifespan. Ammunition does not count as an upgrade option. So the M9 indeed had only 1 upgrade option left. This was an absolute necessity. It was far too important. Qin Jian thought to himself, immediately spending 500 points to upgrade the durability option. The next moment, the M9's body elongated significantly. It appeared more polished and refined. The battle with Gu Changming yesterday had left Qin Jian feeling that the M9's wear and tear was quite severe. Due to the incessant firing and reloading, the muzzle of the M9 had become exceedingly hot, with the barrel even glowing red. Qin Jian feared that the M9 might explode at any moment, causing accidental harm to himself. However, now that it had been upgraded for durability, he no longer had to worry. He could fire at will, even throughout the night. After all, with cutting-edge technology backing him, what was there to fear? With all M9 options upgraded, Qin Jian had successfully elevated 4 items to level 2 today. Military M9 pistol upgrade path. Specialty M9 pistol branches ammunition. 50 supplement 50 rounds of ammunition magazine. 2000 convert all extended magazines into a large magazine with a capacity of 64 rounds infrared. 1000 add an infrared device to effectively enhance accuracy during spraying fire lighting. 1000 add a lighting device for convenience during nighttime operations. Deadly bullets. 3000 every third shot will deal double damage. What an incredible feeling. Qin Jian could not help but exclaim, realizing that an upgraded M9 pistol was approaching the firepower of a machine gun. First and foremost was the magazine dam. It directly expanded to 64 rounds, surpassing the ammunition of a light machine gun. The infrared enhancement for accuracy was indisputable. After all, with infrared, one could target the enemy without even aiming. How could one possibly miss? The lighting device was also crucial, allowing for operations at night without the need for a flashlight. AS for the last item. Those in the know would understand. It had essentially transformed into cutting-edge technology, delivering damage equivalent to 2 shots with just one. What could withstand such firepower? Chapter 57. Labor, no complaints. Although Qin Jian had upgraded 4 items to level 2 today, he was left with only 500 points, while the least expensive upgrade options required 1,000 points. He was thus compelled to cut his losses. I might as well create an ID recognizer, he thought as he approached the equipment crafting station. He made a significant decision to hand over the single-barrel shotgun he had confiscated yesterday to Jiang Yingxue. After all, she hailed from a law enforcement background, possessing greater courage and marksmanship than the average person. Moreover, since he had entrusted her with the task of searching for seeds, it was only fitting to equip her with a decent weapon. However, despite their familiarity, dining and going out together, Qin Jian still felt a lingering sense of caution towards Jiang Yingxue. Ultimately, he knew he had to remain vigilant should he need to sell any surplus firearms in the future. They must be equipped with an ID recognizer. Upon crafting the ID recognizer, Qin Jian attached it to the single-barrel shotgun. Almost instantaneously, the recognizer sank into the body of the gun, vanishing from sight. Beep beep. Locking failed. The next moment, the shotgun in Qin Jian's hands emitted a warning sound. How cautious. The muzzle isn't even pointing at me, and I can't fire. Qin Jian marveled, then loaded a bullet into the gun, stepping outside to test its functionality by aiming at the sky. Click, click. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he discovered that the trigger wouldn't budge, although the safety had already been disengaged. Wait a minute. Does this mean I can't use guns with ID recognizers attached in the future? Qin Jian suddenly realized something. Although it was not a major issue, it still left him feeling quite uncomfortable. But in the following second, the gun suddenly spoke, voice detected from the fortress owner. Would you like to set a keyword to unlock the gun? Qin Jian paused, then came to a realization. So it can be unlocked? Yes, he quickly responded. Please input the unlocking keyword. Let me think. How about on my best? No. After pondering for a while, he was left with overly self-aggrandizing phrases. Finally, he decided against being pretentious and said, forget it, just use 1234. It's easy to remember. Unlocking keyword has been set to 1234. From now on, all guns equipped with ID recognizer could be awakened and unlocked using your keyword. To change the keyword. Please call it any time. This delighted Qin Jian, who, with a shotgun in hand, opened the door. Just then he spotted a zombie, its body cut in half, struggling to crawl on the ground. Approaching the creature, Qin Jian said, 1234. Click. The shotgun emitted a crisp, unlocking sound, and Qin Jian promptly pulled the trigger. Bang! The zombie's head exploded into a million pieces. Qin Jian glanced at the shotgun and then said again, 1234. Click. The gun was locked once more. Thus, the ID recognizer proved to be incredibly thoughtful. The reason it locked immediately upon being in his possession was to prevent accidental harm to himself. Quite considerate. Indeed. Why is this gun so dusty? I should take it back and clean it. After cleaning the gun, Qin Jian heated 2 cream pastries and a bottle of fresh milk. Taking them outside to the eaves, he did not eat right away, but instead removed the hood of his protective suit and took a deep breath of fresh air. Hiss, cough, cough. Then he realized that the air was anything but fresh. Even with the gentle snowfall and biting winds, the air felt as though it was laced with plastic, causing discomfort as it entered his nostrils. This was completely different from the atmosphere beneath the eaves, which Qin Jian had found to be quite pleasant since his first day there. However, he had little to worry about, as he still had 2 blue pills providing a buff. No matter how he breathed, the virus would not invade his body. I might as well put the hood back on. The air is foul. His ears were also freezing. The temperature was indeed outrageous. Looking at the corpse at the door, Qin Jian pinched his nose and quickly donned his hood. With bacteria flying about and the frigid winter winds, he could hardly imagine how long he would survive without the protection of his suit. Presently, he found himself somewhat admiring Jiang Yingxue. After all, she merely covered her face with a cloth and took simple precautions, wearing little more than a uniform and a thin cotton jacket, yet she managed to thrive remarkably well. Perhaps this was the essence of a law enforcer, possessing a physique far superior to the average person. Hey! The next moment, Qin Jian suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Looking up, he saw Jiang Yingxue and Guomin approaching with a group. I was just thinking about you, and here you are. Qin Jian smiled at Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue paused for a moment, surprised. You were thinking of me? Yes, I've been thinking about you for quite some time. Qin Jian, having not interacted with women for many years, had his emotional intelligence plummet to 0. His statement was utterly straightforward, devoid of any personal feelings. However, the speaker was oblivious while the listener was not. Who wouldn't ponder a remark like that? Cough, cough. Jiang Yingxue lightly coughed, feeling slightly embarrassed, wondering if Qin Jian was about to confess his feelings. But if he were to confess, it should not be in front of so many people. Right? Wouldn't that be off-putting? They should discuss their matters later. Approaching Qin Jian, Jiang Yingxue whispered, "Let us talk about this later." With that, she even winked at him. Perhaps having grown comfortable with each other, Qin Jian was accustomed to Jiang Yingxue's playful demeanor and nodded. All right. I think so too. Let's clarify the current situation first. Unbeknownst to them, they were engaging in a conversation across realms. Guomin, right? Would you be interested in helping me with something? Qin Jian turned to Guomin and inquired. Having learned quite a bit about Qin Jian during her conversation with Jiang Yingxue the day before, Guomin knew that this request came with a reward. Without hesitation, she nodded. Sure, Mr. Qin, just tell us what to do. And we will do our best. It wasn't a difficult task, but it was labor-intensive. Qin Jian smirked and tentatively remarked, Is it all right for you women to do some physical work? Absolutely. We can definitely manage. Guomin readily agreed without consulting her companions. Although the sisters heard Qin Jian's words, they understood and did not voice any objections, as they were well aware of the dire circumstances. Outside, the streets were filled with zombies, and lacking adequate weapons for defense, they had little means to procure resources. Thus, it was better to stabilize their situation first by working for Qin Jian to earn some rewards. Okay. Seeing their eagerness, Qin Jian felt quite pleased, clapping his hands to assign them the tasks of moving corpses and cleaning the courtyard, as Min and her companions gazed at the pile of corpses outside the door. Their expressions varied from bewilderment to confusion and even disgust, yet no one dared to outright refuse. They all picked up tools and began to work diligently. Several hundred corpses. Won't that obstruct the courtyard? Jiang Yingxue inquired. Approaching curiously it should be fine, as long as it doesn't block the door, Qin Jian replied. Jiang Yingxue rolled her eyes and continued. Do you need any medicine? Chapter 58. Beauty pageant? Yes, I am in dire need. Qin Jian nodded earnestly that he wished to accumulate a stockpile of medicines, ideally amassing tens of thousands to hoard for years of enhancement. How about we turn the tables today? You help me with a task. What task? Jiang Yingxue spoke directly and without preamble. Yesterday, I took them to see Dr. Liu. He mentioned that the peculiar growths on their bodies are not tumors, but rather eggs belonging to a type of mite. Under normal circumstances, it is inconceivable for mites to nest on a human being. These are a mutated species, magnified countless times. Of course, this is merely Dr. Liu's speculation. The exact nature of the situation requires further investigation. If we could find a medical expert, we might discover a means of treatment. Just as Jiang Yingxue was about to elaborate, she was interrupted by Qin Jian. Enough that Dr. Liu's guess is indeed correct. Those are insect eggs. Really? They are insect eggs? Jiang Yingxue aghast in surprise, taking Qin Jian's words at face value without a hint of skepticism. Don't ask me how I know that if you don't believe me. You can wait until those eggs hatch, but then those women would be doomed. Jiang Yingxue expressed her concern. It is worth noting that Qin Jian possesses the capability to cure those afflicted women. But he feels it is not worth the effort. After all, a clear distinction must be made. He is not a benevolent father, but a pragmatic businessman. Their contributions to him have been minimal, and he is not inclined to sacrifice lives for them. At the very least, he intends to wait until they have completed their current tasks before negotiating terms for their future assistance. He can only hope that the women can endure until then. Should the parasites breach their bodies, he would be powerless to intervene. By the way, after all this talk, you haven't mentioned your primary purpose. What exactly do you want my assistance with? You're not suggesting we seek out a team of experts for this matter, are you? Qin Jian snapped back to attention, his surprise evident. Jiang Yingxue produced a key. Of course not. This is Dr. Liu's pharmacy key. We need to procure an external mite treatment named a Lin.0. So you mean that if we apply that medicine to those women, it will guarantee their recovery? Not necessarily. The mites are, after all, mutated, but Dr. Liu asserts that they ultimately belong to the insect family, and we must experiment to ascertain the truth. Qin Jian nodded thoughtfully, internally cautioning that they should not harbor excessive hopes. Such mutated mites are likely on par with a zombie virus. If they were to discover that this external treatment is effective against the eggs, Dr. Liu would become a monumental figure contributing significantly to the nation and the world. What about compensation? Qin Jian instinctively extended his hand. We can't have me working for free, can we? Compensation? Surely you can figure that out. Jiang Yingxue smiled slightly. Dr. Liu explicitly stated that if you help us acquire the medicine, all remaining items in the pharmacy will be yours. Qin Jian's eyes brightened momentarily, but he quickly asked with concern, what if we find a pharmacy has already been ransacked? That is unlikely. The roll-up door is locked. While it may not be as secure as your high-tech equipment, it shouldn't draw too much attention. Jiang Yingxue said, filled with a sense of optimism. Qin Jian stood up and picked up a cream bread from the plate beside him, taking a bite while speaking with his mouth full. Then let's go check it out. Yes, let's take a look. It's not far. By the way, you haven't had breakfast, have you? How about some high-calorie food? Qin Jian changed the subject, offering Jiang Yingxue a piece of cream bread. Although the bread was nearly gone, he did not feel too regretful, as he had more than enough food to eat. Moreover, Jiang Yingxue might serve as a valuable assistant in the future, and it was necessary to establish a clear system of rewards and penalties. I haven't eaten yet. Sorry for imposing on you again. Jiang Yingxue chuckled, taking the bread and inhaling its aroma before savoring it slowly. Qin Jian took a large swig of milk, swirled the bottle, and handed it to Jiang Yingxue. There's a bit left. It's for you. Thank you. Jiang Yingxue gratefully finished the milk in one go. Outside, Guomin and the others, who were hard at work, observed the couple's affectionate demeanor with envy, not out of jealousy at their romance, but rather at the delightful food they had, freshly baked cream bread and steaming hot milk. Even before the apocalypse, they had never truly indulged in such a lavish breakfast. Moreover, after the onset of the apocalypse, they had been captured by Gu Chaoming, living in a state of hunger, barely managing to secure a few grains of rice. Soon, rumors began to circulate. The enforcer had stated that she had only recently met Qin Jian and was not in a romantic relationship with him. So, could it be that she was being kept by him? It seemed plausible. After all, even enforcers could change in this apocalypse. Look at how beautiful she is. Perhaps she was already promiscuous before the end of the world. Guomin's group included women not just in their 30s, but also those in their 40s and nearing 50. These women, lacking high social standing or education, could only grumble in silence under Qin Jian's imposing presence. Resorting to whispering behind his back, Guomin had attempted to keep them quiet, but she could not control their tongues. Whenever certain events transpired, their imaginations would run wild. leading to the worst assumptions. Thus, Guomin's small team appeared united on the surface, but in reality, they were fraught with internal strife, having already splintered into various factions. Had it not been for their encounter with Qin Jian yesterday, they might have succumbed to infighting after killing Gu Chaoming, resulting in a complete disbandment. Before long, someone initiated a discussion that shifted the focus from Jiang Yingxue to themselves. What's wrong? If you have the ability, why not give it a try? See if he finds you appealing. I'm not going. I'm too old for that. We have our dignity, unlike you younger ones. Huh. So you do have self-awareness that, if you hadn't mentioned your age, I would have thought you were 70. Half a dozen women joined the conversation, each with a sarcastic tone, creating a palpable tension in the air. Noticing their inattentiveness, Qin Jian furrowed his brows and approached them, asking, "Hey, what is going on? Why are you chatting?" Seeing Qin Jian arrive, the women thought it was the perfect opportunity to get clarity. Mr. Qin, oh no, Qin Ge, do you like someone like me? Qin Ge, don't mind her. Look at me first, and me. Over here. Suddenly, 4 or 5 young women hopped in front of Qin Jian, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded, thinking how this had transformed from working into a beauty contest. Hey, stop this and get back to work. Guomin was taken aback by the sudden turn of events and rushed over to intervene, but she was quickly pushed aside by 3 middle-aged women. The 3 middle-aged women then jostled their way to the front of Qin Jian, loudly proclaiming, "Young man, you must not choose them. They have been thoroughly used by Gu Chaoming's crew. Don't be misled. She and her have both worked as escorts in the past. They might be riddled with disease. Therefore, Qin Ge, you must think twice. Why not consider us? Although we may be older, we are far more capable than they are. We can handle all the tasks, whether it's cleaning, laundry, or cooking." Chapter 59. A sudden embrace. The middle-aged women's remarks were blunt, revealing the sordid pasts of the younger women. The latter were immediately displeased, pointing fingers and hurling insults, leading to an uncontrollable scene. Bang! In the next moment, a deafening gunshot rang out, startling all the women, who quickly covered their mouths and stepped aside. Qin Jian lowered his weapon, his expression darkening as he addressed the crowd. "What do you take me for? I believe I made it clear yesterday that this is a personal refuge, not a place for outsiders. While I have no idea what you were just discussing, let me make myself clear. Those who wish to work may stay. Those who do not may leave." Qin Jian then turned to Guomin, "Or perhaps you should take them with you." Guomin's lips quivered slightly, feeling unjustly wronged. She had done nothing but try to intervene. "Wait, young man, if you're not in a relationship with her, why are you treating her so well?" One middle-aged woman couldn't help but interject, glancing at Jiang Yingxue behind Qin Jian. This question was undoubtedly a self-destructive revelation, leaving the younger women stunned. They thought to themselves that they would never dare ask such a thing. The middle-aged woman even believed she had been quite diplomatic. But how could Qin Jian not understand? Combining the earlier comments from the younger women, he quickly grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that I treat Jiang Yingxue well solely because of her beauty?" Qin Jian glared. "Isn't that the case?" The middle-aged woman retorted. "You all think this way too, which is why you dare to set conditions with me." Qin Jian shot a look at the younger women, who averted their eyes, guilt written all over their faces. "You have 30 seconds to disappear from my sight." Qin Jian let out a sigh and addressed the middle-aged woman. Initially, she did not react, but upon witnessing Qin Jian draw his M9 with the chamber loaded, her expression transformed into one of sheer shock. "What are you doing? I have done nothing to provoke you," she exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. 20 seconds? You must be insane. Is it reasonable for you to hold others accountable?" After counting down aloud, Qin Jian's relentless numbers instilled fear in the woman, prompting her to turn and flee through the crowd. Despite her previously plump figure, she ran with surprising agility, swiftly distancing herself from the shelter. Yet in the next moment, she stumbled and fell. It was not a stone that tripped her, but rather, someone seemed to have seized her foot. Dazed and seeing stars, she turned to discover a bloodied zombie gripping her ankle. It was the only undead creature in the vicinity that had been playing dead, and now it had chosen her as its target. Ah! In the next instant, the zombie lunged at her, sinking its teeth into the fleshy nape of her neck. Guomin and the others, witnessing this scene, were left in shock, trembling in fear, yet none dared to move. Qin Jian holstered his weapon, his expression unyielding. Jiang Yingxue is my partner. The reason I treat her well is that she can assist me in eliminating zombies, while you cannot if you dare to wield a knife and confront a dozen zombies or face armed thugs. Then by all means, demonstrate your capability, and I assure you, you will receive the same treatment. Having said this, Qin Jian expressed his hope that there would be no next time, instructing them to return to their tasks. His final remarks seemed to carry a threatening undertone to the women, implying that any further insubordination could result in immediate execution by him. All the women promptly distanced themselves from Qin Jian, returning to their respective duties, heads down and silent. Jiang Yingxue, having overheard the entire exchange, perceived it as not particularly alarming, yet she was taken aback by Qin Jian's evident anger. Nonetheless, she understood that the middle-aged woman's words not only slandered her, but also implicitly tarnished Qin Jian's character. Even though Qin Jian did not personally confront the woman, his ire stifled everyone present, leaving even Jiang Yingxue hesitant to speak with him, preferring to let him cool off in solitude, perhaps startled by the turn of events. Guomin and her group worked with remarkable efficiency, soon clearing the snow from the yard. They then assisted one another, lifting a corpse and placing it in the designated area at the back of the yard. As instructed by Qin Jian as dusk approached, all the bodies outside the shelter were finally relocated. Qin Jian expressed his gratitude for their hard work and summoned Guomin aside. Your reward is a hand crossbow. Please account for your number and report back to me. A hand crossbow. I know what that is. I've seen Gu Changming and the others use it. Upon hearing such a reward, Guomin was instantly elated. For possessing a weapon would alleviate their fears of encountering zombies during future scavenging expeditions. You've seen them use it? Then you should be able to replicate their technique, right? Roughly, yes. Good. That saves me the trouble of teaching you. I will provide you with 50 bolts. Distribute them wisely. Just remember to retrieve the bolts after firing, and you need not worry about running out. Understood? Thank you, Mr. Qin. In just a few exchanges, Qin Jian completed the payment for their services. With a total of 18 women, he handed them each a hand crossbow. Even though they had barely eaten all day, each woman who received a weapon now wore a look of relief. For they believed that arms were more vital than sustenance. Without the means to survive and protect themselves, how could they even consider their next meal? Guomin, I hope you can manage them well in the future, especially their words and actions. Before Guomin departed, Qin Jian called out to her with this admonition. Reflecting on the morning's debacle, Guomin felt a deep sense of guilt and helplessness. Fortunately, Mr. Qin had granted them one last opportunity to redeem themselves. Without uttering a word, Guomin nodded solemnly and turned to leave. After Guomin and the others had exited, Qin Jian approached Jiang Yingxue and finally spoke to her. Do you still wish to save these women after what they said behind your back? Jiang Yingxue, aware that Qin Jian was referring to the matter of the eggs, replied with a wry smile, To be honest, I never intended to save them. Firstly, I believe that once one has grown those things, there is no cure. Secondly, I am exhausted. Good deeds often go unrewarded, so who would still want to help? Your awareness is commendable. It is indeed correct to think that way. However, Dr. Liu does not share this perspective, which is why he resolutely chose to save them. After all, he and I are part of the same team, and he's been looking after Shanhai Dong for the past 2 days. I cannot simply abandon him, can I? Upon mentioning Shanhai Dong, Qin Jian could not help but inquire, is he still unconscious? Yes, he suffered a severe concussion, and I suspect he will wake up half-dazed. Through their prior conversation, Qin Jian had learned that Shanhai Dong was Jiang Yingxue's disciple. Although they had known each other for less than a few months, their bond resembled that of siblings. Inseparable and deeply connected. Qin Jian naturally understood the purity of their teacher-student relationship, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Well then, I shall assist you wholeheartedly. I cannot allow you to venture out alone to search for seeds. After speaking, Qin Jian stood and retreated to his room, crafting a red pill, which he then placed in Jiang Yingxue's hands. Qin Jian? Jiang Yingxue understood what the object was and why Qin Jian entrusted her with such an important item. You need not stammer. Observing Jiang Yingxue struggle to articulate her thoughts, Qin Jian could not help but chuckle. But in the next moment, Jiang Yingxue suddenly embraced him. Chapter 60. The massive figure, the mutated vulture Qin Jian was taken aback. This embrace felt entirely different from the previous one with the female student. The disparity was not only in the physical sensation, but also in the significance of the gesture. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Yingxue released Qin Jian. Can I consider this a gesture of gratitude? Qin Jian furrowed his brow and asked. Yes, Jiang Yingxue had intended to say more, but upon hearing Qin Jian's words, she quickly sought a way to deflect. Nodding in agreement. Well, I see it's getting late. Shouldn't we go check that pharmacy? Let us go. Jiang Yingxue readily accepted without hesitation. Wait, take this to I in the next moment. Qin Jian called out to her, retrieving a single-barrel shotgun and 60 rounds of ammunition from his protective gear and handing them to her. Jiang Yingxue did not express excessive gratitude. After all, they were exchanging effort for armaments, and both understood that no further words were necessary. This gun is quite old, homemade, and regulations have tightened over the past year. Jiang Yingxue remarked as she skillfully loaded the shotgun with ammunition. Isn't that what Gu Changming does? We did our part in ridding the world of evil yesterday. Qin Jian replied, and the two promptly exited the premises. At that moment, both Qin Jian and Jiang Yingxue were armed with powerful weapons, resembling the most formidable duo in the city, with virtually no undead creature daring to approach them. As they advanced, they effortlessly dispatched the obstructive zombies in their path. The thunderous sound of the shotgun drew numerous zombies towards them, but the duo remained unfazed, working in perfect harmony to disperse wave after wave of the undead, as if they were engaged in a game of mowing grass. Leave that dog for me. Midway through, Qin Jian spotted a zombie dog charging towards them and quickly intervened, shooting it down with his M9. Jiang Yingxue, unaware that Qin Jian was fulfilling a weekly task set by the system, believed he was merely practicing his marksmanship with the zombie dog. Their journey was relatively uneventful, and the pair finally arrived near the pharmacy. The sun had completely set, casting the entire city into darkness. Wait! Just as Jiang Yingxue was about to unlock the pharmacy door, Qin Jian abruptly warned her, pulling her aside to hide behind a wall. What is happening? Jiang Yingxue inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. It seems someone is coming. Qin Jian replied, his eyes wide with focus. Having consumed the enhancement drug, his hearing was several times sharper than before, allowing him to easily detect the heavy, chaotic footsteps approaching from a distance. How come I didn't hear anything? Jiang Yingxue was still puzzled when she suddenly caught sight of a group of people bursting out from the alley beside the pharmacy. Are they all humans? So many. The crowd consisted of roughly 20 individuals, all hurrying and panting heavily. However, the next scene left both Qin Jian and Jiang Yingxue in shock. Suddenly, one individual from the crowd lunged at another, striking down the person in front of them with an unknown object to the head. Instantly, chaos erupted as the crowd began to fight, with screams, curses, and incessant bickering filling the air. Realizing the situation, Qin Jian could not help but hiss, "This group is not united." Jiang Yingxue, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. The people were not allies, but were instead engaged in a conflict, seemingly pursuing one another for reasons unknown. Should we intervene? Jiang Yingxue could not help but ask, considering that the fight was unfolding at the pharmacy's entrance, and they seemed eager to acquire medicine before nightfall. Intervene? How will we do that? Are we to eliminate both factions? Qin Jian, however, immediately posed a question that left Jiang Yingxue momentarily bewildered. She thought to herself, indeed, it was impossible to discern which faction was virtuous and which was malevolent. How could she possibly assist? Yet, one must ponder, in this world, does the distinction between good and evil still hold any significance? Just as the group of individuals was embroiled in a heated scuffle, a sudden mournful cry echoed from above. All present, including Qin Jian, were taken aback, and someone promptly shouted, "This is bad. It's that vulture again. Run! Flee!" The crowd, as if they had collectively signed a truce, sprang to their feet and fled in unison, rendering the scene somewhat absurd. Whoosh! However, in the next moment, as a massive figure swooped over the crowd, creating a violent gust of wind, the atmosphere shifted from comical to terrifying. Ah, help! The enormous entity swiftly snatched up an unfortunate soul, soaring low in the air, while the wretched individual cried out in helpless despair. Yet no one was able to rescue him. The crowd quickly scattered in a panic, disappearing from sight, while the colossal being continued to circle ominously above the alley. Emitting a shrill wail, contemplating the incessant mutterings of the fleeing crowd regarding the vulture, Qin Jian could not help but conclude that the monstrous creature was indeed an aberrant vulture. After all, how could an ordinary vulture possibly reach such an immense size? When it had spread its wings just moments ago, they must have exceeded 5 meters in span. Damn it, this was unequivocally a boss-level monster. Qin Jian couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Glancing back at Jiang Yingxue, he noticed her trembling, breathless with fear. Humanity instinctively harbors terror towards the unknown, and Jiang Yingxue was no exception, even though she recognized it as a vulture. She found it far more bizarre than zombies or corpse dogs. 5 minutes later, the silhouette of the aberrant vulture vanished from the skies, allowing the two to emerge from their hiding spot behind the wall. We must act swiftly. If that creature returns, it would spell disaster. Jiang Yingxue's voice quivered as she unlocked the roll-up door and pushed into the apothecary. Conversely, Qin Jian's thoughts were in stark contrast to hers. This aberrant vulture, having grown to such size and easily capable of preying on humans, had undoubtedly claimed dominion over this territory. It was certainly a creature of formidable strength, though its appearance was fearsome. It was not invulnerable. Bullets would surely pose a threat. What if they sought an opportunity to hunt it? After vanquishing it, would they not reap bountiful rewards? The more he contemplated, the less fear he felt. Replaced instead by exhilaration, he was convinced that slaying this beast would yield abundant spoils. I have an idea. What idea do you have? Jiang Yingxue shot him a look of exasperation, urging, stop dawdling and help me find that medicine. Why not hunt it? To eliminate future worries. Qin Jian disregarded her urging and smiled slightly. Huh. Jiang Yingxue was momentarily taken aback. You mean, hunt that thing? Precisely, it will be beneficial for both of us, forget it. That thing flies in the sky. How on earth do we deal with it? Jiang Yingxue reluctantly acquiesced to Qin Jian's suggestion. Were it not for his insistence, her instinct would have been to avoid the aberrant vulture at all costs, never to confront it head-on. Qin Jian was confident that they had ample strategies to deal with the creature. They merely needed to wait until tomorrow to stake out the area. Jiang Yingxue swallowed hard, still filled with trust in Qin Jian, and nodded, stating, "All right, I will do my utmost to assist you tomorrow." After swiftly devising a plan, they hurried to locate the insecticide, soon discovering several bottles tucked away in a corner of the shelf. Subsequently, Qin Jian collected all the necessary medications from the shelves, tossing them into his backpack. Given that the backpack could accommodate up to 40 kilograms without issue, he managed to load a substantial quantity without feeling any burden. Before departing, he took a moment to search the bodies of the unfortunate souls who had perished in the earlier conflict. What is this? Qin Jian retrieved a note-like item from one of the corpses. Illuminating it with his flashlight out of curiosity, a recipe for medicine. Upon deciphering the contents of the note, he furrowed his brow. It seems these individuals were headed towards our apothecary. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked to Jiang Yingxue. Chapter 61. The easily annihilated pack of corpse dogs. Jiang Yingxue was taken aback by Qin Jian's assertion. What? Surely not. What if they merely happened upon this place by chance? Seeing her skepticism, Qin Jian shrugged and approached a corpse near the apothecary's entrance. Picking up a set of lock-picking tools hanging from its belt, I happened to notice this individual before the confrontation began. He was fiddling with the door lock, likely hoping to break in and steal some medicine. However, he met his end before he could even make a dent. With a sigh, Qin Jian patted the corpse. So that's how it was? Jiang Yingxue's realization dawned upon her, and she quickly thought of the fleeing individuals, expressing her concern. If that's the case, won't they return here? Of course they will. Medicines are incredibly valuable in these times. They would risk their lives to seize them, Qin Jian asserted with certainty, glancing again at the note. In the next moment, he handed it to Jiang Yingxue. Take a look. I just discovered this. Jiang Yingxue took the note and scrutinized it, her eyes widening in disbelief. This recipe also includes insecticide. Thus, it stands to reason that among those pillagers, there must be individuals afflicted with parasitic eggs. Otherwise, how could they have thought to target our apothecary? After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yingxue inquired seriously, This apothecary now belongs to you. I know you won't let anyone take it lightly. However, we cannot possibly guard it 24 hours a day if we were to encounter them. How should we confront them? Should we be aggressive or conservative? Jiang Yingshue's considerations were thorough, yet her thoughts had been subtly influenced by Qin Jian, leading her to seek his counsel on every matter. Had she not met Qin Jian, her first instinct upon encountering the pillaging survivors would have been to negotiate peacefully if they wield firearms and point them at me, whether they shoot or not. I would fire first, Qin Jian declared without hesitation. Jiang Yingxue nodded, reflecting on how vivid his words sounded, as if she had lived through a similar experience. The two made their way back to the supermarket. Initially, Jiang Yingxue had not intended for Qin Jian to escort her, but he insisted on patrolling the vicinity to check for any signs of corpse dogs. Why are you so fixated on corpse dogs? As they reached the supermarket entrance, Jiang Yingxue could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Those creatures are exceptionally swift. It's difficult to hit them with a gun, and they can snap a person's neck with a single bite. If I were to encounter two of them outside, I would undoubtedly flee without a second thought, never daring to gamble." Yet, why was he actively seeking them out? Did he have a vendetta against dogs? Qin Jian kept his secrets close, knowing that even if he revealed them, she would not comprehend. Those creatures are far more dangerous than zombies. If spotted, they must be dealt with immediately. I'm merely considering our convenience for future encounters. Otherwise, if we were to cross paths and be besieged by corpse dogs, it would be quite unpleasant, wouldn't it? Qin Jian fabricated a casual excuse to deflect her probing. Jiang Yingxue shrugged, advising just be careful. After Jiang Yingxue returned home, Qin Jian circled the supermarket, only to find a few zombies, with no sign of any corpse dogs. Isn't it stated in the data that corpse dogs prefer to roam in packs at night? Why haven't I seen any? He pondered, furrowing his brow as he made his way back to the shelter. Before long, he heard the distant sound of barking. Turning his head, he was startled to see nearly a dozen corpse dogs approximately 50 meters away. Some lay resting. Others feasted upon a nearby corpse, while a few patrolled like sentinels, pacing back and forth in front of their companions. Have I truly jinxed myself? Just as I lamented the absence of corpse dogs, a whole pack appears. Qin Jian was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, preparing his firearm. Wait, this is no time to act recklessly. That is a dozen corpse dogs, even with the buff from the blue pills. Qin Jian had no desire to engage them directly. Although bites wouldn't lead to infection, the Qin Jian contemplated for a moment and resolved to give it a try as long as those corpse hounds did not manage to climb the tree. He would consider it a complete victory. Much like zombies, they would not retreat, resulting in their inevitable demise at the hands of his precise shots. Finding a suitable position, Qin Jian lifted his M9 and aimed at a pacing corpse hound, firing two shots that immediately pierced through its skull. The pack of corpse hounds was promptly alerted and quickly zeroed in on Qin Jian's location, charging towards him with ferocity. However, Qin Jian had already turned to flee, and within an instant, the distance between them widened. Were it not for the enhancement of the sharp ice secret potion, the hounds would have surely been nipping at his heels within mere seconds. Before long, Qin Jian swiftly ascended the tree, and mere moments later, the hounds reached its base, leaping upward in vain. Alas, they could not reach him. He had correctly anticipated their astonishing jumping ability, yet they ultimately could not scale the 4-meter height of the tree. With a resounding bang, his double-barreled shotgun erupted, effortlessly obliterating 4 of the hounds. The remaining hounds, in a frenzy, clawed desperately at the tree, but to no avail. In a fit of boredom, Qin Jian found himself taunting the hounds with sardonic remarks. Thus, a dozen oblivious hounds met their end at the hands of a shotgun and handgun, all falling victim to him. Descending from the tree, Qin Jian nonchalantly kicked the carcasses aside, shouldered his weapon, and whistled as he made his way back to the shelter. Upon returning, he checked the task list, and the mission to eliminate the corpse hounds was marked as complete. In fact, he had exceeded the target. Having dispatched countless hounds prior, although he suspected he had not reached the stipulated 15, extracting a bottle of orange juice from the refrigerator, Qin Jian drank heartily while preparing dinner. Speaking of which, he had been so preoccupied with upgrading equipment earlier that he had completely forgotten to upgrade the refrigerator. Glancing at the plethora of ingredients strewn about beside the fridge, he scratched his head in concern. It had only been a day, Surely the vegetables wouldn't have lost their freshness, right? Whatever, he decided to eat first and worry later. However, with so many ingredients, even if he stored them in the fridge, they would eventually spoil. After all, how could he possibly consume everything on his own? If Qin Jian's musings were broadcast throughout the city, it would likely incite the ire of 99% of the population. Ordinary shelters, paralyzed by fear of monsters, could not venture out to scavenge for supplies, merely waiting for their resources to dwindle. Meanwhile, larger shelters, emboldened by their numbers, ventured out collectively, only to suffer continuous setbacks due to their ignorance of these monsters, ultimately finding their existence more precarious than that of ordinary shelters. In stark contrast, Qin Jian had food, weapons, a secure haven, and even information about the monsters. His sole concern was the possibility of his food spoiling before he could consume it. Others would likely feel utterly unqualified to possess such a trivial worry. Chapter 62. The Unvisited Leisure Area. A special task emerges. After quickly sought a couple of dishes, Qin Jian savored each bite. Feeling utterly satisfied, reclining on the sofa, he opened the television with a glimmer of hope, only to be met with the static of snowflakes and the harsh sound of interference. Having eaten his fill, Qin Jian felt restless. After all, one could not simply sleep all day, lest he become akin to a pig. It was imperative to seek out some form of entertainment. However, the television offered no solace, and any broadcast would likely consist of urgent news regarding the apocalypse. Wait, the leisure area? In the next moment, it dawned on him. How could he have forgotten such an essential aspect? Qin Jian hurried toward the door in the corner of the room. In his haste to unlock the second level, he had mindlessly activated the leisure area without even glancing at it. And no matter. Better late than never, he thought, as he pushed the door open and was immediately struck by a peculiar sensation, an overwhelming emptiness. What the hell? There was nothing. The phrase bare walls could not capture the desolation of the leisure area more aptly. The only items present appear to be a table and chairs at the entrance, along with a few stacked books. Instinctively, Qin Jian approached, took a seat, and opened one of the books. Learning to manage finances? In this apocalyptic world, what was the point of managing finances? The title alone dissuaded him. The second book, titled Knowledge is Wealth, was similarly dismissed. The third and fourth books bore titles akin to self-help and motivational literature. Good grief! The books provided in this leisure area were not meant to pass the time. They were clearly intended to offer consolation during moments of despair. Unfortunately for him, he had yet to experience such despair. Qin Jian shoved all the books aside and couldn't help but inquire. System, are there any other books available? I can spend points to purchase them. Yes, please unlock the Leisure Area library. The library contains a variety of books, each priced at a mere 10 points. Surprised by the system's response, Qin Jian pondered if it was engaging in a sales pitch. Regaining his composure, he decided to examine what equipment could be unlocked in the leisure area. Leisure Area Upgrade Direction. Luxurious Leisure Area Buildable Equipment. Library, 500. Game Hall, 1,000. Movie Theater, 1,000. Billiards Room, 500. A game hall? A place to watch movies? Upon seeing these two options, Qin Jian rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement, eager to move forward. However, upon glancing at his remaining points, his smile faded. And no matter. Tomorrow I will have more. I am determined to make the leisure area splendid. With a slight smile, Qin Jian reassured himself that while leisure and entertainment might be delayed, they would never be absent. The following morning, Qin Jian stretched lazily as he rose from bed and calculated his points. Survival confirmation. 30 points quality sleep. 17 points nutritious diet. 20 points successfully upgraded 4 types of fortification equipment to level 2. 2,000 points burned bug eggs. 1,265 points killed zombies. 142 points killed corpse hounds. 365 points task to kill corpse hounds completed. 800 points first use of a non-fortification weapon. Reward single-barreled. Shotgun blueprint first discovery of a giant mutated creature. A special task has been updated. Allies killed zombies. 326 points allies killed corpse hounds. 11 points point settlement. 4538 remaining points. For 1,541 over 4,000 points settled. I've broken a new record. Qin Jian marveled at the results, but soon his expression turned serious. The settlement rewards included not just points, but also vital information. The task list had been updated with a special task. Just the name special task implies it is significantly better than an ordinary task. The regular task list updates weekly. Therefore, his outing yesterday likely triggered a hidden condition, resulting in this additional task. This special task must relate to that mutated vulture. As Qin Jian pondered this, his excitement grew. He had originally planned to hunt that behemoth, and now with the addition of a task reward. It felt like an extraordinary windfall. The prospect of an extra special task solidified Qin Jian's resolve to hunt the mutated vulture. After all, with only 2 days until the task list refreshed. Missing this special task would be akin to letting a fortune slip away. He quickly approached the task list to check. Special task: eliminate the mutated vulture you discovered, bring its head back, and place it in the corpse disposal machine. Reward: 5,000 points, plus 3 additional random reward opportunities from the corpse disposal machine. Seeing such generous rewards, Qin Jian couldn't help but exclaim, "This is incredible." A reward of 5,000 points, along with 3 chances for random rewards from the disposal machine. It's practically like earning 1,000,000. Without delay, Qin Jian began to formulate a plan for hunting the mutated vulture, not wanting to waste a single moment. First and foremost, he needed to check his equipment. After all, the old adage rings true. Survival is paramount for output. Without adequate defense, everything else is moot. Qin Jian opened the upgrade option for his protective suit. High-grade protective suit upgrade direction. Customized protective suit branches diverse virus resistance. 2,000. Your protective suit can withstand more mutated viruses and bacteria. Impact resistance. 1,000 added shock-absorbing pads reduce external impacts and damage by 75. Blast resistance. 3,000 embedded with anti-explosion plates, reducing explosion damage by 80. Fall protection. 2,000 added fall protection devices reduce fall damage by 80. Bacterial scanning. 3,000 equipped with an automatic air scanning system, providing real-time information on surrounding bacterial concentrations. Qin Jian scanned the options and focused on the impact resistance that it was better to be prepared. What if the mutated vulture attempted to take flight or escape during the hunt and accidentally collided with him? Although he had been unable to discern its full form last night, he estimated that with wings spread, it extended over 5 meters, and its weight would undoubtedly be considerable. It might well exceed a ton. Should the defenses prove inadequate and one were to be struck with such force, the most favorable outcome would be the loss of half a life. Without hesitation, Qin Jian promptly upgraded the collision resistance option of his protective suit. In the next moment, the suit he donned felt considerably sturdier, yet it did not become excessively heavy. Instantly reassured, Qin Jian then turned his attention to the bulletproof vest, deeming it essential to wear as well. What if that vulture were to swoop down and take a few bites out of him? With such a massive physique, its beak would likely be sharper than a knife, wouldn't it? The protective suit primarily guards against invisible threats like viruses and bacteria. And as for physical defense, it currently only offered collision protection, which felt somewhat lacking. Thus, Qin Jian swiftly examined the upgrade options for the bulletproof vest. Bulletproof vest upgrade path. Military bulletproof vest branches automatic repair. 100 automatically repairs all damage every 12 hours. Stab resistance. 200 enhances elasticity, reducing piercing damage by 80. Enhanced defense. 500 thickens the vest overall, further reducing bullet damage by 50. Increased weight. 1,000 overall weight of the vest increases, but the wearer will not be affected by the burden. Indirectly reducing knockback and knockdown effects. Chapter 63. Formulating the hunting plan after reviewing the options, Qin Jian resolved to upgrade all branches of the bulletproof vest. After all, each branch was exceedingly useful. Closely linked to defensive capabilities, automatic repair was indispensable, as no one wanted to squander points on a newly purchased vest. Conveniently, the vest had previously been damaged by Gu Changming, making it ready for repairs. Stab resistance might be effective against the mutated vulture's attacks. After all, Qin Jian had just considered how its beak was certainly as sharp as a knife. The third item was bound to be upgraded eventually. As Qin Jian could not guarantee he wouldn't encounter armed assailants in the future, the final option was crucial. It reminded him of the individual carried away by the mutated vulture last night. It was a lack of sufficient body weight that allowed it to be easily snatched away. This option effectively increased his weight, although the exact increase was unknown. What if it proved effective? Should the vulture attempt to lift him, only to find it unable to do so? Wouldn't that be a sight to behold? In an instant, 1,800 points were deducted, and the battered bulletproof vest was transformed to pristine condition, its metal plates appearing more compact and refined, shining as if polished with oil. Once Qin Jian donned the bulletproof vest, he indeed felt no unnecessary burden. However, it felt as though his weight had significantly increased under its protective effects. With the combination of the protective suit and the bulletproof vest, Qin Jian felt considerably more secure. Though the metaphor may not be particularly flattering, he now felt akin to a turtle nestled within its shell, seamlessly defended from all angles, 100% protected. Now, with over 1,700 points remaining, Qin Jian promptly checked the upgrade options for his double-barrel shotgun, for while he had bolstered his defenses, he could not neglect his offensive capabilities. The double-barrel shotgun was undoubtedly the optimal weapon for dealing with the mutated vulture. Given that close combat was inevitable, the shotgun's spread shot damage would be entirely sufficient against such a large foe. He had previously been unable to upgrade it, but now he had the opportunity to do so. Double-barrel shotgun upgrade path. Specialized double-barrel shotgun branches firepower. 300 increases damage by 50 capacity. 500 increases ammo capacity from 2 to 3 rounds rate of fire. 300 increases firing rate by 50 concentration. 1,000 utilizes specialized slugs that concentrate shot into a single point, significantly enhancing lethality. Adjustable to disable spread. 1,000 utilizes specialized shot that expands the spread area by 100. Adjustable to disable with 5 branches available. Qin Jian hesitated before making his choice. He opted to upgrade the first 3 fundamental aspects. After all, the latter 2 were somewhat specialized, and he felt that without upgrading the first 3, the latter 2 would not achieve their optimal effectiveness. Additionally, both required 1,000 points, and he simply did not possess that many to spare. With the deduction of 1,100 points, Qin Jian was left with just over 600 points. Naturally, he would not squander this remaining amount. First, he replenished some ammunition and then spent 500 points to acquire a smoke grenade. To successfully complete the special mission, these necessary expenses were justified. At this moment, Qin Jian was fully equipped, and rather than rushing out, he placed the Daily Settlement's single-barrel shotgun blueprint into the light weapon crafting station. The single-barrel shotgun requires 1,000 points for crafting. Upon seeing the price, Qin Jian found his interest waning. After all, that weapon could only fire once at a time. Reloading was cumbersome, and its effectiveness was merely half that of the double-barrel shotgun. Furthermore, he had seen Zhang Yingxue operate it yesterday, and it had proven to be quite unwieldy. Even if he were to craft it in the future, it would likely be sold to others, as he certainly would not use it a second time. Thus, the upgrade options for the refrigerator and leisure area were once again set aside. Yet, Qin Jian remained unperturbed, for should he succeed in this significant endeavor, he would emerge exceedingly prosperous. With 5,000 points, in addition to 3 random rewards from the recycling machine and the daily settlement, he believed that exceeding 10,000 points in tomorrow's settlement was entirely plausible. Time was of the essence, and with no time to prepare breakfast, Qin Jian grabbed a slice of bread and a bottle of milk before pushing open the door. In the yard, Qin Jian took a moment to examine the accumulated corpses for any signs of egg infestation. After a brief survey, he selected several bodies that exhibited the telltale signs of decay, placed them together, doused them in gasoline, and ignited them. He then exited the yard, remembering to retrieve the bait trap he had left on the ground, and made his way directly to the supermarket. On the supermarket rooftop, Zhang Yingxue spotted Qin Jian from a distance, her eyes lighting up as she quickly prepared her weapon to descend and join him. "Have you rested enough, Xiao Shun?" she inquired, turning to Shun Haidong. "Absolutely. I've been sleeping for several days," Shun Haidong exclaimed, having been rejuvenated by the red pill Qin Jian had given him, and he cheerfully answered while removing the bandage from his head, revealing a scabbed wound at the back. Dr. Liu, noticing the two were heading out, sighed and said, "Then I shall continue to hold down the fort and await Gu Min and the others. By the way, could you bring these 2 boxes of Banlan Jin to Qin Jian in exchange for 2 meat pies?" "Oh, where did they go again?" Dr. Liu pulled 2 boxes of Banlan Jin from his bag, only to find the 2 had vanished from the rooftop. Leaving him exasperated, Downstairs, the three of them successfully regrouped. "How is your recovery?" Qin Jian asked, glancing at the spirited Shen Haidong. "Thanks to your pills, Qin Ge, I feel fantastic, as if reborn from the ashes," Shen Haidong exclaimed somewhat dramatically. To which Qin Jian merely smiled in response without elaboration. "So, what is the plan for today? Are we really going to hunt that enormous vulture?" Jiang Yingxue raised an eyebrow, inquiring of Qin Jian. Qin Jian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is our target." As the trio walked, they discussed their plan, starting with analyzing the weaknesses of the mutated vulture before preparing their ambush strategy. Since it could fly, its wings were undoubtedly its Achilles heel. If they could somehow injure its wings, preventing it from taking flight, its combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished, effectively avoiding the risk of it snatching them away mid-air. To injure its wings, they would first need to lure it to the ground. Thus, Qin Jian's bait trap would be essential. After all, that device was favored by all monsters, and Qin Jian believed the mutated vulture would be no exception. If placed strategically, it would be impossible for it not to descend to investigate. Once it was lured down, the offensive process would commence. First, Qin Jian would throw a smoke grenade, followed by the three of them rushing in. Jiang Yingxue would attempt to slash its wings with her long knife. Complemented by shotgun blasts targeting the same area, Qin Jian would take charge of the other wing, firing 3 shots directly at it. Shen Haidong would aim for its head, launching a crossbow bolt to deal a significant blow. During this planning, Shen Haidong suggested an excellent idea. Vultures, being covered in feathers, were particularly averse to fire. If conditions permitted, they could employ fire as a weapon. "There are 2 barrels of gasoline at the pharmacy corner. I believe we could definitely give it a try," Jiang Yingxue reminded him. Qin Jian stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before responding, "That sounds feasible, but I'll handle that part. After all, I'm quicker and better equipped." With unreserved confidence, Qin Jian stated this without a hint of modesty. Chapter 64. The ambush. The heavily injured mutated vulture elicited a mere shrug from both Jiang Yingxue and Qin Jian upon hearing this remark, as they had unwavering faith in Qin Jian's abilities. Thus, the formidable task of combating the fiery vulture rested squarely on his shoulders. To be frank, Qin Jian initially did not ponder the matter deeply, believing that sheer firepower would suffice to vanquish the mutated vulture. Had he approached the situation with the meticulousness of Shen Haidong, he would have deemed it necessary to forego upgrading his double-barreled shotgun and invest 500 points to craft a Molotov cocktail at the tactical throwing device workstation. However, he considered this to be of little consequence, for he had already devised a strategy for effectively utilizing gasoline against the mutated vulture. Approximately an hour later, the trio arrived at the pharmacy's entrance. Jiang Yingxue first unlatched the roll-up door, allowing Qin Jian and Shen Haidong to swiftly enter, where they retrieved gasoline from the corner and prepared it at the outer wall. The plan remained to execute the operation in the secluded corner, as the overhead obstructions would obscure their location from the mutated vulture, facilitating a surprise attack whenever the opportunity arose. Minutes turned into hours, and as 3 hours elapsed, the street remained devoid of any living creature, save for 2 zombies drawn in by the bait trap. Qin Jian began to exhale in frustration, pondering whether the bait trap was ineffective against the mutated vulture. However, it was inconceivable that they would not even catch a glimpse of their elusive foe. During this time, Jiang Yingxue naturally leaned against Qin Jian's back, occasionally resting her head upon him, both maintaining a silent understanding without uttering a word. Shen Haidong, however, suddenly voiced a thought that sent shivers down their spines. "I just realized something. Do you think such a large mutated vulture is anything but a solitary creature?" Jiang Yingxue shot him a disapproving glance. "Shut your crow's mouth." Shen Haidong promptly complied, closing his mouth, aware of his master's authority. Meanwhile, he mused to himself about the apparent closeness between his master and Qin Jian. "Yingxue, come here." He could not suppress his curiosity any longer and beckoned to Jiang Yingxue. Leaning closer, she furrowed her brow in intrigue. Shen Haidong then whispered conspiratorially in her ear, "Are you 2 together?" Jiang Yingxue was momentarily taken aback that I said, "Are you 2 together?" Shen Haidong insisted, casting a glance towards Qin Jian, who was oblivious to their exchange. Jiang Yingxue's face flushed crimson as she pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, Don't say such nonsense. Okay. Shun Haidong nodded vigorously, his heart racing with excitement. If his master acknowledged his inquiry in this manner, it surely implied a tacit agreement. Regardless, he wished him a lifetime of happiness. Jiang Yingxue waved him off, signaling him to step aside, though Shen Haidong's well wishes brought her a sense of joy. Yet, she remained uncertain about when they would finally confront their feelings openly. As the afternoon approached around 1 o'clock, the atmosphere shifted, and a colossal figure soared above them. "It's here," Qin Jian exclaimed, eager to discover its true form. Just from the shadow on the ground, they confirmed that it was indeed the mutated vulture, their hearts brimming with exhilaration, devoid of any trepidation. Having meticulously crafted their strategy and rehearsed the scenario multiple times, should they falter now, it would be solely their own failing. It seemed the mutated vulture had noticed the bait trap below. Lowering its body as it dove downwards, with a thunderous crash, the massive creature landed, stirring up a cloud of dust and creating a resonant thud upon impact. The trio, concealed in the shadows, finally beheld the mutated vulture's visage, their eyes widening in astonishment. The vulture was adorned in a striking pattern of black and white feathers, standing nearly 3 meters tall, with a head the size of a computer screen and eyes that gleamed with fierce intensity. However, it appeared to have suffered some prior injury, with one eye bloodied and swollen, and its left talon riddled with wounds. Still oozing blood, to Qin Jian's surprise, he felt a surge of exhilaration, regardless of how it had been injured. Its fate was sealed now that they had it cornered. Initially, Jiang Yingxue felt a twinge of anxiety at the sight of the colossal creature, but, after several glances, reassured herself that it was vulnerable, as a single bullet would surely rend its flesh. Shun Haidong considered the creature somewhat formidable, but placed his faith in Qin Jian, confident that together they could subdue the beast, knowing that the task of delivering a decisive blow to its head was his responsibility. And he would not let Qin Jian down. Before long, the mutated vulture seemed to relax its guard, settling down and spreading its enormous wings, even toppling a nearby trash can. Its beak appeared razor-sharp, curved like a cleaver. At that moment, it clutched the bait trap in its beak, attempting to swallow a whole, only to find it difficult to do so, prompting it to spit it out and play with it instead. Sensing the opportune moment, Qin Jian grasped the gasoline canister in one hand and retrieved a smoke grenade with the other. He turned to nod at his companions, who reciprocated the gesture, with a crisp snap. He pulled the pin from the smoke grenade and tossed it to the ground, where it rolled towards the mutated vulture, erupting into a billowing cloud of white smoke, without uttering a word. Qin Jian charged forward, with Jiang Yingxue and Shan Haidong closely following. The mutated vulture, enveloped by the sudden smoke, emitted a perplexed sound as it scanned its surroundings. However, just as it turned its head, an arrow struck firmly against its skull. It jolted, releasing a thunderous roar. But in the next instant, Qin Jian was already at its flank, and his double-barreled shotgun belched forth flames, riddling the creature's grounded wing with numerous gaping wounds. Feathers exploding in every direction, the anguished cries of the mutated vulture transformed into pitiful wails as it suffered such grievous injuries. Yet the assault was not yet over. Jiang Yingxue appeared at the opposite wing, decisively severing a chunk of flesh. With a resounding thud, she then aimed her gun at the wounded area of its wing, igniting a conflagration upon impact. The sudden onslaught rendered the mutated vulture utterly incapacitated. Although it was not entirely defeated, the right wing that Jiang Yingxue had injured still had some mobility, and it began to flap violently. "Watch out!" Qin Jian warned Jiang Yingxue, rushing towards her in a split second. He pushed her aside, absorbing the brunt of the attack with his reinforced armor, merely taking a step back as the blow landed upon him. The enhanced protective gear and bulletproof vest diminished what would have been a debilitating strike to a mere slap. Seizing the moment, Qin Jian refused to let any opportunity slip away. Before the wing could descend, he grasped the massive appendage and doused it with gasoline from his backpack. With a swift motion, he drew his M9 and fired at the vulture's wing. Instantly, the gasoline-soaked wing ignited, engulfed in roaring flames. The mutated vulture's feathers burned voraciously as the fire rapidly spread, consuming the creature's body. Qin Jian, aware of his protective suit's fire-resistant properties, chose not to evade the searing flames, resolutely holding onto the vulture's wing to prevent it from escaping, determined to allow the fire to envelop its entire form. A.S. Shun Haidong and Jiang Yingxue witnessed Qin Jian's hands engulfed in flames, yet remaining steadfast. They momentarily froze before regaining their composure, hastily reloading their weapons and inflicting additional wounds upon the mutated vulture. The creature's cries of anguish intensified, now laced with agony, as half of its body succumbed to the inferno. Qin Jian clung desperately to the right wing, refusing to allow it to take flight. Although the scene appeared as if Qin Jian were ablaze, he felt little more than a warm sensation, likely due to the enhanced drugs coursing through his system combined with the vulture's injuries, enabling him to gradually pull the creature backward. Meanwhile, Shun Haidong maneuvered in front of the vulture's head, deftly evading its beak while nailing 3 more bolts into its skull, causing blood to spurt forth with each strike. Jiang Yingxue seized the opportunity to fire 6 or 7 shots at the mutated vulture, with 2 bullets striking its head. Despite the severe injury to its cranium, the creature showed no signs of weakness. Instead, it struggled with even greater ferocity. "Fall back," Qin Jian shouted urgently at the 2 companions. Recognizing the perilous situation, although the mutated vulture could not flap its wings, it rolled on the ground, sending a torrent of flames splattering outward in all directions. "Let us go. Stop shooting." Jiang Yingxue yanked Shun Haidong aside, just as a vast expanse of flames cascaded down from the creature they had just attacked. To the vulture's astonishment, despite its frantic writhing, Qin Jian, who clung to its wing, showed no intention of relenting, even as flames engulfed his own body. The mutated vulture panicked. In its experience, humans who encountered it usually fled in terror. Although it had sustained considerable injuries during their confrontation, it had never before encountered such a tenacious human willing to fight to the death. With a swift motion, the vulture lifted its massive claw to kick at Qin Jian. Thud! Qin Jian stood his ground, absorbing the blow, and before the vulture could retract its leg, he seized its gargantuan claw, akin to a giant pepper chicken foot. The vulture was momentarily stunned. It could hardly believe that this human possessed such strength to grip its leg so effortlessly, preventing its retreat. "You dare expose your injured leg to me, seeking death?" Qin Jian laughed upon realizing that the vulture's kick came from its wounded limb. In a flash, he bent down to retrieve Jiang Yingxue's fallen long knife, wedging the claw under his arm and aiming for its ankle. With a swift slice, the long knife, honed to a razor's edge through Jiang Yingxue's meticulous care, severed the vulture's colossal claw with an effortless glide, causing blood to erupt from the wound like a fountain. The mutated vulture, unable to bear the agony of its severed limb, let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the air, shaking the very atmosphere around them. Instinctively, the 3 of them covered their ears, overwhelmed by the deafening sound that surpassed even the loudest tractor. Seizing the moment while they were disoriented, the vulture flapped its remaining wing, pushing off the ground with its lone claw, and ascended into the sky. "This is bad. It's attempting to escape." Qin Jian quickly regained his composure, drawn upon hearing the bespectacled man's response. Qin Jian furrowed his brow and retorted, "Then why do you not simply step forward and declare that you are merely passing by? Instead, you all hide in the corners." The bespectacled man was momentarily taken aback, yet still attempted to counter. "We intended to come out directly, but upon seeing the guns in your hands, we were frightened." "No need for explanations. You must be the same group from yesterday, correct?" Qin Jian interrupted, playfully inquiring. The bespectacled man appeared perplexed, unsure whether his confusion was genuine or feigned. Qin Jian suspected the latter, for the corpses left for the previous day's skirmish outside the pharmacy bore bags of the same color as those they carried. Not only the bags, but they were even clad in matching black down jackets, as if they had previously conspired to wholesale a set of clothing from a mall. "I do not wish to engage in idle chatter. Let us get straight to the point. Are you here specifically for this pharmacy, seeking insecticide?" Qin Jian gestured towards the pharmacy, directing his question at the bespectacled man. The man was momentarily stunned and then laid his cards on the table. "Yes." "How did you know?" "I saw your little note. That I surmise that you are lurking in the shadows, waiting for us to depart so that you may ransack the pharmacy." Qin Jian's inquiry struck home. The bespectacled man hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, good sir, we only require the insecticide. We do not intend to steal everything from the pharmacy." Qin Jian nodded, a half-smile playing on his lips. "From where do you hail?" The bespectacled man promptly replied, "From the Nantian Corporation shelter. We are all good people." He then emphasized, "A corporate shelter?" Qin Jian, recalling the intelligence provided by Guomin, probed cautiously. "The one near the urban village?" "Yes, exactly that." The bespectacled man nodded vigorously with a grin, then furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a murmured comment. "How does he know everything? Does your shelter also have individuals afflicted with parasite eggs?" "Indeed." "How many are affected?" "About 20 or so." The bespectacled man then implored, "So, good sir, since you are already aware of our shelter's predicament, could you kindly extend a helping hand to assist us in overcoming this crisis?" "We will not take much, just 2 bottles. Stop." Qin Jian raised his hand to halt the bespectacled man's lengthy discourse, rendering him silent. He then inquired, "For free? You expect to receive them as a gift?" The bespectacled man instantly grasped the implication of Qin Jian's words, quickly shaking his head. "No, no. We will pay upon finishing." He produced a wad of cash from his pocket, counted it, and presented it before Qin Jian. "This is 2,000. What do you think?" However, seeing Qin Jian's lack of response, he swiftly removed his wristwatch and offered it alongside the money. Qin Jian blinked at him, glancing back at Jiang Yingxue and Shen Haidong, prompting the trio to burst into laughter. It was evident that even a fool could see that in this day and age, money had become worthless. The bespectacled man seemed unable to escape traditional notions and pulled out his mobile phone, exasperatedly stating, "Good sir, this is all I have left. Look, that is not the issue of money, but of value," Qin Jian remarked as he perceived the bespectacled man's naivety, noting that his mental maturity appeared stunted. "Akin to that of a child, Li Chuan. I understand what they desire." I could see that moment. A burly man emerged from behind the bespectacled man. The burly fellow faced Qin Jian and spoke first. "Now, tell me, what would it take to exchange for 2 bottles of insecticide?" "Your tone should be more sincere," Jiang Yingxu interjected, sensing the burly man's brusque demeanor. The burly man was taken aback, quickly clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Then, standing tall and smiling amiably, "May I inquire what we must offer to exchange for your 2 bottles of insecticide?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Jian replied, "Do you possess any seeds?" "Seeds?" The burly man frowned, glancing back at Li Chuan. Li Chuan adjusted his glasses and pushed past the burly man. "Are you referring to those grown in the fields, or those on a computer?" Chapter 67. A tense transaction, those grown in the fields. Qin Jian chuckled in response. Li Chuan promptly turned to consult the others, and a group of 7 or 8 individuals huddled together, whispering as if discussing something clandestine. With his keen hearing, Qin Jian was able to discern their conversation. Yet after listening attentively, he found no threatening remarks, merely a discussion regarding seeds. Before long, Li Chuan returned with a smile, declaring, "We have seeds. However, they're all at the shelter. I must return to discuss it with our leader, but he is quite agreeable. He should consent. How about this? Tomorrow, at the same place, we arrange a trade?" After Li Chuan's proposition, Qin Jian glanced at Jiang Yingxue, silently asking for her opinion. Jiang Yingxue, without hesitation, nodded slightly, clearly sharing his concerns about the other party's request. After all, Li Chuan's group was no small team, but rather part of a corporate shelter with hundreds of members. One could not discern the true intentions of others. While they appear to engage in a cooperative exchange, one could never be certain they did not harbor ulterior motives, should they decide to bring the entire shelter to ambush them. It could spell disaster. I disagree. The terrain here is complex, filled with alleys and narrow paths. If we were to be ambushed, it would be dire. Qin Jian swiftly dismissed the proposed location, implying deeper concerns. Li Chuan hesitated, glancing back at his companions, before turning to consult with them once more. Meanwhile, Qin Jian and his companions began to converse quietly. What began as a trade had morphed into a tense debate. 2 minutes later, the 2 parties reconvened. "What is your surname, good sir?" Li Chuan inquired first, his tone markedly more polite than before. Qin Jian introduced himself, and Li Chuan continued, "Qin Ge, then please choose a location." Only my shelter. No other locations are negotiable. Qin Jian promptly replied. Li Chuan nodded. Address? Qin Jian provided the location of the shelter, and both sides found the exchange remarkably smooth, without any dissent, regardless of any ulterior motives from the other party. As long as the trading location was his own shelter, Qin Jian felt assured. After all, within the confines of the shelter, he was invincible. The fortified barbed wire was impervious to weapons, heightened several meters. And even the most cunning individual with the finest equipment would find it impossible to breach. Should Li Chuan's group still wish to orchestrate an ambush, he would not hesitate to eliminate any intruders. The shelter had been attacked many times. As long as it gained notoriety, it would inevitably attract those with malicious intent. Food, a secure shelter, and weapons. When an individual lacks even these fundamental necessities for survival, no matter how kind-hearted they may be, they will eventually be driven to madness. Thus, Qin Jian had little hope left for the existence of good people in this city. I have noted it down. Qin Go, we shall arrive tomorrow at noon. Very well. Li Chuan recorded the address of Qin Jian's shelter and bid farewell with a smile before his group departed. Qin Jian instructed Shen Haidong to remove all the insecticide from the pharmacy and informed Jiang Yingxue to secure the doors. He then picked up the bait trap contaminated with mutated vulture saliva, placing it at the pharmacy's entrance, and extracted a lighter to ignite the carcass of the mutated vulture once more. One must always remain vigilant. Who could know if Li Chuan's group might return to seize the pharmacy after their departure? The smoke from the bait trap and the burning vulture carcass would surely attract a horde of monsters. Unless they recklessly approached with hundreds of people to storm the pharmacy, it would be a fool's errand for them to attempt to confront the horde with their meager resources. Perhaps I should discreetly follow them to glean the precise location of their shelter and assess their equipment. Jiang Yingxue suggested, sensing Qin Jian's unease as she playfully nudged him. There is no need. Even if I successfully follow them, I advise you to keep your distance from their shelter. Farther away, the better. Qin Jian quickly shook his head, offering his counsel. Why is that? Because we cannot be certain whether those 20 or so afflicted individuals at their shelter will suddenly succumb to their ailments. If those parasites were to hatch, would not their shelter descend into chaos? Or even face ruin? Qin Jian's foresight was commendable. Jiang Yingxue found his reasoning sound and nodded. Indeed, you are right. I shall refrain from pursuing. I do not wish to be caught in the crossfire. Why are you so concerned about me? In the next moment, Jiang Yingxue's tone shifted, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Qin Jian glanced at her sideways and replied, Because you are my most trusted partner. Qin Jian was not being dismissive in his remarks. The battle against the mutated griffin vulture clearly demonstrated that Jiang Yingxue and Shen Haidong were genuinely willing to risk their lives for their cause. Although they seemed to take the lead in both damage resistance and output throughout the encounter, at least these two did not slack off. Furthermore, they understood the nuances of communication, discerning when to speak and when to remain silent. A mere gesture or glance was enough for them to comprehend each other's intentions, and they acted with remarkable swiftness, without any hesitation. Perhaps this was merely a characteristic of their profession as enforcers. More importantly, they had yet to state their own demands. If he didn't mention it, would they have assisted him without any recompense? Qin Jian pondered, feeling an inexplicable anxiety, as though he had become a negligent employer. It wasn't until the three of them returned to the entrance of the supermarket that Qin Jian realized he ought not to feel this way. One must keep matters distinct. Having summoned the two early in the morning for such a significant task, it would be unbecoming not to treat them to a meal. Have you eaten breakfast? Qin Jian inquired, causing both of them to pause and turn to him in surprise. You retreating us? Jiang Yingxue smiled knowingly at Qin Jian. Upon seeing him nod, Shen Haidong awkwardly scratched his head, saying, I'm part of this too, right? I didn't contribute much, though. His reluctance stemmed not only from this reason. Considering the relationship between Qin Jian and Jiang Yingxue, he felt a bit like a third wheel. Dining with them might disrupt their camaraderie. Let us go. Enough chit-chat. Qin Jian's impression of Shen Haidong had gradually improved, prompting him to give him a gentle push on the back. Upon returning to the shelter, Shen Haidong and Jiang Yingxue settled under the eaves while Qin Jian entered the house to prepare breakfast. Soon, 2 plates of steaming egg fried rice were served. The sight of the fried rice made both of them widen their eyes, as if they had encountered an extraterrestrial being. "Are you both all right?" Qin Jian instinctively asked, observing their expressions that we've been deprived of even a grain of rice for nearly half a month. Jiang Ingshu lamented, a sense of fear and confusion creeping into her heart. Although she recognized that her thoughts were irrational, it was undeniable that had they not encountered Qin Jian, they might have faced months, if not years, subsisting solely on instant noodles. It was hard to fathom the sensation of living on instant noodles for half a year. While it might sustain life, the lack of nutrition would have likely led to their physical decline. Chapter 68. The sudden arrival of Guomin and others, it was merely a simple dish of egg fried rice. Yet the two consumed it slowly and savoringly, treating it like a precious treasure. After all, this food was hard-won, earned through their sacrifices. In contrast to Qin Jian, their mindset was entirely different. They lived day by day, unable to fathom what tomorrow might hold. At least now, having crossed paths with Qin Jian, they felt a glimmer of hope for their future. "You too, is it really necessary to savor every bite of fried rice like that?" Qin Jian couldn't help but tease, fearing they might stash some of it in their pockets for later. Initially, he had intended to whip up a more elaborate meal for them, but feeling utterly she has been bitten by that vegetable monster. Guomin realized that this matter could not be concealed from Qin Jian and immediately exposed it. However, she quickly added an explanation, "But I noticed that the bite marks from the vegetable monster are different from those of a zombie." Qin Jian nodded, yet internally he thought, what difference does it make? They're all mutated, harboring viruses within. Once bitten, survival is absolutely impossible. You must know that being bitten by a zombie turns you into one, right? Qin Jian tentatively posed a simple logical question to her. Guomin immediately nodded, saying, "I know, but this is different." Seeing that she wanted to continue explaining, Qin Jian sighed and interrupted her. "Dr. Guo, truth be told, your pharmacological knowledge cannot explain this phenomenon at all. How about we make a wager? At this time tomorrow, if you can bring her back alive, I will give you as many supplies as you desire." With unwavering certainty and confidence, it seemed as though Qin Jian had shattered Guomin's mental defenses in an instant. Chapter 69. We can sell our lives currently. Qin Jian scanned Guomin and her companions, but did not find the several women infested with insect eggs. "What about the sick ones?" he inquired curiously. "They have all died. They knew they would hold everyone back, so they stayed behind to cover our escape," Guomin replied. Upon hearing this, the two women behind her suddenly broke into tears. How noble! Qin Jian felt a twinge of surprise in his heart, and then it struck him. Previously, Guomin's group must have had 4 or 5 sick members, but now, only one infected by a bite remained. Thus, exchanging a small pill for a life seemed acceptable, with minimal cost involved. Moreover, judging by Guomin's expression, she seemed to care deeply for her companions, making the transaction easy. Why not propose another deal? Qin Jian had already devised a plan and said to Guomin, "Would you like to conduct another business transaction?" "What kind of business?" Guomin asked, her excitement palpable. Doing business with Qin Jian was something she eagerly sought. Despite the inherent dangers, Qin Jian then pointed to the bitten woman. "I have a way to treat her, but you need to tell me the exact location of that vegetable market." Upon hearing this, Guomin froze. Really? But then she recalled Qin Jian's earlier statements, prompting her to question, "Did you not say that those bitten would inevitably turn into zombies, and that it cannot be cured?" Qin Jian smiled slightly. "That is something you cannot cure, not me. Believe it or not, I originally intended to casually inquire about the location of the market, but that would be unfair to you. So I consider this quite benevolent of me. I can give you time to think. If you agree, I will go get the medicine and treat her right here." The two statements left Guomin utterly bewildered. While she truly did not want to lose another companion, she had to admit, did this person really possess such miraculous medicine? If he could cure infections, wouldn't he be capable of saving the world? You certainly do not want to lose her, considering that, to be honest, half of your group has already perished. If more die, survival will become increasingly difficult. Noticing Guomin's prolonged silence, Qin Jian decided to employ psychological tactics and continued to apply verbal pressure. "All right." Guomin promptly nodded in agreement. Regardless of the truth, she was willing to take the risk. Qin Jian nodded in affirmation and returned indoors, Before long, he emerged with a red pill and returned to Guamin. You tell me the location first. Guamin was about to step forward to take it. Qin Jian suddenly withdrew his hand and said, "Wait." Guamin bit her lip and provided a rather convoluted location. After Qin Jian barely memorized it, he turned to Jiang Yingxue and asked, "Is this place real?" "Yes, there's indeed a vegetable market in Homa District. I used to patrol there frequently," Jiang Yingxue confirmed with a nod. With that assurance, Qin Jian returned to Guamin, handing her the red pill. "Take it with a little water," he kindly advised. Guamin and her companions watched as the bitten woman consumed the pill. Bite by bite. "How do you feel?" Guamin asked immediately after she finished. The woman shook her head, saying she felt nothing. Just as Guamin was about to turn and question Qin Jian, he anticipated her action and preemptively said, "Wait 5 more minutes." Although it was a miraculous medicine, it wasn't so miraculous as to work instantly. Qin Jian declared with a proud expression. Guamin and the others, half convinced, patiently waited the 5 minutes. "What is happening to me?" 5 minutes later, as the injured woman exclaimed in alarm, Guamin and the others turned to look. They saw the gaping wound on her leg, stripped of flesh, beginning to emit smoke. Guamin's eyes nearly popped out as she witnessed the unfolding scene. The wound was healing. Not only Guamin, but the other sisters also gasped as they saw the woman's wound forming new flesh and scabbing over. Nearby, Shan Haidong and Jiang Yingxue, both of whom had narrowly escaped death thanks to Qin Jian's rescue, were not overly shocked by the sight. Once the wound had completely scabbed, the woman was drenched in sweat, yet filled with excitement. Previously, after being bitten by the mutated vegetable, her wound not only throbbed intensely, but there was also an unbearable sensation akin to tiny insects burrowing into her flesh, extending from her calf to her thigh, causing relentless itching that no amount of scratching could alleviate. This sensation had spread to her navel. Yet mere seconds ago, that peculiar feeling had vanished entirely. This medicine is truly miraculous, the woman could not help but exclaim, rushing towards her sisters to excitedly announce that she was fine now. Perhaps she was well-liked among her companions, as everyone immediately surrounded her, unable to contain their tears. Watching this, Guamin discreetly wiped away a few tears and turned to Qin Jian, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. I have never seen such an extraordinary medicine in my life. May I ask if you could sell us a few more?" In the next moment, Guamin made a request. Although she had no idea how this medicine was made and how it could possess such remarkable effects, she understood that having this on hand would be advantageous when venturing out. As long as one was not bitten to death, they could instantly regain their vitality. It was tantamount to gaining an extra life. No, it was equivalent to gaining several lives. Observing Guamin's excitement, Qin Jian furrowed his brow. "Do you have any more information? Or what would you be willing to trade?" I haven't thought it through yet." Guamin finally came back to her senses, realizing she seemed to possess no bargaining chips. After all, she was acutely aware that a life-saving medicine would not come cheap from Qin Jian. She even thought that the information about the vegetable market location she provided might not be enough to exchange for a single red pill. "How about this, Mr. Qin? We offer ourselves to you." Guamin suddenly blurted out in a moment of impulsiveness. Qin Jian was taken aback, immediately displaying a look of disdain. "I never thought you would say such a thing. Did I not mention before?" "No, don't get the wrong idea. I mean, we will sell our lives to you," Guamin quickly clarified. "Sell our lives for you?" Qin Jian scratched his head, suddenly finding the proposition somewhat absurd. Exchange a life-saving red pill for their lives. Risking their own existence? The cost seemed unreasonable, did it not? It was as if they were gambling their lives for a chance to earn a few lives. This wasn't a game. If it were like Jiang Yingxue and the others, trading their lives for some food would be acceptable, shouldn't you at least ask them first? Qin Jian believed Guamin's actions were somewhat hasty. She clearly cared for her sisters, yet at times seemed to forget about them. However, Guamin shook her head. They would definitely agree. After all, whether under your command or not, we face the risk of death every day. You can command us freely. The few from yesterday that you found detestable have nearly all died. So the sisters still with me are all elite, capable of enduring hardships. Plus, I've already taught them the skills to use crossbows. They're no longer afraid of zombies. If you want us to hunt zombies, we can do it anytime. Chapter 70. Speaking in a very Versailles manner, Guomin was inexplicably overwhelmed with the notion that if they worked diligently under Qin Jian, their chances of survival might actually increase, leading her to relinquish all dignity and wholeheartedly promote her group. Of course, her self-promotion proved effective. Upon hearing the mention of hunting zombies, Qin Jian could not help but recall something. Although allies who used weapons they had sold to kill monsters would only receive a fraction of the points and rewards, and Guomin's group had lost half their members, leaving them with 8 or 9. The principle remained. Little by little, it adds up that if they were brave enough to venture out daily, they would likely slay numerous zombies along the way. In that case, it would provide him with a steady increase in points daily, as long as they did not completely perish. How about this? Qin Jian proposed, if you don't mind the trouble, you can go out daily to hunt zombies. There is no need for you to be near my shelter. Anywhere will suffice. At your doorstep, at school, or at the shopping mall, as long as you dare to do so. The request made by Qin Jian does not seem particularly demanding. It merely entails venturing out to slay a few zombies each day. However, it appears that such a requirement offers him little benefit. Could it be that he wishes to assume the role of a righteous individual, eradicating all the zombies in this area to benefit other survivors and facilitate their outings? While the notion is commendable, how would their compensation be calculated? Such conditions are fraught with flaws. Just as Guomin was about to voice her inquiries, Qin Jian interjected, I will assign individuals to monitor you. The more zombies you slay, the greater your reward will be. The principle of more effort, more gain is universally understood, and of course, Qin Jian would not idly send someone to surveil them, as the daily settlement of rewards effectively served as a means of oversight over their every action, provided they continued to use the weapons he supplied to vanquish the monsters. Yet, Guomin was only on the first level and believed Qin Jian's words without hesitation, nodding in agreement. All right, we will strive to eliminate the zombies. In this instance, Qin Jian managed to benefit while appearing magnanimous. After all, once he articulated his proposal, Guomin truly regarded him as a kind-hearted person, even if he were to monitor them, as he aimed to rid the area of all zombies, offering hope for survival to the surrounding survivors. Guomin swiftly relayed this news to her sisters, who nodded in agreement, finding this task to be infinitely simpler than transporting corpses. After all, slaying zombies was not only for Qin Jian, but also for their own safety, a mutually beneficial collaboration. Following a bow of gratitude towards Qin Jian, Guomin and her companions departed with their supplies. What kind of business did you strike? Jiang Yingxue inquired curiously as she approached Qin Jian. Qin Jian glanced at her and replied, a lucrative long-term enterprise. An hour later, an unexpected visitor arrived. Dr. Liu, why have you come alone? Jiang Yingxue, who was currently tasked with examining a pile of corpses under Qin Jian's orders, was taken aback upon seeing Dr. Liu's panicked expression beyond the barbed wire. Dr. Liu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, Guomin and her group just visited me, claiming that the task list will also refresh, and I wonder what new tasks will emerge. Furthermore, the affixes of the prophetic crystal ball will also reset. Qin Jian pondered deeply, contemplating whether to wait for 2 days until the affixes of the prophetic crystal ball were refreshed, allowing him to reasonably allocate his points based on their contents. Thus, it was decided he would save some points. After all, being prepared for the future was his forte. Soon, Qin Jian reached a conclusion that a man must have a little savings. After all, he could no longer live like a daylight tribe. Moreover, his equipment was currently far superior to anything else. Why not reserve some for upgrades and leisurely activities to relax, considering the refrigerator and the entertainment facilities? Qin Jian felt he owed them too much and promptly bowed in their direction, exclaiming sorry. Before long, Qin Jian prepared a sumptuous feast, uncorked a bottle of beer, and intended to reward himself for his triumphant battle against the mutated vulture today. It had been ages since he last enjoyed a beer. He poured a generous mug, took a hearty sip, and released a contented sound. Then, he picked up the sizzling bacon in front of him, dipped it in the prepared sauce. In a solitary house, a solitary man, enjoying a solitary dinner. Yet at this moment, Qin Jian felt utterly at ease and happy. After all, he had always relished this solitary feeling. Free and unbound, even invincible. Outside, the chimney of the tin house billowed smoke, carrying the aromas of grilled meat and stir-fried dishes into the air. Anyone passing by would surely be entranced by the tantalizing scents. However, no passers-by were present. Only some zombies and corpse dogs that were drawn to the allure, all of whom then collided with the barbed wire. Unbeknownst to Qin Jian, this meal had inadvertently led to the demise of several innocent, unsuspecting creatures. The following morning, Qin Jian awoke and immediately accessed the settlement interface. Survival confirmation. 30 points quality sleep. 20 points rich and greasy diet. 24 points burned insect eggs. 496 points killed mutated vulture. 1643 points hunting task for mutated vulture completed. 5,000 points. Reward of 3 random collection machine uses. First use of non-fortress internal weapon. Reward hand crossbow blueprint first kill of large mutated creature. Reward Uzi submachine gun blueprint. Your actions in the battle against the mutated vulture were remarkably audacious. 400 points allies killed monsters with a single barrel shotgun. 815 points allies killed monsters with a hand crossbow. 105 points allies enjoyed your delightful meal, boosting their mood. 100 points total point settlement. 8959 remaining points. 8962 wow. Over 8,900 points. Almost 9,000. Qin Jian was taken aback, astonished that killing the mutated vulture would yield such an impressive score, exceeding 1,600 points. He was even more surprised to discover that his allies had contributed over 1,000 points as well, likely counting the kills of the mutated vulture towards his total. Not only did he amass nearly 9,000 points, but he also received additional rewards. 2 blueprints. He had toyed with the hand crossbow yesterday, and thus the system automatically added it to his weaponry database. It seemed he ought to remember to utilize captured weapons occasionally. Perhaps he could mass-produce them for sale later. As for the Uzi submachine gun, it was indeed a prized possession. In terms of firepower and rate of fire, the Uzi would undoubtedly surpass his equipped M9 pistol, even though the latter was fully upgraded. Moreover, the Uzi could be infinitely upgraded. Once fully equipped, its performance would likely outshine that of the double-barrel shotgun. After all, the double-barrel shotgun was a close-range weapon, excelling only in melee situations, while the Uzi was suitable for medium to close-range combat, compensating for the shotgun's shortcomings and replacing the M9's role. Nevertheless, he still had a large-capacity backpack. Carrying all 3 weapons on his outings was feasible. In case of unforeseen circumstances, the M9 might still have its moment to shine. Although Qin Jian was eager to explore the Uzi's upgrade options, he remained grounded, prioritizing the upgrade for the refrigerator and entertainment devices. He promptly approached the refrigerator to examine its upgrade options. Refrigerator upgrade direction. Advanced refrigerator branches capacity. 100 expand the refrigerator space to accommodate more items preservation. 200 enhance refrigeration effectiveness, making food less prone to spoilage material. 200 replace the refrigerator's original materials for improved durability auxiliary equipment. 300 add a food generator, producing 1 random food item daily at no cost. Upgrading all options would only cost 800 points. What a bargain. The auxiliary equipment was simply splendid. It would generate food daily. Qin Jian clapped his hands and promptly upgraded all 4 options of the refrigerator. Bang! The refrigerator emitted a resounding noise, and a rush of cold air greeted him, prompting Qin Jian to instinctively shield his face. Once the cold dissipated, he beheld the refrigerator before him, transformed beyond recognition. This was no mere expansion of space. It was as if a tin house had been constructed within the refrigerator. Staring at the towering, 2-meter-high, 4-meter-wide double-door refrigerator, Qin Jian was rendered speechless. Muttering in disbelief, he had initially thought that even with the upgrade, a few dozen pounds of vegetables might not fit inside. However, he quickly realized he had underestimated its capacity, as it could accommodate all his vegetables. Without hesitation, he stuffed all the vegetables into the refrigerator, knowing they had been on the counter for 2 days and would spoil if left any longer. Once everything was organized, Qin Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at the food generator beside the refrigerator, "I hope you can produce something delicious. It would save me the trouble of making breakfast every day." Qin Jian patted the generator, smiling at it. Next, he pushed open the door to the leisure area and chose to unlock the movie screening room. In an instant, several sofas, a coffee table, and a widescreen appeared in the previously empty corner of the room. "Oh, this makes me want to watch a movie right now." Qin Jian was suddenly struck by the urge and jogged over to investigate. The projector and tape player were integrated, with a dozen discs laid out on the coffee table. The covers of the discs featured titles that Qin Jian had never seen before, yet they were entirely within expectations. After all, this was a parallel world where even zombie-themed movies were non-existent. The films from his previous life might not even exist here. How wonderfully retro! Observing the ancient dates on the discs, Qin Jian couldn't help but scoff, yet he was also exceedingly curious about these old films. For he had never seen any of them. These vintage films would surely document the history of this world, and he found himself genuinely intrigued. Additionally, the system indicated that Qin Jian could spend points to purchase extra movie discs and upgrade the screening room. Upgrading the screening room would undoubtedly expand its space or increase the number of films available for sale. However, Qin Jian temporarily opted not to upgrade, as he had already examined the movie library, which contained over several hundred films for sale. Even if he watched one a day, it would take him over a year to finish. Ultimately, he decided against watching a movie, as he had neither popcorn nor cola at hand. In his previous life, he had been particularly health-conscious, rarely indulging in those two items. Yet now, he felt liberated to enjoy them. The supermarket stocked both, and he planned to step out shortly to fetch them. Leaving the leisure area, Qin Jian headed directly to the light weapon crafting station, placing the Uzi's blueprint into the system. The Uzi submachine gun was priced at 2,000 points, the same as the double-barrel shotgun. What a steal! I'll buy it. Without hesitation, Qin Jian crafted one. Upon holding it, he marveled at the craftsmanship of the weapon. Perhaps due to the system's manufacturing, he felt the Uzi was exceptionally refined, with its sleek black body, compact design, and lightweight feel. It was a powerful close combat weapon, yet remarkably portable. Instead of taking it out immediately for testing, Qin Jian checked its upgrade options. Uzi submachine gun upgrade direction. Military Uzi submachine gun branches firepower. 500 replace the muzzle. Increasing attack power by 50 rate of fire. 500 alter the internal structure, boosting the rate of fire by 50 magazine capacity. 1,000 replace with an extended magazine, increasing capacity to 50 round silencer. 1,000 add a silencer. Enhancing stealth accuracy. 3,000 incorporate a grip, stock, and red dot sight. Improving shooting stability. Currently, he had over 5,200 points left, but trying to max out the Uzi's upgrade seemed a bit excessive. Moreover, he had vowed yesterday to save some points for emergencies. Let's leave it for now. I won't upgrade the Uzi just yet. What if the recycling machine randomly rewards Uzi components? That would save me a significant number of points. Qin Jian thought smugly to himself. Then muttered, "You know what I mean, right, dear system?" Subsequently, Qin Jian stepped outside to check the status of the recycling machine. 3 random rewards had already been credited, although Qin Jian had drawn 3 times in succession, yielding an absurdly fragrant result. He still restrained his itching hands, deciding to wait until tomorrow for another attempt. After all, the recycling machine would offer 5 random rewards then. A lucky 5 consecutive draws would be more exhilarating than indulging in the finest delicacies. Subsequently, Qin Jian recalled the events of the previous day. Through Guomin's intelligence, he learned about the vegetable market in Honghe District, since Guomin and her group had been attacked by mutated vegetables. They had only managed to salvage a handful of seeds. Thus, it was certain that the market still held a plethora of seeds. This was precisely why Qin Jian had inquired about the information. Seeds, undoubtedly, are better in greater numbers. After all, they are a sustainable resource that in the future, if food becomes scarce, it will be these seeds that bear fruit. After contemplating, Qin Jian devised several strategies to deal with the mutated vegetables. He returned to his room, ascended to the 2nd floor, and crafted a bait trap along with a Molotov cocktail. The bait trap was undoubtedly convenient for luring monsters, while the Molotov cocktail would serve its purpose well. Once the monsters were gathered, he could simply toss it into their midst, and voila, it was decided. With only 4,200 points remaining, he could not afford any further expenditures. He had to cultivate self-discipline. Qin Jian affirmed to himself, though a slight itch still lingered in his heart. With Jiang Yingxue absent, Qin Jian lacked a guide and had to examine the map on the wall himself, meticulously searching for the location of the vegetable market in Honghe District. After 5 minutes, he pinpointed the market's location, marking it with a pen and establishing the cardinal directions before stowing the map in his backpack. Shortly after he stepped outside, he encountered two corpse dogs charging towards him. "Ah, good morning," he remarked. "Just a chance to test my new weapon." Unperturbed, Qin Jian drew his Uzi and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The two corpse dogs, still some 20 meters away, were riddled with bullet holes and tumbled several times. Their demise gruesome to behold. "Oh, this thing truly has an astonishing rate of fire," he exclaimed, marveling at its stability. He could hardly imagine how monstrous it would become with an extended magazine and other attachments. The sound of the Uzi was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it attracted several nearby zombies. Lacking any Uzi magazines, Qin Jian had no intention of lingering, quickly pocketing the Uzi and continuing on his way. He recalled that Li Chuan's group might arrive at his shelter by noon, prompting him to hasten his return before then. Approximately an hour later, Qin Jian finally reached the designated spot. During his journey, he had dispatched numerous zombies, depleting a significant number of shotgun shells. Before him lay a modest outdoor vegetable market, spanning only a few hundred square meters. Debris was strewn everywhere, and corpses littered the ground. But Qin Jian considered this normal. After all, even a small market would be a densely populated area, resulting in many fatalities. As long as these corpses weren't feigning death, it mattered little. He could always coax them out. Upon entering the market, he beheld a chaotic array of twisted and disheveled vegetables. The ground was strewn with various decaying produce, their colors transformed into eerie shades of blue and black. Yet at this moment, they remained eerily silent, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the grass. Recalling Guomin's description of being pursued by a horde of mutated vegetables, Qin Jian instinctively heightened his vigilance. Let's see how long you can pretend." He chuckled, retrieving the bait trap from his backpack and aiming for the center of the market. With a vigorous leap, he hurled it forward, with a day's worth of buffs from the enhancement potion remaining. Qin Jian easily tossed the bait trap several dozen meters. Thud! The bait trap landed heavily, lying quietly on the ground. However, mere moments later, the area around it erupted into chaos. Qin Jian soon heard chattering sounds reminiscent of children, and his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. Countless vegetables sprouted various appendages, scuttling across the ground. Some even split open to reveal gaping maws, completely ignoring Qin Jian as they rushed towards the bait trap. In less than a minute, nearly all the mutated vegetables had congregated at the bait trap, leaving only a few rotten vegetable roots behind in the market. Good heavens, not a single vegetable escaped this fate. Chapter 73. The catastrophic gas cylinder. At this point, the mutated vegetables had fully gathered around the bait trap, gnawing and tossing it into the air as if it were a mere toy. The bait trap possessed a degree of defensive capability. Had it been a human, it would have been devoured to the bone in mere seconds. Qin Jian chose not to intervene immediately, opting instead to patiently observe the absurd spectacle before him. Before long, the zombies feigning death nearby were drawn in by the bait trap's enticing aroma, lumbering towards the commotion. What ensued left Qin Jian momentarily stunned. The mutated vegetables, sensing the zombies encroaching on their meal, retaliated, biting at them. Goodness, they truly cannot distinguish friend from foe. Qin Jian marveled, realizing that despite not being the same species, they were, in a sense, still K-I-N. The next instant, Qin Jian emerged from his hiding spot. If he waited any longer, the zombies would be entirely consumed by the mutated vegetables. Though the number of zombies was small, every one of them counted. He dashed a safe distance away, pulled out the Molotov cocktail, and aimed it at the most densely packed cluster of zombies and mutated vegetables, throwing it with all his might. He then swiftly took cover behind a vegetable stall to avoid detection. Bang! The Molotov cocktail exploded amidst the throng of monsters, a fierce fireball erupting forth, igniting every creature within range, especially the mutated vegetables, which immediately scattered in all directions, desperately trying to escape the flames. However, their actions backfired, inadvertently igniting their companions, and a chain reaction ensued, with one after another being engulfed in flames. Beautiful! Now, that's more like it, Qin Jian exclaimed, grinning at the spectacle. Compared to the mutated vegetables, the ignited zombies remained remarkably calm, collapsing to the ground without struggle, clinging to the bait trap. After all, they lack pain receptors. Those who feel no pain are truly formidable. Though many mutated vegetables were aflame, a few still managed to evade the fire's reach. Qin Jian, of course, would not overlook any potential survivors. He drew his M9, preparing to take long-range shots at the remaining mutated vegetables. Damn it, jumping around like that, even on fire and still so spry. He attempted to fire 2 shots, but soon found it challenging. The mutated vegetables were not only darting about, but also mingling among their burning brethren, making them difficult targets. However, this predicament posed little challenge for Qin Jian. He soon fixed his gaze upon a gas cylinder next to a food stall. How did I not notice this sooner? He mused. The gas cylinder was perfectly positioned amidst the swarm of monsters. Perhaps the dense gathering had obscured it from view, preventing him from recognizing such a formidable weapon. He deemed it a weapon of mass destruction, for he was fully capable of detonating it. Gas cylinders can easily obliterate several stories. The sheer power is beyond imagination. This distance, Qin Jian believed he wouldn't be at risk of collateral damage. With audacity, he aimed at the gas cylinder, repeatedly pulling the trigger point. 1 shot, 2 shots. The vegetable stall has completely collapsed, and even a makeshift vegetable-selling hut has fallen apart. The zombies have turned to charred remains. Lying haphazardly on the ground, blackened and lifeless, the countless mutated vegetables have vanished without a trace, leaving only scorched vegetable roots scattered on the ground, perhaps remnants of their existence. Everything around has fallen into silence, with only the faint crackling of embers audible. Qin Jian has now become the sole living being in the vicinity, the one who laughs last. Approaching the place where the monsters once gathered, Qin Jian discovers the now-mangled bait trap and bends down to sniff it. The foul stench has dissipated, replaced by the scent of charred matter, indicating that the bait trap has made a valiant sacrifice. However, it's of no concern. After all, loss can avert disaster, and besides, with so many monsters slain, he has likely recouped his costs many times over. Unable to contain his excitement, Qin Jian begins to whistle as he searches through the ruins of the vegetable market. Surely, seeds wouldn't be sold outdoors, would they? Let us check those little huts over there. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jian turns to enter a small hut on the edge of the market. To his surprise, he indeed finds several bags of seeds in the second hut. Although they are small packets, there are quite a few, with at least 100 seeds in each. Moreover, the bags are labeled with common crops such as carrots, potatoes, and tomatoes, all rich in vitamins and to Qin Jian's liking. Let us search some more. Who knows what other treasures await? With no threats lingering nearby, Qin Jian indulges his greed and rushes into other small huts to continue his search. Half a bag of rice should still be good. I'll take that. Seasonings? I'll take those too. Cat food? I'll grab it just in case I decide to adopt a cat or dog in the future. In a mere sweep, Qin Jian collects an abundance of food and supplies, even old, dusty tools tucked away in corners, all packed in his backpack. After all, the backpack is spacious and can easily accommodate the 40-pound weight limit. Qin Jian feels no discomfort at all. Returning triumphantly, he wears a radiant smile. He then ponders which brand of cola to grab at the supermarket and what flavor of popcorn to choose. After all, even the wealthy have their own worries, such as deciding what to eat for dinner tonight. Just then, he hears someone calling out to him from the side. Hey, can you hear me? Turning to look, he spots a middle-aged man with a shiny complexion waving from the 5th-floor window of a nearby residential building. Seeing Qin Jian glance his way, the man exclaims with delight, "Come over here. I need to talk to you." Chapter 74. They're closing, and what's wrong with this guy? Just because you call me over, I should come. Qin Jian casts a disdainful glance at him, about to turn away when he hears another group calling out to him. Hey, can you help us? The speaker is a woman on the 3rd floor of that building, cradling a baby with a pacifier in her arms. Please, save my child. My baby hasn't had a drop to drink in 3 days. Upon hearing the woman's plea, Qin Jian's expression grows increasingly cold. In this apocalyptic world, everyone is equal. Even innocent infants do not warrant his assistance. After all, why should he feel obligated to care for someone else's child? To his astonishment, it seems the building is filled with desperate individuals. Within mere seconds, several households peer out, calling for help. Bro, can you share half of what you found? I could trade you something, sneakers, an iPhone. I'll give you anything you want. Hey, I'm over here. Can you send me some food? I am starving. Hey, kid, hand over all your food, and I'll give you this key to a BMW. Young man, Please save us two poor old folks. Almost everyone from that building has now appeared. And from the opposite building, a crowd of desperate souls emerges, many hoping to take advantage of Qin Jian, while only a few knowledgeable individuals offer to trade. However, at that moment, even if they offered mountains of gold, Qin Jian has no interest in trading, that he simply wishes to escape this den of turmoil, sensing that the living pose a greater threat than the monsters themselves, rather than plotting against him. They seem intent on verbally harassing him. As Qin Jian flashes a smile, plugging his fingers in his ears, and swiftly makes his exit, the survivors within the building erupt in cries of discontent. Initially, they believe the earlier explosions heralded the arrival of an official rescue team equipped with tanks and artillery. To their dismay, the figure emerging from the ruins is merely a young man. Yet, who could fail to notice that he is fully armed and laden with supplies? They immediately send out distress signals to him. However, he pays them no mind, appearing rather heartless. Damn it! He asks, letting people die without helping. Scum like him deserve to go to hell. I curse you to be bitten by a living corpse. What has happened to today's youth? They seem utterly lacking in compassion for the vulnerable. Oh, for heaven's sake, don't eat the sour radishes. In an unspoken agreement, the people in the building swiftly shift from pleas to curses, their voices filled with venomous invective. In some rooms, foreign friends even send their colorful greetings. Of course, not all survivors are merely hurling insults. Some hastily descend the stairs, with a small portion chasing after Qin Jian, while the majority rush toward the now-ruined vegetable market. These individuals, heedless of any safety precautions, some even without masks, are driven by hunger to the brink of madness. Their survival thus far has been thanks to hiding in their homes, avoiding the dangers outside. Their lack of protection against the contaminated air is not due to reckless abandon, but rather a dire ignorance of the situation. A throng of nearly 100 people rush toward the market, with the leading figures being several burly men, each wielding knives. Their bloodshot eyes and drooling mouths suggest they are not merely hungry, but rather deranged. Those trailing behind slow their pace, making an effort to maintain distance and avoid unnecessary conflict. Where have all the vegetables gone? Nothing has been left after the blast. That kid must have taken everything. The burly men begin to ransack the vegetable stall, turning it inside out in their search, only to unleash a torrent of curses upon Qin Jian, blaming him for their plight. Let us go after him and take back what's ours. The men abandon their search and, in a cacophony of shouts, turn to chase after Qin Jian, who remains blissfully unaware that trouble is closing in. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals set their sights on the small huts, racing toward them in desperation. From a divine perspective, the scene resembles students flocking to a cafeteria after school, a chaotic spectacle of jostling bodies, each vying for position without a hint of deference. Many others join the fray, rushing down the stairs to join the throng in search of leftover goods. I got here first. Get lost. We arrived before you. This shop belongs to my family. Why should you take our things? You read full of nonsense. Before long, the areas in front of several huts are packed with people. Those hesitating engage in verbal battles, while the shrewd have already taken action. One fish can spoil the entire pot. And soon the crowd erupts into violence, with even those who initially sought to mediate or negotiate joining in the fray, grabbing bricks from the ground to strike. Such inhumane behavior stems from a primal urge to survive. Each person believes themselves innocent, unwilling to face starvation. However, this behavior ultimately leads to greater losses. Had they known that Qin Jian had already thoroughly looted the huts, leaving nothing behind, they would likely have succumbed to sheer rage. You have half a bag of rice on you. My younger brother is still growing. As long as he has some porridge to drink, that will suffice. It's a deal, Qin Jian readily agreed, picking up the basket and tossing half a bag of rice to the girl. Thank you, big brother. The girl immediately bowed deeply in gratitude, and the timid little boy behind her no longer hesitated, flashing a smile at Qin Jian and exclaiming, Thank you, big brother. Qin Jian instinctively responded with a smile. However, the moment a group of people rushed over, his smile vanished. Hey, young man, why are you running so fast? We're not going to eat you.